Life is complicated. Your love never was. 1. There's an old saying about stories and how there are always 3 versions of them: yours, mine, and the truth. The guy who first said it worked in the film business, but it holds true for journalism too. We're not really supposed to take sides. We're supposed to deal in facts. Facts add up to truth. Fact: Robert Evans, producer, studio exec, and actor who coined that catchy mantra about the truth, was married 7 times. Fact: I, Alice Scott, staff writer for The Scratch, aspiring biographer, not much else, am not even officially the girlfriend of the man I've been dating for 7 months. Fact: At 5 feet and 9 inches tall, Robert Evans was the exact same height as I am. Fact: My entire life is quite possibly about to change, and instead of sprinting up the walkway to the quaint picket fence separating me from a lifelong dream, I'm sitting in my rental car, blasting air conditioning and reading the IMDb page of a man whose name I'd never heard 3 minutes ago because his quote about stories popped into my head and also because I'm stalling. I'm more excited than nervous, but there is still a great deal of nerves vibrating through me. With one last deep breath, I turn off the car and pop the door open. Immediately, the dense midday heat of a Georgia summer hits me from all sides, a familiar and deeply loved sensation that's only improved by the salty sea breeze sweeping in off the water surrounding Little Crescent Island. I double-check that I have my notebook, voice recorder, and pens, then bump the door shut and stoop to check my rapidly dampening bangs in the side mirror. I try to school my grin into an expression of neutrality. It's important that I play this cool. Fact: I have never played it cool in my life. I open the gate, my sandals slapping the stone walkway as I follow its curve around a wall of foliage, black needle rush and cabbage palm, prickly pear and glasswort, and, my favorite, live oak. 11 years in Los Angeles, but every time I see a Georgian live oak, I still think, home. A charming turquoise house on wooden stilts comes into view, and I climb a handful of worn wooden steps to reach its hot pink front door, every inch of which has been hand-painted with white swirls. I'm rewarded with a suitably eccentric doorbell. I mean, it looks like a normal doorbell, but when I hit it, it sounds like wind blowing through chimes. I'm still mid-preparatory breath when the door swings open and a short, gray-haired woman in a faded flannel shirt and jeans scowls out at me. "Hi," I stick my hand out. "I'm Alice Scott." She stares back, her eyes pale blue and hair cropped short. "With The Scratch?" I add, in case that jogs anything. She doesn't even blink. "I mean, not with The Scratch. I'm on staff there, but I'm here about the book?" Her expression remains placid. For a second, I'm forced to contemplate the possibility that all of this has been an elaborate ruse, perhaps orchestrated by this woman's middle-aged son from his computer in her basement, where he spends his days shooting off emails and phone calls to gullible writers like me, pitching his voice upward and adding a light shake to pass himself off as a woman in her 80s. It wouldn't even be the first time. I clear my throat and refresh my smile. "I'm sorry. Are you Margaret?" She doesn't look like her, but then again, the last pictures I've seen of the woman I'm supposed to be meeting are easily 3 decades old, so for all I know, this could be the once glamorous, nearly legendary, at least to a certain subset of people, including me, Margaret Grace Ives, the tabloid princess. Known as such both because she was the heiress to the Ives media empire and because of those years when her own celebrity status earned her near-constant attention from the paparazzi and gossip columnists. The woman barks out a loud, genuine laugh and widens the door. "I'm Jody," she says, with the faint hint of an indeterminate accent. German, maybe. "Come on in." I step into the cool foyer, the smell of lemon and mint in the air. Jody doesn't pause or even slow for me, just marches straight into the house, leaving me to pull the door shut and bound after her. "This place is beautiful," I chirp. "It's hotter than hell and Dracula has nothing on the mosquitoes," she says. I spare a thought for Robert Evans. Yours, mine, and the truth. At the end of one narrow hallway, she turns down another, the house an airy, bright labyrinth of whitewashed beadboard and sea glass-colored accents, ending in a spacious sitting room whose walls are 70% window. "You wait here, and I'll go grab Madame for you," Jody says, with a detectable edge of amusement in her voice. She unlocks one of the glass back doors and steps into the yard, a vaster and wilder garden than the front, with a small swimming pool set off to one side. I take the opportunity to make a slow lap around the room, still buzzing and smiling big enough that my jaw has started to ache. I set my things down on the low rattan coffee table and cross my arms to keep myself from touching anything as I wander. Art crowds every inch of the walls, and plants hang in clusters in front of the windows, still more in clay pots on the floor. A thatched fan twirls lazily overhead, and books, most of them about gardening and horticulture, sit in messy stacks and face down with cracked spines, covering every antique wooden surface available. It's beautiful. I'm already mentally drafting how I'd describe it. The only problem is, I'm still not convinced I'll have a reason to describe it. Because so far, there's nothing to indicate this is Margaret Ives's house. No photos of her illustrious family, no copies, old or new, of any of their dozens of magazines or newspapers, no framed illustrations of the opulent House of Ives where she'd been raised on the California coast, and none of her late husband's Grammys on the mantel either. Nothing concrete to link her to the now collapsed media juggernaut or the joys and tragedies the Ives family's competing publications had so loved to catalog back when Margaret was still on top of the world. The door swings open again, and I spin to face Jody, working myself up to demand answers about who exactly invited me to do 11 hours of air travel plus 45 minutes in a rented Kia Rio for this meeting. But then I see the woman standing just inside. She shrunk a few inches, gained some weight, much of it muscle, I'd guess, and her once jet-black hair is now a mix of mousy brown and silver. She's been scrubbed clear of any glamour or air of money and power, but that sly sparkle in her blue eyes is exactly the same as in every photograph I've seen of her. The elusive, unnameable something that had turned her from heiress to a newspaper fortune to princess of the cover page. "Well, hello there." The warmth in Margaret's voice surprises me, just like it did during our few brief phone calls in the weeks leading up to this trip. "You must be Alice." She shucks off her gardening gloves and tosses them across the arm of the nearest white rattan chair as she strides barefoot toward me, dusting her hands off on her caftan before stretching one out to shake mine. "You're her," I say. Every eloquent or even serviceable sentence I've ever put together has been typed out slowly, over time. The ones that come directly from my mouth usually sound more like this. She laughs. "I was under the impression that was the point." She gives my hand a little squeeze, then drops it and gestures for me to sit. "No, it is." I lower myself to the couch. She takes the chair opposite me. "I was just trying not to get my hopes up. It didn't work. Never does. But I keep trying." "Really?" She sounds amused. "I tend to have the opposite problem. Can't help but expect the worst from people." She flashes a smile. It's both dazzling and sad. Sazzling. That, for example, would not make it to a typed and edited sentence. But the point is, I can see it hidden back beneath those sparkly irises of hers somewhere. The truth. The one we've never heard before. What it was like to be born into a world of silver spoons and golden platters, of actors drunkenly swimming fully clothed through your indoor pool, and politicians making handshake agreements across your antique dinner table. How it felt to fall in love with rock and roll royalty, and for him to love you back, wildly. And of course, about the other things. The scandal, the cult, the trial, the accident. And finally, 20 years ago, Margaret's disappearance. What happened, but also why? And why now, after all this time, she's open to finally telling the story. Behind Margaret, the The door squeals open, and Jody re-enters the house, toting a bucket of lemons. "Thank you, Jody," Margaret calls without turning around. Jody grunts. I could not begin to guess whether the two women are friends, romantic partners, an employer and employee, or mortal enemies who happen to be roommates. Margaret crosses one leg over the other. "Cute nails," she says, jutting her chin toward my hands in my lap. The moment of connection makes me near giddy. "They're press-ons." I lean forward so she can get a better look at the little strawberry-printed designs. "I'd bet you're the kind of person," she says, "who tries to find beauty in everything." "Don't you?" I ask, intrigued by the soft, sad smile that feathers across her lips. She gives a half-realized shrug that reads less like "I don't know" and more like "I don't like that question." Then, like the Ives she is, she neatly reroutes the dialogue. "So how exactly would this work, if I agreed to do it?" I don't let the "if" discourage me. I know she isn't 100% in just yet, and I don't blame her. "However you want it to, I promise." She arches one brow. "What if I want it to work how it would usually work?" "Well," I say, "I haven't done anything exactly like this before. Usually I'm doing features and profiles. I spend a couple days or weeks with a person, and I write about my observations, crack some jokes. It's an outsider-looking-in perspective. This would be different. It'd be about getting your experience onto the page. Insider looking out. That would take a lot longer, months probably, just for the first round of research to be able to write a draft and figure out where my holes are. I'd rent a place nearby and we'd have a schedule, times for sit-down interviews, but also time for me to just shadow you." "Shadow me," she repeats thoughtfully. "Follow you around in your normal life," I clarify. "See what you grow in your garden, who you spend your time with, hang out with you and Jody and any other friends you've got in town." Margaret's chin juts forward, her eyes closing on her own quick, blunt laugh. "Do me a favor and say that again when she gets back in here." Mere seconds later, Jody comes streaming into the room, carrying 2 glasses of lemonade. She plops them both down on the coffee table. "Thanks, Jody," I say, determined to win her over. She marches back out the way she came in. "I'd die without you," Margaret calls teasingly after her. "Don't I know it?" Jody shouts before disappearing through the doorway. I take a tiny sip of the lemonade, which turns into a long gulp because it's amazing, fresh and crisp with torn mint leaves swirling around along with the ice cubes. I set the glass down and force myself to get back to business. Look, there are a lot more experienced writers you could pair up with. There are hundreds of people who would push me in front of a bus to get this job, and honestly, I'd understand it if they did. "Troubling," Margaret says. "My point is, if you're ready to tell your story, you deserve to have it told exactly how you want it to be. It needs to be yours, no one else's. And that only works if you're doing this with someone you completely trust. But I can promise you, if you end up wanting to write this book together, your voice will be front and center. That's my top priority, making sure it's your story." Her smile fades, her face sobering. The crinkles at the corners of her eyes and the folds at the edges of her mouth deepen. Proof of an entire life lived, not just those first 33 years she spent in the public eye, but the 30 she spent as a recluse after that, and the 20 since she vanished. "What if," she says slowly, "that's not what I want?" I shake my head. I'm not sure I'm following. "What if I don't want it to be my version of the story?" she asks. "What if I want the whole awful truth? What if I'm done living with my version of events where I'm always the hero and I want to sit down and see things in black and white for once?" Her question catches me off guard. If anything, I'm used to having to reassure my subjects that I'm not there to twist everything they say into a brutal takedown piece, that I want to see the full picture, right down to their humanity. Margaret's brow arches at my hesitancy. "That a problem?" I scoot to the edge of the couch. It's how you want it told, I repeat. If that's what you want, that's what we do. She considers for a long moment. One more question. Anything. She could ask for my most embarrassing sex story, and I'd trot it out right now. I need her to understand she's safe with me. Her gray eyebrow arches wickedly again. Are you always this perky? I let out a breath. This is too lengthy and important a job to kick things off with a lie. Yes, I say. Yes, I am. Her chortle is interrupted by a sound like wind blowing through glass chimes. Margaret glances at the driftwood clock on the Grammy-free mantel. That'll be my 2:00. She sweeps onto her feet. You've given me a lot to think about, Alice Scott. I bounce up onto mine, too, grabbing my unused notebook and recorder. Either way, I say, thank you. Seriously. For what? She says, sounding genuinely baffled as she leads me back through the maze of hallways. For today, I say, for giving me a chance. For the fact that I finally have something work-related to tell my mom that won't make her eyes glaze over with disinterest. It's just a chance, Margaret reminds me as we reach the front door. Don't thank me for that. Everyone deserves that much. And I've still got a couple other branches to shake, see what falls out. I completely understand, but my words drop off as she swings the bright pink door open, and I realize how wrong I was. I did not completely understand. Margaret's 2:00 is standing on the top step in slate-colored chinos and a white t-shirt. It's not the outfit that makes my heart sink and all the blood drain from my face, though the idea of wearing long pants in weather like this certainly does give me pause. It's the hulking, dark-eyed, hawk-nosed man wearing it. Hayden Anderson. 4 years ago, you might have said Hayden Anderson, the music journalist, and that would have been a fair summation. But if he were still just a music journalist, I wouldn't know his name, let alone what he looked like. I have a decent memory, but I don't make a habit of memorizing Rolling Stone bylines. However, he's no longer just Hayden Anderson, the music journalist. Now, he's Hayden Anderson, the Pulitzer Prize-winning biographer. The one who wrote that doorstop-length gut punch about the Americana singer with dementia. Now, he's the Hayden Anderson that Margaret just referred to as another branch to shake. A more successful, more well-known, more branch. His dark eyes cut from me, expression blank, he doesn't recognize me, why would he? I am an unimpressive branch, to Margaret, in whom he is only marginally less disinterested, as his low rumble of a voice says, Am I early? You're exactly on time, Margaret says warmly. Alice was just going. I would describe the expression on Hayden's face as a distinct mien of, who the hell is Alice? Like he's already forgotten there's another person standing immediately in front of him, or possibly didn't actually register me the first time our eyes met. Hi! I recover enough grip on my organs for my heart to be pumping blood again, my lungs to be pulling in oxygen, and my hand to be reaching out to shake his. He lifts his slowly, as if he'd like some more information before he agrees to physical contact. I was just leaving, I promise, and that seems to do the trick. Finally, his very large, very warm, very dry hand folds around mine, dips once, and drops back to his side. Thanks again, I tell Margaret over my shoulder as I hurry out onto the sidewalk. I'll be in touch, she tells me, and I force a smile, like my heart isn't a little bit breaking, and I'm not on the verge of tears over the dream job I'm 99% sure I've just missed out on. 2. I spend my first night at the Grand Lucia Resort eating Twizzlers and Googling Hayden Anderson while convincing myself the world isn't ending. First, I read a dozen rave reviews of his book. Then, I stumble across a Publishers Weekly article that estimates its first year's U.S. sales to be upwards of 2 million. Lastly, just to torture myself, I watch an interview with Hayden and the book's subject, Len Sterling, wherein Len informs the interviewer that he'd already considered 9 writers before Hayden even threw his hat in the ring. Hayden, without any trace of humor or irony, leans forward to add, "I'm very competitive." I cut my own groan short. There's still a chance Margaret will choose to work with me. Maybe she'd rather work with a woman. Maybe she always roots for the underdog. Maybe she just has a natural distaste for tall, muscular, talented men who write the kind of biographies that not only don't make a person fall asleep, but also go so far as to make said person weep multiple times while she's reading alone at the bar of her neighborhood taqueria back in Highland Park. There could be lots of reasons why she doesn't want to work with Hayden. And surely there could be at least several why she would want to work with me. I nod to myself, more enthusiastically than I feel, as I flop back on the cheery gingham bedspread, gazing out the window, upside down, toward the beach beyond the hotel's courtyard. I should have known a secret like Margaret's whereabouts couldn't last forever. It had all started 4 months ago, when my profile on the former child star Bella Gerardi came out. That piece was the thing I was absolute proudest of in my career thus far. I had a full folder of sweet emails from former colleagues and glowing screenshots of online chatter about the story after it went live. And all of that in itself would have been more than enough to make the weeks of writing and rewriting and back and forths with my fact checkers and editor all worth it. But at the bottom of one very short email, there was also a little something extra. "Loved the piece," Linda Takes Back Her Life at 53 wrote. "P.S. That Cosmo Sinclair song about Margaret Ives that you and Bella talked about is one of my all-time faves. Did you know Margaret's living down on an island in Georgia now, selling art under a fake name?" That was it. No more information. And when I emailed Linda back, I got no reply. I spent 2 weeks researching any connection Margaret might have to Georgia, none that I could find, and Googling combinations of her name with art and island to no avail. Margaret Ives vanished entirely from public view in the early 2000s, and mostly the rumor mill seemed to suggest she'd married an Italian olive farmer half her age and settled down on the opposite side of the Atlantic. At first, I was 90% sure Linda was lying or misinformed. There was no way Margaret Ives was in Georgia on a little island that survived on local tourism within a long day's drive of the West Tennessee hometown of her late husband Cosmo Sinclair. But the idea wouldn't let go of me. The rumor had to come from somewhere, I thought, even as I tried to talk myself out of my innate optimism. I started trawling online message boards, anything to do with Cosmo's music, with the illustrious Ives family, with Margaret's disappearance. Nothing on any of them. And then I found the conspiracy theorists. People posting pictures of Elvis at a mall in Tuscaloosa, or JFK wearing a bucket hat and a barely buttoned shirt, white chest hair spilling out around his gold chain necklace in Miami. It took a while to find the Margaret post, just because the mystery of what happened to her had faded with time. People knew about Ives Media, and they knew about the family's palatial estate, now owned by the state and open for tours. They, of course, knew about the whole snafu with Margaret's sister and the cult, and they could probably instantly call to mind the famous black and white photograph of Margaret and Cosmo running hand in hand up the courtroom steps the day that they eloped, his blonde hair slicked back and hers teased into the beehive style of the time. But after Cosmo's tragic death, his widow had largely retreated from the glare of the spotlight, so that when she disappeared altogether 20 years ago, no one was quite so interested as they might have been. Most people had simply accepted that we'd never find out what happened to her, just another Amelia Earhart, a woman lost to time. But there were still some active Margaret Ives online communities dedicated to the rumors surrounding her vanishing, to debunking or proving them, depending on the poster's point of view. They were treated like true crime junkie communities, bits of old interviews trotted out as evidence for or against a favorite theory. Those specific message boards got me nowhere. The not-so-dead celebrities message board, however, led me here to Little Crescent Island. And if I could find her through that post, there's no telling how many other Hayden Andersons might be flying cross-country to Little Crescent Island this very minute. My phone buzzes on the mattress beside me, and I feel around until I find it. My stomach rises expectantly. Maybe Margaret's already made a decision. But then I see the screen. Theo. Now a different sensation rumbles in my stomach, that anxious flutter I still get when I hear from my on-again, off-again, not boyfriend. "How'd it go with the heiress?" he asks. I'm touched he remembered. Probably too touched. I haven't talked about much else the last few weeks, but still, he reached out to check in. That's something. I hesitate over how to phrase it and settle on, "She's intriguing and her house is a dream and I want the job so, so, so badly." All true. It wouldn't do me any good to add, and I'm terrified I'm not going to get it because a 6'3" rock face of a man with a Pulitzer and a scowl to freeze a Gorgon is on the scene. I watch the phone for a minute, 2, 3. I set it aside. I was drawn to Theo for his easy confidence and his laid-back, carefree way of moving through the world. There's something so appealing about a person who doesn't take anything too seriously. Until you have to text with one. Theo's terrible at it. To be fair, I'm not amazing myself, but he's the king of sending a message, to which I immediately reply, and then waiting a full day to acknowledge my response. By then, I may have lost my dream job and also fully melted into this bed, the puddle formerly known as the writer Alice Scott. "Get yourself together, Scott!" I cry, pitching myself back onto my feet and slapping my laptop shut. "You're on a beautiful island with a growling stomach and an open schedule," I tell myself, snatching my phone and stuffing my feet into my sandals. Might as well make the most of it. Little Crescent Island is a vacation destination, but it's not a nightlife hotspot. Most of the people here seem to be either retirees or families with kids, and it's 9 o'clock on a Tuesday night, so pickings are slim on the main drag. The first open restaurant I come to is called Fishbowl, and the menu posted out front seems to be 90% alcohol and 10% seafood. Inside, it's cramped and wonderfully kitschy, with bamboo wall paneling and fishnets suspended from the ceiling, all manner of colorful plastic fish and glow-in-the-dark seaweed caught in them. A ponytailed server in a tight white shirt and short shorts whisks past me, tray in hand, and says cheerfully, "Sit anywhere you want, hun. We're slow tonight." There are plenty of open tables, but 2 older gentlemen in matching bowling shirts are sitting at the bar, and I'm feeling kinda chatty, so I head their way. Right as I'm sliding onto a stool 2 down from them, though, they're tossing money onto the glossy dark wooden countertop and standing to go. One catches my eyes, and I flash a smile. He smiles back. "Highly recommend the Captain's Bowl." "I'll take that under advisement," I promise, and he tips an invisible hat before shuffling off after his companion. On the way out, the 2 of them stop to have a word with the ponytailed server, and she gives the lover of the Captain's Bowl a peck on the cheek, so either they're all locals, or this place just has over-the-top service. I go back to perusing the menu, resuming a practically lifelong debate of mine, whether to order fish tacos or fish and chips. I'm still working on this when someone plops a massive bowl of startlingly blue liquid ice and roughly 5 fruit spears down in front of me. I look up, surprised, to find the ponytailed server smiling at me from behind the bar. "Captain's Bowl," she says. "Courtesy of the captains themselves." "Oh?" I glance toward the front door, the gentleman from earlier long gone now. "What are they the captains of?" "Uncle Ralph is the captain of the bowling team, and Cecil is the captain of this restaurant," she muses. "Each has his own seat of power, but Cecil's carries a bit more weight here, understandably." "Well, next time you see him, thank him for me," I say. She nods once. "Will do. Now, are you eating too tonight, or just swimming?" She tips her chin toward the gargantuan bowl of violently unnatural blue, and I burst out laughing. "What's even in this?" I ask. "Everything," she says, "plus some Coca-Cola." I take a tiny sip through the neon pink straw, and it feels like I just inhaled sugar, then poured gasoline down my throat, but in a fun way. Food? The woman, her name tag says Sherry, asks again. I tell her my predicament, tacos versus fish and chips. Tacos, she says decisively. Always go with the tacos. Perfect. I set my menu down, and she whirls off through the door behind the bar. I look down at my drink and burst into laughter again. I've never been a big drinker, but I'd give this concoction a 10 out of 10 on presentation alone. I snap a picture and text it to Theo while I start nibbling on the first spear of fruit. You as a drink, he replies immediately. Have fun. I will, I tell him, then set my phone down and give the restaurant another once-over. Other than me, there are 2 parties present at the moment, a family of 5 at the table under the front windows, and a guy nursing an ice water and eating a salad at the tiny booth back by the bathroom hallway. He looks up from his water at that exact moment. Nearly black hair, angular nose, a stern brow. I whip back around to face the bar, nearly capsizing my stool in the process. I grab the edge of the counter to steady myself, heart racing. It probably isn't even him. It's probably my mind and the glow-in-the-dark ceiling playing tricks on me, forming Hayden Andersons out of random shadows. I take another small sip of Captain's Bowl to steel myself, and then slowly, casually, throw a glance over my shoulder toward the booth. He's no longer looking this way. Instead, he's staring down at something in front of him, his brow tightly furrowed. Hunched over the tiny table like that, he gives the impression of a bear at a tea party. Everything around him just a little too small and breakable. Definitely him. And seeing him now, a not-so-small part of me wants to run and hide, which makes no sense. He's not a grizzly. He's a guy who happens to want the same job as me. A guy who wrote a book I loved. It's ridiculous to treat him like some kind of enemy just because we both want to write Margaret's story, and it's ridiculous to sit here and ignore him when we're 10 feet apart. I should say hi. Just one more sip of Captain's Bowl for good luck, and then I hop down from my stool and cross the restaurant to stand in front of Hayden's table. He doesn't look up. I give him a second to finish his page, but even after he taps to the next one, he doesn't peel his eyes off his e-reader. Hi, I chirp. He flinches at the sound of my voice, then slowly, very slowly, drags his eyes up to mine from beneath a creased brow. We met earlier? I remind him. I'm Alice. I remember, he says, his voice a flat rumble. I actually already know who you are, I say. One of his dark eyebrows arches. I slide into the booth across from him, our knees bumping together. I'd always wondered why it seemed like enormously tall men tend to date adorably tiny women, and now I have my answer, apparently. A man as tall as Hayden Anderson can't comfortably sit opposite anyone over 5'3". I'm about 6 inches into the red here. I turn to perch sideways instead. He's still staring at me with that brow arched, the visual equivalent of a question mark. Because of your book, I explain. Our friend Len. I loved it. I mean, obviously, everyone who read it loved it. After the Pulitzer, hearing that from a random woman in a bar probably feels a little anticlimactic, but still, I wanted you to know. His shoulders relax, just a bit. Are you a friend or family? What? I say. Of Margaret's, he clarifies. Oh, neither. I wave a hand. I'm a writer, too. His gaze dips down me again, sizing me up now that he has this new information. His irises are lighter than I thought, still brown but a pale shade of it. What sort of things do you write? He asks. All sorts, I say. A lot of human interest and pop culture stuff. I work at the Scratch. His face remains completely impassive. I try a different tack. Have you ever been to Georgia? First time, he says. Really? I say, surprised. Where are you from? New York, he says. The city or the state? I ask. City, he replies. Born and raised? I say. No, he says. Then where'd you grow up? I ask. Indiana, he says. Did you like it? I ask. His brow sinks into a scowl, his wide mouth still keeping to an utterly straight line. Why? I laugh. What do you mean, why? Why would you want to know if I liked growing up in Indiana? He says, face and voice perfectly matched in surliness. I fight a smile. Because I'm considering buying it. His eyes narrow, irises seeming to darken. Buying what? Indiana, I say. He stares. I can't fight it anymore. The amusement wins out, and another laugh escapes me. I'm just trying to get to know you, I explain. He sets his forearms on the table, his posture very nearly a challenge. His head tilts to the left, and he says, quite possibly, the last thing I'm expecting. This isn't going to work. I draw back, surprised and confused. What isn't? You trying to throw me off my game, he growls. And what game exactly are we talking about here? I say, glancing around the now totally empty fishbowl. Wait, Sherry? I spin back to face him, our knees colliding again. Who is Sherry? He says, with some distaste. Our server. I drop my voice in case she pops out of the kitchen. If you're trying to make a move, all you had to do was say so, and I would have gone right back to my fishbowl. Not the server, he interrupts. The book. The book? I repeat. Then it dawns on me. He means the book, Margaret's book. Hayden goes on. I don't know what this... He waves one large hand between us. Is supposed to accomplish exactly, but this is Margaret Ives we're talking about. I want this job, and I'm not going to back off, so you can stop. At first, it stings being talked to like this by a stranger, that someone whose work I admired has just accused me of trying to somehow professionally thwart him when I actually was just trying to get to know him. But underneath the sting, there's another feeling growing, getting traction all through my limbs. Hope. In life, I've learned there's almost always a silver lining. Here's one now. Hayden's brow furrows, his arms sliding off the table. Why are you doing that? Doing what? Smiling, he says dryly. I snort out a laugh and slide out of the booth to stand, practically floating back to the bar because his reaction has told me one important thing. I mean, aside from the fact that he's a mistrustful cynic. Because, I call to him, now I know I still have a chance. He rolls his eyes, and I plop back down on my stool, buzzing with excitement, just as Sherry bumps the kitchen door open with one hip and marches out with my basket of fried fish tacos. I see that captain's bowl got you grinning, she says. It's great, I tell her with another big, appreciative slurp. Probably one of the last few I'll be able to handle, honestly, unless I plan on being hospitalized or arrested later. Glad to hear it, she says. You're not driving, are you? No, I'm over at the Grand Lucia, so I'm on foot tonight, I tell her. Aw, my husband Robbie and I honeymooned there, she tells me. Sherry doesn't look quite old enough to be married, but I guess that's going by Los Angeles standards. Most of the girls I went to high school with are married now, and my mom and dad were married by the time they were 23, though they didn't have my sister or me until much later. Get you anything else? She asks, one hand on her hip. Actually, I say, I'd like to send a drink to someone if you don't mind. A little something to brighten his mood the way he just brightened mine. Sherry's eyes wander over my shoulder and back to the corner, locking onto the only other patron in this fine establishment. What are we thinking here? Whiskey? Beer? Do you have anything bigger or bluer than this? I ask, pointing down toward my bowl. Aside from the freshly cleaned toilets, no, she says. But I can throw in some candied hibiscus to spice things up if that helps. That, I say, would be perfect. 3. I wake with a splitting headache. There's no way I'm hungover. I might be a lightweight, but my 5 sips of liquor last night couldn't have made quite this impression. No, this is a kind of headache I am all too familiar with. Caffeine withdrawal. Before I collapsed into my freshly laundered hotel bedding last night, I'd turned off my alarm, cranked my volume all the way up in case Margaret decided to call, and shut the blackout curtains. The clock on the bedside table reads 9:32 a.m., a full hour later than my usual first cup of espresso. I stumble out of bed and throw open the drapes to find brilliant sunlight, a clear blue sky, and turquoise waves crashing against the shore below. It's interesting that Margaret's property is on the far side of the island, backing up toward the marshy waterway that separates Little Crescent from mainland Georgia, rather than out here, where, judging by the string of resorts near the main drag and the mansions farther to the east and west, all the tourists and the millionaires seem to favor. Maybe that's because she wants to avoid people, or maybe there's more to it than that. Either way, I make a note in my phone to add it to the list of questions I'll ask if and when she agrees to the book. The last note I made sometime late last night reads, "Play with structure, 3 question marks." After several seconds of casting my mind backward, I remember what I was talking about. The idea came from our friend Len, Hayden's book. Len Sterling had decided to authorize the biography shortly after his dementia diagnosis. He'd hoped it could help slow the progress of the disease, but more than that, he thought it would be a comfort to his family and friends after he'd gone, not died necessarily, but lost his memory of them. Hayden had told the story in reverse, each section focusing on the Len of a different era as his short-term memory faded, and then, gradually, his old memories too. In one of their final conversations, in which Len remembered Hayden, he'd shared his fear of losing himself, of reaching the point where not only did he not recognize his old band, or his wife, or his daughters, but he no longer knew who he was. Hayden had asked Len what he ought to tell them if Len should ever ask the question, "Who am I?" And in a way, that question had been the scaffolding for the whole book, the thesis of who, ultimately, is the legendary Len Sterling. What, in the end, matters most about a person's identity. After some thought, Len had answered Hayden, "Tell me I'm your friend Len." By then, they'd been working on the book for 4 years, only Len's manager and most intimate acquaintances aware of the diagnosis that led to it. And that final section, the portion of the book concerned with Len's childhood in the Mississippi Delta, beautifully stripped away the legend and the mythos to present just that, a loving portrait of a friend, of a boy who'd rescued snakes from torture at the hands of the neighborhood kids, one who'd hung his head in shame after shoplifting taffy on his younger brother's birthday, a more human Len than he'd probably gotten to be in a long time. Obviously, I wouldn't emulate the structure for Margaret's book, but finding some other device like that might help to achieve something similar, to scrape away all the labels and rumors and stories piled atop this person and reveal the person herself. Before I can think through it any further, though, I'll need coffee. I take a quick shower and get dressed. A pink skirt that's technically a tiny bit too short, big watermelon earrings, and a white knit top. I step into my sandals, grab my purse, sunglasses, and room key, and step out into the cool, breezy morning, a layer of salt coating my skin almost instantly. I jog down the steps and get into my car. I grabbed a coffee at Main Street Bean yesterday before my meeting with Margaret, and it left a lot to be desired, but I found a spot online with rave reviews, a ways back toward the bridge to the mainland. Punching the name of it, Little Croissant, into my phone, I start the car. The Cranberries song I was listening to on the way home from Margaret's yesterday automatically starts playing, and I crank my windows down as I pull out of the hotel's parking lot. Within a few minutes, the palm trees that dot the road at regular intervals are replaced by more wild foliage, cypress and live oak and massive century plants, the shaggy grass beneath them dappled in shadow by the rising sun. I take a left onto the 4-lane road that heads out of town and off island, eyes darting from the GPS to the narrow cross streets as I pass them. Ahead, a wide dirt turnoff flanked in more palm appears, a grid of candy-colored wooden signs posted there beneath a larger sign for the Little Crescent Enclave. Little Croissant Coffee Bar, 2 Dudes Pizza, Turquoise Turtle Antiques, Esmeralda's Fine Art and Jewelry, Sisters Owe the Sea, Booze Hound. I turn down the drive and find myself hemmed in by twin rows of squat shops, each as brightly painted as its respective sign. Both sides of the enclave are built atop graying wooden platforms, protection against flooding, and every single shop has its doors propped open, shoppers milling in and out with coffee cups in hand. The road ends in a round, white-gravelled parking lot, a huge, gnarled tree at its center, and I take the closest spot I can find, leaving the windows open so the car doesn't bake. I hop out, admiring the charming little nook tucked away by woods for a moment, before picking my way toward Little Croissant. The line is all the way down the platform steps, but it takes only a few minutes for me to put in my order, and since I'm just getting drip coffee, I'm waiting only a moment beneath the upper seating area's sun sails. There's also a stone patio down off the side of the platform, before the teenage barista at the shack's serving window calls my name. "Thanks," I call inside as I grab the cup. 2 decades worth of tongue burns, and I still haven't learned to be cautious with that first sip, which is why I find myself with a very full mouth of something that is definitely not coffee, and thus somewhat disgusting. I almost spit it out, but at the last conceivable second force myself to just hold it in my mouth long enough to turn the cup around and read the name and order scratched on its side. Green tea. Instantly less disgusting now that I know this. Hayden. Instantly more embarrassing.
"This must be yours, then,"
a low, rumbling voice says behind me, and I turn to find a large expanse of chest in front of me, a gray Purdue t-shirt clinging damply to it. My head tips up past a collarbone, Adam's apple, and strong jaw to an angular nose and glowering light brown eyes. It's a marvel I remember to swallow the gulp of tea before blurting, "Why are you so wet?" His glower deepens as he holds the paper cup in his hand out to me, my name clearly written on the side.
"It's called sweat. It happens when you run."
I take the cup and pass the one in my hand to him. "What were you running from?" I ask guilelessly.
"Boredom,"
he says dryly.
"And sloth."
"I had no idea there were sloths here." He stares at me, trying to determine whether I'm serious. I feel my smile growing. Either way, he doesn't get the chance to acknowledge what I said because his watch starts ringing with a phone call. He eyes the screen, and I see something like satisfaction flare in his eyes before he drops his arm and meets my gaze again.
"I'll leave you to your morning,"
he says curtly, and turns, tapping the call over to his earbuds as he stalks down the steps toward the lot. "See you around!" I shout after him, forcing myself not to check out his butt, or legs, or back. He glances over his shoulder as if reading my thoughts, and I look away right as I hear him answer the call.
"Miss Ives, hi."
I tell myself that her calling him first is a good thing. Obviously, she'd want to get not quite firing, but definitely not hiring one of us out of the way before sharing the good news. But still, my heart is in my throat the whole drive back to the hotel, and singing along at the top of my lungs to linger feels less celebratory than desperate, like doing jumping jacks to stem off a panic attack. It will be okay, I promise myself. Either way, it will be okay. I've been through way worse than losing out on a dream job. And since I barely told anyone aside from my literary agent, a couple of work friends, and Theo about this job, there'd be hardly anyone to let down. Oh, thank God I didn't tell my mom. I almost did, multiple times. The temptation of finally working on something she was remotely interested in was nearly too great. I love my mom, and I definitely respect her, but the list of things we have in common is short. In the Venn diagram of things she thinks are worth writing about and things I might actually have a chance to write about, the history of America's most influential media family might actually sit in the middle. In her mind, I'd be contributing to history, and for me, it would be a chance to find the love story inside all Margaret's family's tragedies. Really? Dad's the one I wish I could tell. He was the one who first introduced me to Margaret when I was a little girl. He used to play all of Cosmo's music while he and Mom cooked dinner, but he especially loved what the superfans called the Peggy Quartet, the 4 love songs Cosmo wrote for Margaret. My father, the only other romantic in the family besides me, adored their larger-than-life love story. He used to call Cosmo the great American storyteller. He gives you just enough to leave you champing at the bit to get the rest. A phone call interrupts the song playing through the car speakers, and I yelp like someone just grabbed me from behind, flicking on my turn signal and pulling into the parking lot of a small strip mall, the smell of sun-baked blacktop wafting in through my open windows. I check the caller ID. Margaret. Is it good that she called so fast after speaking with Hayden? Or does that mean his call didn't require the requisite apologies that came with passing on an offer? Was it, instead, only a quick "see you on Monday" co-writer? You can do this, I remind myself. Whatever this is, it's just a job. I take a deep breath and answer the call on speaker. This is Alice Scott. Hi, Alice. A brusque, not at all Margaret-like voice blusters through. Jody here. Oh, hi, I recover. How are you? She blows right through that. Margaret was wondering whether you could come by for another meeting today. Maybe at dinner time? Yes, definitely, I say. Around 5 or 6 then? She snorts. Good Lord, I wish. She's over 80 and still eating dinner like a 25-year-old in Rome. 8 p.m., but cocktail hours at 7:30. Don't be more than 5 minutes early. Or late. Frankly, I can't imagine Margaret caring whether I landed in that precise 10-minute window, but I'd guess Jody might care quite a bit, and that's good enough for me. I'll be exactly on time. The phone line clicks before I can finish my sentence. Hello? No answer. She's already gone. The Cranberries blast back into song, and this time when I sing along, it's fed by sheer joy. 4. At 7:29, I shift the bottle of wine and bouquet I brought into one hand and ring Margaret's doorbell with the other. Heavy footfalls answer on the far side, and then the hot pink door swings open to reveal Jody in a different but nearly identical flannel t-shirt and jeans. You're on time, she announces. And bearing gifts. I thrust the wine and flowers toward her. She eyes them skeptically. Margaret hates trimmed flowers. They make her sad. Oh. I frown down at them, then meet her gaze. What about you? Her square face softens a bit. I don't mind them. They're yours then, I tell her, and because she did me such a solid, I add, and if you tell me she hates wine, this is for you too. Her mouth turns up in an almost smile. Sadly, I'm no liar. She loves wine. Well, just tell her it's for both of you then, I say, handing it over. But I should warn you, I don't really drink, so it could be disgusting. Jody jerks her head over her shoulder. Come on in, she says, back to all business. They're already out back. They. I'd assumed this was just a get-to-know-you dinner. If Margaret has friends over, I really should have brought my recorder. I always use both it and my phone in case something goes wrong with one of the recordings, and I feel a little irresponsible for not tossing it in my bag before I headed over from the hotel. In my defense, I'd been distracted combing through a list of Little Crescent Island's monthly furnished rental properties online, just in case. At the back of the house, Jody leads me through the glass double doors and down a flagstone path that winds around a wall of brush, the sound of cicadas, katydids, and crickets pulsing through the night. A wide flagstone patio sits ahead, globe lights strung back and forth over the long wooden table in its center, and more still wrapped in a spiraling pattern up the side of a huge tree that partially hangs over the far end of the table. 12 people could easily eat here, but there are only 3 high-backed wooden chairs, 2 of them occupied. Well, hi there, Alice, Margaret calls cheerily, pushing to her feet as, to her right, a rigid behemoth of a man essentially snaps to his. Hayden doesn't look surprised to see me, but he doesn't look happy either. I understand, of course. I'm not thrilled to find him here myself, but it still trips an old wire in me. A need not just to win him over, but to root around until I find out what's under his cold exterior. I push my rising disappointment aside as I follow Jody to the table. Ultimately, I am still dining al fresco with the only remaining member of one of America's most storied families, someone who has fascinated me since childhood. "Good to see you both," I say, reaching out to take Margaret's hand. She holds my palm briefly between both of hers, her warm cookie scent engulfing me, and her eyes as sparkly as ever, which is to say, exceptionally. "You too, sugar," she says. "Thanks for coming on such short notice." "Thanks for having me," I reply. Her gaze tracks sideways to Jody, and her smile falters. Jody heads her off. "The flowers are for me, so don't you go getting any ideas." "And the wine's for everyone," I put in. "Well, aren't you sweet?" Margaret says, gently squeezing my forearm. "You remember Hayden from yesterday?" "Of course," I say. "I'm a big fan," I specify unnecessarily, "of his work."
That's very kind of you,
Hayden says, before lowering himself stiffly back into his chair. Sit, Margaret says, waving toward the open chair across from Hayden. As I take a seat, she asks, "What would you like to drink? Jody's an excellent bartender." "Oh, I'm good with water," I say. This seems to displease both Margaret and Jody. "Don't deny a gal a chance to show some southern hospitality," Margaret says. "At least have some sweet tea or something." I look toward Jody. "Coffee?" I say. "Decaf if you have it, regular otherwise?" She nods and disappears back down the path, leaving the three of us to settle awkwardly around the table. "So," Margaret folds her hands together and slides her elbows onto the table. "I'm betting the two of you are wondering what exactly is going on. Well, you anyway, Alice. I was just telling Hayden here what I'm thinking." Hayden here takes an extremely terse sip from his water glass, eschewing the dark cocktail also sitting in front of him. "I am a little surprised," I admit. I know, she says. "I tried to make a quick decision, believe me, but I kept thinking about what you said, Alice." "What I said?" I say. "This only works if it's with someone I completely trust." She shrugs. "And seeing as how I'm not the most trusting gal, determining who that might be will take some time." I cast a glance toward Hayden. He's staring at his water as if he's trying to make the glass shatter with only his brain. With a quick clearing of my throat, I look back to Margaret. "That completely makes sense. We should spend a few more days getting to know each other before you commit." "A month," she says. "A month," Hayden and I say in unison. She smiles cheerily, but the expression flickers when she reads something in my face. "Now don't worry," she cries. "I'll pay you both for your time, of course. Jody's inside working on some paperwork for you two to sign." I look to Hayden again, take in his frown and the tension in his brow. "I'm still not sure I'm following," I admit. "It's like this." Margaret sips from her frosted martini glass before going on. "I'll pay you both for the month and provide a reasonable housing stipend. Jody can send first offers to you or your agents as you prefer. I'll negotiate within reason, and in the end, you'll both be paid the same. You'll sign NDAs, and I'll meet with each of you throughout the month. At the end, you show me what you've got so far. I choose one of you to do the book with, and we go off and sell it to the highest bidder."
Miss Ives.
Hayden begins. "Margaret," she says with a wave of her hand. "Just Margaret. Or Irene. That's what everyone around here knows me as. Swapped my first and last initials. Guess I should have waited until after the NDAs to cop to that." She winks at me, and some of my unease about this arrangement fritters off, as if by magic.
"Don't you think it would be easier to just—"
"Maybe." Margaret cuts him off, smiling all the time. "But if you want something done right, you don't go with easy. I've thought about it, and this is how I want to do it.
And what if one of us just bows out?
He asks. She stiffens at this, the humor leaching from her eyes. Well, I'm not just going to choose someone by default. I want options. So if one of you drops out, which is of course your prerogative, I'm still going to finish this month-long trial with the other before committing to anything. If I like what you've done, we'll go from there.
So you're saying,
Hayden bites out,
that we could both put a month of work into this and you might not even decide to do the book?
I'm surprised by how blunt he's being, bordering on combative, but the gleam returns to Margaret's eye and the corners of her naturally pink lips turn up. That's the deal. For the first time since I sat down, his eyes flash to me.
All right,
is all he says. Not a word more, but somehow his tone makes it evident what he means. Not, all right, I understand, or all right, I'll consider it, but all right, I'm in. Margaret's smile widens as she spins toward me. Miss Alice, what do you think? I think it through, ask myself whether there's any reason not to stick around a few weeks and shoot my shot. Who am I kidding? I would have said yes even if she wasn't paying. I would have drained my savings and put my job at the scratch on the line and stood on my head while doing the YMCA with my legs if she asked. I would have done just about anything for this opportunity. I'm in, I tell her. She claps her hands together. Wonderful. This calls for a toast. She hefts her martini glass into the air. Hayden, visibly skeptical, lifts his rocks glass to join her, and right as I'm about to point out that I don't have a drink yet, Jody drifts out of the shadows to set a tray down on the table. A silver coffee pot, a steaming mug, a saucer of creamer, and a little white bowl of brown sugar cubes, and next to it, a stack of tabbed documents. Contracts. I take my mug and lightly clink it against Margaret's and Hayden's cups. Margaret lets out a refreshed sigh after she sips. Now, she says, who's hungry? After dessert, lemon meringue pie, Margaret is the one to walk Hayden and me back through the house to the front door. Only a couple of lamps are still on, and there's no sign of Jody, lending a bit more credence to my theory that she's on the clock when she's at Margaret's. Now, you've both got your paperwork? She double-checks as she opens the door for us. Yep. I brandish the folder she gave me, and Hayden simply nods. He barely spoke at dinner either, just sort of glowered at whatever he was eating. I don't know if it was my presence or if this is how he always is, but it's hard to imagine a man like this coaxing Len Sterling's breathtaking, heart-squeezing story out of him, let alone finessing it into the beautiful version I read. Then again, I know better than most that you can rarely tell who a person really is or what they're going through just from looking at the surface of things. For all I know, Hayden came straight to dinner from getting unwelcome personal news or arrived on Little Crescent straight off a breakup. In my experience, it's best to give people the benefit of the doubt. And your pie? Margaret asks. Now, both Hayden and I lift our little Tupperware containers of leftover fluffy meringue in confirmation. Well then, she says with a wink, my people will be in touch. I can't wait, I tell her, going in for a hug before I can think better of it. Luckily, she reciprocates with a tight squeeze across my back. More to come, she promises, then turns, with her arms wide, to hug Hayden, only he's already lifted his hand to shake hers. She laughs a little, but takes it warmly between both palms. You two get home safe, she says. Then, where are you staying? The Grand Lucia, I say. Hayden's eyes cut sideways toward mine, his mouth twisting down for a brief moment before he faces Margaret again.
Grand Lucia,
he bites out. Oh, good, she says. Glad you won't be far from a friend if you need one. I flash Hayden a smile. He doesn't look over. Anyway, I say brightly, we'll get out of your hair. And you get that paperwork back to me so we can get started. She ushers us through the front door and waves as we make our way down the path toward the road, so I wave over my shoulder every few feet or so, a game of Southern hospitality chicken, both of us waiting to see who cracks first. Hayden, meanwhile, is stalking ahead, eyes on the prize being getting the hell away from me, apparently. I throw one last wave over my shoulder as I follow the bend in the path that leads to the gate. Hayden has left it open for me, and I hurry after him to the quiet, moonlit country road beyond. So, I say, should we talk schedule?
Schedule?
He doesn't slow his pace. I jog to catch up with him by our cars, his parked in front of mine. I was thinking we could divvy the days up, so you work with her Monday through Wednesday, and I take Thursday to Saturday. He stops and faces me so suddenly I nearly collide with his chest. Instead, I screech to a halt close enough that I have to tip my head up to meet his eyes.
Then you would get the weekend, and I'd only get weekdays.
Okay, I say. Then I'll take Monday through Wednesday, and you take Thursday through Saturday.
Then you only have weekdays,
he points out. I laugh. And that's a problem for you?
I assume you're still writing for the scratch, and I'll need time for my freelance work. We'll both need some weekdays free,
he says.
Plus, to get a full picture of a subject, you'll need a more complete view of her schedule.
I feel my brow inch up toward my bangs. So, what, you're looking out for me? Instead of just taking the upper hand? Just more proof that there's always more to people than what you see first. He rolls his eyes and turns away from me, stalking toward his car.
Trust me,
he calls as he pauses to unlock his car door, nothing but a huge shadow against the moonlight.
I don't need an upper hand.
5. Despite being in his car, with the door shut, headlights on, and engine purring, Hayden doesn't speed away until I'm in my car with the door locked. Maybe he actively doesn't want me to get murdered on a dark country road out by the marsh, or maybe it's just coincidence, but I'm choosing to be positive. He can't be as bad as he seems, and even if he is, it's not like we'll be spending time together. I roll my windows down and pull away from Margaret's house, listening to the soothing hum and murmur of a Georgia night. Briefly, I consider calling my mom to let her know the news, but it's after 10 and she's always been an early bird. Besides, it's probably best to wait until I see how things shake out. I'll let her know I'm close by for work, schedule a time to visit her, but wait to divulge anything else until I know which way the scales are tipping. I glide back onto the mostly empty 4-lane road that connects the mainland to Little Crescent and slow to a stop at a red light. Hayden's in the next car over. He notices me, too. I wave. He frowns. The light turns green, and we both pull through. It feels like we're both trying to not drive side by side, but the stoplights keep foiling us. We pass Little Croissant and the other shops, and I get into the lane behind him so at least we aren't taking turns passing each other anymore. At the Main Street intersection, I follow him through a right turn back toward Tourist Town and into the parking lot of the Grand Lucia Resort. He turns left down an aisle, so I turn right. In the end, we wind up parking 3 spaces apart. He takes the same staircase that I've been taking to and from my room. I slow my pace, but surprisingly, he pauses halfway up the first set of steps when he realizes I'm behind him. Not only does he pause, he actually turns toward me and makes eye contact. Huge progress for us. Friendship bracelets incoming, surely.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday,
he grunts. Good days, I say.
Or,
he says,
Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. You choose which you want. You'll be able to spend Friday or Saturday evening with her that way, if you want, and we'll either alternate Sundays or take them off, depending on what she prefers.
I stop on the same step as him, considering the plan. When would we start?
I plan to get all of this.
He lifts the paperwork.
Wrapped up tomorrow. Friday and Saturday can be our first research days.
How did you find her? I ask. His brow knits at the question.
I'm not telling you that.
Really? I ask. Why?
Because you don't need to know,
he says. I'll tell you how I found her, I say, dangling the offer like a carrot.
I'm not interested.
He resumes climbing, and I follow. We reach the first-floor landing and both keep going. You're already here, I point out. Knowing how I got here doesn't do you any good, just like you telling me how you found out about Margaret wouldn't give me any kind of edge.
I really don't see why you care,
He says. I'm curious, I say. It wasn't easy figuring this out. He casts me a suspicious sidelong glance as we reach the second landing.
So you're impressed,
He says dryly. I ask, is that so hard for you to believe? He snorts and goes back to staring straight ahead as we climb.
You're doing it again.
He grumbles without looking over at me. What? I ask.
The maniacal smiling,
He says. That surprises a laugh out of me. I'm not sure how you can tell. You're not even looking at me. That earns me a dart of his eyes to mine.
And yet I see now I was right.
It's just exciting, I say.
This breakneck race up the stairs?
He deadpans. Working with Margaret, I reply. You have to be a little excited, somewhere inside that block of marble.
I wouldn't call not getting a job exciting to me, personally, no.
He grumbles. But you're in the running, I say.
Yes,
He says.
and so are you.
Right, I say. That's the excitement. Can you imagine the stories she has to tell? She's met everyone. She's been everywhere. This is the job of a lifetime.
I'm aware of that,
He says.
thus my irritation at being strung along for a month before even finding out whether I have it.
We reach the third of 4 floors, and he hesitates a moment, waiting to see which way I'm going. I step off the landing onto the walkway. With a sigh, he follows. What are the odds? I say as we fall into step side by side. He doesn't seem amused. That's okay. I'm amused enough for the both of us. He pauses at one of the pale blue doors, something like relief seeping into his bold features.
This is me,
He says. Ah, I say, walking past him to the very next door. My room.
You're kidding,
He says. I'm not, I say. Sorry in advance, I've been told I snore. He shakes his head, muttering to himself,
Of course you do.
as he fishes his room key out of his back pocket. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, I say. His eyes slice back to me, his hand stilling on the doorknob. If it really doesn't matter to you, I begin, I'll take Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. He looks at me silently for another moment, then gives one slow nod.
In case I don't see you again, then...
It was nice meeting me, I guess. The corners of his mouth twitch downward.
Enjoy your stay, Alice.
He corrects me. It's the first time he said my name, and for some reason, it feels like a win. As he steps into his room, I can't help but call out, Sweet dreams, Hayden! Use a white noise app! His only reply, as the door swings shut, is a grunt. Or maybe, surely it wasn't a laugh. I unlock my door and go inside, ready to scour my list of furnished rentals. For Hayden Anderson's sake, I'll shift my search far away from the Grand Lucia Resort. At least, as far as you can reasonably go on a 6-square-mile island. I sleep badly and wake up early. It's dark out, but I can't seem to grab hold of the tail end of sleep as it escapes from me, so I might as well get up and fill my body with coffee. I pull on shorts and a tank top, then grab my laptop bag and step out into the blue morning, my arms and legs prickling from the sea breeze. The roads aren't as empty as they were last night. There are locals heading into work and tourists driving down to stake their claim at the beach before things get too hectic, but the world feels quiet and still. And when I pull into the little enclave of shops back toward the mainland and Margaret Street, the lot is sparsely populated. Most of the shops on the left are shut tight. All the restaurants on the right, aside from Little Croissant, also sit dark and empty. The striped umbrellas over the patio tables snapped closed. There's only one customer in front of me, a man with a horseshoe pattern of white hair around an otherwise bald head. The back of his salmon-pink t-shirt reads, I got my sea legs at Fishbowl, Little Crescent Island, complete with the street address, in smaller font just below it. "Captain Cecil?" I say, recognition hitting me. The older gentleman turns around, revealing a gap-toothed smile.
"Well, hi there."
"I'm glad I ran into you," I tell him. "I wanted to thank you for the drink the other night."
"Pretty tasty, huh?"
he asks. "Extremely," I agree. The barista waves the good captain up to the window to order, but I head him off. "Let me get this for you." His wispy, curly gray brows pinch together.
"Now why on earth would I do that?"
"To make a visitor very happy," I say. He chuckles.
"Well, can't rightly argue with that."
"I should hope not." He steps up to order.
"One large iced brown sugar and cinnamon latte with whipped cream on top, please."
The barista nods and scribbles "cabin" on one of the to-go cups before turning to me. "Same thing," I say, "but no whipped cream, please."
"I'll take hers,"
Cecil puts in. "Oh, and a large iced green tea," I add on a whim. "You got it," the barista tells us, and I hand my card over to pay, punching the tip into the tablet when he swivels it toward me.
"So,"
Cecil says as I step back to join him,
"what's a gal like you doing flying solo on our little island?"
"I'm here for work," I tell him. He frowns at this.
"Work? This is the wrong place for that."
"Well, I love my work," I say. "So it's also kind of for pleasure."
"And what is it you do?"
he asks. Then,
"Actually, who is it you are? You seem to know my name, but I don't recall yours."
"Oh, Sherry told me who you were," I say, holding my hand out to shake his. "I'm Alice, and I'm a writer."
"Charmed to meet you, Alice the writer,"
he says, pumping my arm twice before dropping my hand. "Same to you," I agree.
"And what is it that you write? Is our fine home to be the locale for a murder mystery?"
He seems delighted by the thought. No, at least not one written by me. I'm a journalist." He whistles through his 2 front teeth.
"How about that? An article about Little Crescent. Finally getting our due."
I don't correct him. I gave the NDA a quick read last night before sending it off to my lawyer, Reed, friend from college who is now a lawyer, and while I'm not confident I understand the full scope of it, I am fairly sure Margaret wouldn't appreciate having her presence on the island revealed before she's even agreed to do the book.
"We had one once, you know,"
he says.
"Travel journalist from Rest and Relaxation. But frankly, she wrote more about her travel companion than she did about us."
2 iced brown sugar cinnamon lattes, another barista calls from the next window over. 1 iced green tea. Cecil and I step up to collect our respective drinks.
"You extra thirsty?"
he asks, eyeing the tea.
"Or are you meeting someone?"
"Meeting someone," I say, then add, "maybe. I'm not sure. If Hayden happens to run past again, I'll give it to him. If not, I'll drop it by his room after." Cecil frowns.
"Alice, if you have to wonder whether he'll show, he's not worth it. That's my 2 cents, now that you asked."
I feel myself smiling. He's way older than my dad was, but there's still something in this man that reminds me of my father. The confident but relaxed posture, or the barrel chest. I appreciate the little ache that sends through my throat, the reminder of how lucky I was to have my family, how lucky I've always been. I'll definitely keep that in mind.
"Well, I'm afraid I've got a long day ahead of me,"
Cecil says, fishing his wallet out of his pocket.
"But if you need anything while you're around, here's my info."
He tucks a business card between my fingers and the cup of coffee. "Thanks. I really appreciate that," I tell him. He waves me off as he heads toward the steps down to the dirt drive.
"And Alice,"
he shouts over his shoulder. "Yeah?"
"Don't wait too long."
He juts his chin meaningfully toward the green tea. I lift it in salute to the captain, and he chuckles as he shuffles off. I carry both cups down to the stone patio off the side of the platform, setting them on a wrought iron table nestled between a bunch of lush potted plants. A matching wrought iron gate rings the patio, ivy and kudzu crawling over it to give the space an enchanted feeling. A couple of women in workout gear chat over croissants at a table in the far corner, and once I set my laptop up, I go back to the window to order two myself. The coffee shop has decent Wi-Fi, so I pull up all of my bookmarked Margaret Ives sites, as well as my preliminary notes document, as I nibble on the pastry, dividing up the almond center bits so that each bite is the perfect ratio of buttery to sweet. Assuming my lawyer friend and my agent both give their approval in the next 2 days, I should be able to start interviewing Margaret by Saturday, and I want to be prepared. I also fire off an update to my group chat, Itchy Bitches, with my closest friends from the scratch. The last message was from Priya last night, a blurry bar selfie, her raven hair twisted into a top knot, and a guy sitting behind her with the caption, "Does he look like Pedro Pascal? I've had 5 beers." The message came in after 2 a.m., and no one's replied, though both Bianca and Killian thumbs-upped the picture in apparent approval. His face is barely visible, I point out, but I can tell he has a certain je ne sais quoi. Then, in a separate message, I add, "By the way, Em agreed to give me a shot. 1-month audition, basically." "Hell yeah," Bianca writes a few minutes later. "Though you should probably tell your editor." "Putting it in a formal email right now, Ms. Ribeiro," I write back, then pull up my inbox on my computer. I type bribeiro@thescratch.com into the to field to make my formal request. I'll still be working here, just mostly on stories that can be done remotely, by phone and email. Nothing too intensive. After I send the email, I go back to the group chat. "Unfortunately," I say, "there's another writer auditioning too. Hayden Anderson." Priya sends a picture of herself still in bed, squinting, last night's makeup blurred around her eyes. "Someone tell my editor I'm too sick to come into work today." "Should have thought of that before you sent the 5 beers text to her," Bianca points out. Killian replies to my text. "I've met him. Rather unpleasant sort, isn't he?" I frown. Rather unpleasant sort? Didn't realize I was texting a Regency-era gentleman. "What?" Killian says. "He is unpleasant. Hot, though. Sad." "I don't think he's that bad," I reply. "LOL," Killian replies. "Duh." "Meaning?" I say. "You like everyone," Priya says. I take a long sip of my latte. Once again, Cecil didn't steer me wrong. It's delicious. "I'm just saying," I type out, "he probably has his reasons for being the way he is. People usually do." Bianca and Killian both like the text, and Priya says, "Hot people are usually somewhat unpleasant. They don't have to play by the rules. Hotness is wasted on the hot. Like me." As a pleasant hot person, Killian says, "I'm offended by this." "Putting you on Do Not Disturb to get some work done, but love you all." I silence my phone, put my head down, and pore over my notes, adding thoughts as I go. After about 30 minutes, though, my laptop battery is on its last legs. By then, the sun is all the way up, the back of my neck beginning to sweat and tingle with an oncoming burn, so I pack my stuff up and head back to the hotel. Late last night, I managed to book a place for the month, but it's not available until tomorrow, so I've got one more night at the Grand Lucia. And one more night as Hayden Anderson's neighbor, which I'm sure he'll be relieved to know. Rather than interrupt his morning by knocking on his door, I leave his green tea and the paper bag with his croissant outside his door, then let myself into my own room. I plug my computer in to charge, then take a scorching shower, mostly because my bangs are too greasy for dry shampoo to have any shot. Afterward, I towel dry my hair, my bangs falling into messy pieces across my forehead, and slather myself in sunscreen before getting dressed. Since this is, ostensibly, one of my last free days before I dive into work, I decide I might as well do something fun, like go to the beach or rent a bike and ride around the island. I put on my bathing suit just in case and pull on a floral yellow and pink romper with a 60s-style collar, along with the Simon Miller platform sandals Priya gave me for my birthday. If my mom could see this outfit, she'd faint. When I was a teenager, she'd insisted that because I was tall, everything looked shorter on me than on other girls, and while she was very likely right, I'd always so desperately wanted to be allowed to dress like the other girls I went to school with, which is probably why I still style myself, in Bianca's words, like a little scamp, or as Killian put it, like a 1990s animated Nickelodeon teenager. Both compliments, in my opinion. I leave my laptop behind, but slide my notepad into my bag along with my sunglasses before stepping out onto the walkway. I'm already past Hayden's door when I notice the green tea and croissant still sitting there. I backtrack, check the time on my phone. Surely he's up by now. For a second, anxiety spikes through me. I check the long-dormant impulse to panic. For the most part, I'm grateful for the things my childhood gave me, optimism, empathy, and appreciation for life, but the unease that still comes from a shut door isn't one of them. The urgent ping of, did something happen? And the thought that always follows, what if I'm too late this time? I shake myself. Hayden is not my sister. I have no reason to suspect he might not be okay, and furthermore, no reason to feel responsible for his well-being. Still, I find myself knocking on his door, needing to be sure he's all right. When there's no immediate reply, the anxiety deepens. Never mind that he could be out running, or at lunch, or anywhere else on the island. I just have a feeling he's the sort to stick to the same basic schedule every day, and if that's the case, he should have been back from his run by now. I pound again. Hayden? I shout. I hear a muffled grunt from deep within the room, and instantly something in me relaxes. I mean, for all I know, he's duct taped to a chair inside, but that sounded like a fairly typical Hayden grunt from what I've witnessed so far. Grunt twice if you're okay, I shout. Instead, I hear the rattle of the deadbolt, and then the door swings open.
Is there a fire?
He asks. I can't answer immediately. I'm focused on prying my eyes off the bare expanse of chest at face level to look up into Hayden Anderson's very nonplussed expression. 6. I swallow the lump of heat that's risen to the back of my throat. Now that I know he's fine, I'm embarrassed. Now that I see he clearly responded to my pounding by running straight from the shower to the front door, a towel wrapped around his waist and a scowl set deep into his brow and jaw, I'm humiliated. My whole body feels hot and tingly, that burgeoning sunburn feeling times 100.
Alice?
His expression wavers.
Is everything okay?
I step back abruptly from him and bend to grab the tea and croissant off the ground, holding them out at arm's length. Didn't you see these when you got back from your run? His gaze dips, then rebounds to my face.
Yes.
I balk. Then why didn't you take them?
Because I didn't know where they came from, he says, and I'm not in the habit of eating and drinking things I find on the ground.
I feel myself wilting. I brought them for you. His dark brows flick upward, the light catching his eyes for a second, turning his irises the color of whipped coffee. Despite the latte sitting in my stomach, it sends a burst of thirst across my tongue. He clears his throat.
I didn't realize.
He reaches out one hand to accept the cup and bag from me, his other still clutching the towel against his damp hip, which, of their own accord, my eyes drop to before snapping back to his face.
Thank you,
he says. No problem, I force out, keeping my eyes pointedly not on his water-speckled chest, or the rivulets running from the dark hair tucked behind his ears down his neck, or his stomach and hips and legs and towel and whatever's under the towel. And anyway, today's our last day as neighbors. I booked my rental for the month. He opens his mouth as if to say something, then closes it on a nod. Sorry again if my snoring kept you up, I say. He hesitates before answering.
It was actually sort of soothing.
I guffaw. Are you serious? You could hear it through the wall? He lifts one shoulder, my eye tracking the motion, my body impolitely informing me that I might have a shoulder fetish.
I'm a light sleeper,
he says.
Don't take it personally.
Oh, I try to take almost nothing personally, I tell him. I actually could probably afford to take a little more personally. The corners of his mouth twitch, and I have no idea whether it's a gesture toward a smile or a grimace. I take a half step back. Anyway, in case I don't see you again.
It was nice meeting me,
he says, parroting my words from last night, with one brow hooking upward. I break into a grin. Enjoy your stay. As I walk away, his low thunder roll of a voice says,
Nice meeting you too, Alice.
That, I decide, is definitely a win. That night, I awake to a screech, to flashing lights, to sheer confusion. I jolt away from the sound and half tumble out of bed, bleary eyes darting around the dark room. On the wall behind the bed, a mounted device flashes and blares, alternating strobes of red and white streaking across the room. My first thought is ambulance. My second is Audrey. My sister. Pain spears through my chest right alongside the panic, and then I piece my surroundings together. Fire alarm, I realize. You wouldn't think that would trigger such a wave of relief in me, but it does. My chest loosens, my heart very gradually slowing as I clamber to my feet and snatch my laptop and phone from the side table on my way to the door. I step into my sandals, grab my room key, and dart out onto the walkway, joining the crowd of sleepy kids and grumpy adults stumbling toward the stairs. The night is sticky and warm as we make our way down to the parking lot, hotel staff spilling out from the lobby, a manager shouting for us to remain calm. The fire department will be here shortly. I join a group of guests standing on the sidewalk. With my laptop tucked under my arm, I check the time on my phone. Just before 4 a.m. Someone stumbles into me, and I look up to find a man about 10 or 15 years older than I am, swaying on the spot, his red-rimmed eyes fixed dully on me. I reach out to steady him. Are you okay? His toothy grin blasts me with the smell of liquor. He's drunk, not simply tired.
Better now, baby.
His gaze drips down me like slime. I'm wearing a blue nightgown from the 60s, loose and long enough to cover my knees, but he manages to make me feel like I'm naked, and not in a good way. I try to step back, but he's latched on to my elbow now. He seems more solid, steady than I first thought.
I think we might be neighbors,
he says, squinting at me.
What room are you in?
I look uncertainly over my shoulder, hoping for a friendly face or even just proof that there's anyone else watching, but no one's looking this way. I don't remember. His expression darkens, the smile melting off his face.
You don't remember? There you are,
says a low, cool voice behind me. I spin around, the drunk man's grip loosening on my arm, but not entirely letting go. Hayden towers over me, his face stony. Hi! I try to signal with my eyes what's going on. I'm not sure whether it's working because Hayden's face remains exactly the same. He turns toward the interloper as he asks,
Who's your friend?
He's our neighbor, I guess, I say.
I thought you were here alone,
the man says, either too drunk or too clueless to realize how horrifying that is to hear as a woman who is, in fact, frequently traveling alone. I open my mouth to try to excuse Hayden and me from the conversation, but Hayden's faster.
Nope.
He curls an arm loosely around my waist.
Not alone.
The man's face slackens, his hand finally sliding off my arm.
You should have said so.
He slurs at me irritably. Yes, I'm the one at fault here. I shrug, like, what are you gonna do?
If you'll excuse us,
Hayden says.
I think we'll take this break from our room as a chance to go get breakfast.
The man swats an annoyed hand in our direction as Hayden turns and steers me deeper into the parking lot, his arm falling away. "Thank you," I say. "I'm really bad at that." His gaze lances over his shoulder at me.
Bad at what?
"Avoiding drunk people," I say. "Avoiding creepy people, not starting conversations with strangers, getting out of conversations with strangers, you name it." The corners of his mouth tighten. He stops beside the passenger door of his rental car. I look back the way we came and find our inebriated friend leaned at a nearly 45-degree angle against a tree. "If we give it 5 minutes, he'll be asleep, and we can go back and wait with everyone else," I say. Hayden's frown deepens. "I mean, not that you have to stay with me," I add. "Honestly, now that I know his whole deal, I'm fine. I just won't engage again. I know we already said our farewells this morning, so..." His head tilts like he's puzzling over something.
I was serious about going to get breakfast, if you want to join.
"It's 4 a.m., I point out.
These things always take forever, even when they're false alarms, he says. We'll be out here at least another hour. Might as well go somewhere more comfortable.
"But it's 4 a.m., I repeat.
So you're not hungry?
"I'm famished," I say, "but nothing will be open." He turns and unlocks the passenger door.
"Something,"
he says,
"is always open."
Hayden punches Ray's Diner into his GPS once we're settled in the car. It's 25 minutes away, back on the mainland.
"Maybe I should have mentioned," he says. "The something that's open is towards Savannah. Closest thing I could find. That a problem?"
I shrug. "Not for me. Like you said, these things always take forever anyway. But if you wanted to go back to sleep..."
"I can never go back to sleep once I get up,"
he tells me, starting the car.
"Thus why I know about Ray's Diner."
When we get there, a few trucks and cars are already littered throughout the lot. Bells tinkle over the door as we let ourselves in. A server in a mint green dress and apron is mopping between the tables, and oldies play quietly over the crackly speakers. A grizzly, bearded man looks over at us, noticing that we're in pajamas. Or rather, I am. Hayden's in black sweats and a white t-shirt, so he is more discreet, but then goes back to eating his eggs. The server looks up from mopping as we pass and nods a greeting. "Be right with you," she promises, and we settle into the corner booth. "You're a real corner booth guy," I say. His brows pinch.
"What?"
"You took the corner booth at Fishbowl, too."
"The corner booth is objectively the best booth."
"Says who?" I ask. He shrugs.
"I don't know. No one needs to say it. It's obvious."
I gesture toward the other few diners, most of them likely long haulers or people getting off third shift. "None of them chose this booth?"
"It was probably occupied when they got here,"
he says, unfolding one large plasticky menu and sliding another across the Formica tabletop toward me. "How many times have you been here since you got to town?" I ask.
4,
he says, not missing a beat.
"Counting today."
"And how many of those times have you scored this booth?" I ask. His eyes slowly peel up from the menu to meet mine.
"You're doing it again."
"Doing what?"
"Smiling like you've just walked into a surprise birthday party," he says, "when almost nothing is happening."
"Something is happening," I counter. "I'm getting to know your idiosyncrasies."
"My idiosyncrasies?"
He scoffs a little, sets the menu down.
"You're the one who sleeps in an I Dream of Jeannie costume."
I devolve into laughter at that. The server sidles up, her notepad ready and waiting. "Get you anything to drink?"
"Coffee,"
he says, then looks to me. "Me too." "What about food? You ready to order?" she asks us. Hayden tosses another quick look my way. "I can be," I promise, flipping open the proportionally gigantic menu.
"Egg whites, wheat toast, and the seasonal fruit, please,"
he tells her, and her large brown eyes swivel to me next. "Peaches and cream French toast," I tell her. "Have that right out for you." She walks away.
Did you notice she never starts speaking at the beginning of the sentence?
he asks, ducking his head and dropping his voice. I mirror his posture. How many times did you get the corner booth, Hayden? His lips twitch downward.
If you want to move tables...
Oh, I don't want to move tables, I say. I'm just fascinated by the way you see the world. He leans back against the shiny pink banquette.
It's the most protected seat in the house. You have a view of every entrance and exit.
You're by the toilets, I add.
You can see the server anywhere in the restaurant if you need to flag them down.
You're by the toilets, I say.
Or alternately, if I sat where you're sitting, no one would be able to see my face without trying pretty hard, he says.
You're by the toilets, I say. And also, are you on the run?
I'm private,
he says. And I'm the one with the idiosyncrasies, I tease. One of his brows arches upward. He opens his mouth to retort, then shuts it again as our server reappears, flipping our mugs right side up and filling them from the steaming pot in her hand.
Thank you,
Hayden says stiffly. It's no problem at all, sweetie. She retreats again, pausing at the counter to top off the bearded man's mug. Hayden hesitates, considering something for a while, and I fight every impulse to rush him. He really does remind me of some huge, wild animal, not dangerous, but skittish.
I grew up in a sort of public family,
he settles on. Now I can't help it. I lean forward eagerly. Please tell me the Andersons had a reality show. He cracks a smile. At least I think it's a smile. It could also be a wince.
Not that public. My dad was the mayor.
The mayor, I repeat. The mayor of Indiana.
Well, since states don't have mayors, he says. No, but the mayor of a small town in Indiana, yeah.
I scoot to the edge of my seat, only to remember that our combined height makes such an arrangement inadvisable. Instead, I pull my legs up onto the bench and sit cross-legged, as far forward against the table as I can. So you learned to be private from them?
No,
he says.
I learned to be perfect from them.
I must be making a face. Probably another, is this a surprise party just for me? Smile of delight, because what he's just said is so utterly ridiculous.
I didn't say I still do it,
he says. I stifle a laugh.
Oh, come on.
He scoots forward now, our knees knocking even with my adjusted posture.
I'm not so bad that you can't imagine me making a good impression.
I didn't say you were bad at all, I cry. But no one's perfect.
Oh, trust me,
he says.
My dad is, and my brother.
Is your brother the mayor now? I ask.
Worse,
Hayden tells me.
Louis is the local pediatrician, and his wife is the head of the school board.
Another cackle of delight escapes me.
Unless I joined the Peace Corps, he says, I was never going to live up to that.
Okay, well, one, I begin, holding up a finger. You won a fucking Pulitzer. I doubt they're wringing their hands over how to shepherd the Anderson family black sheep back onto the right path.
Maybe not now,
he allows.
But for the 10 years prior, yeah, I'm pretty sure they were.
And two, I cut in. That's pretty much a perfect segue into the fact that my sister, actually, literally, is in the Peace Corps. He stares at me.
You're kidding.
Another round of exhausted giggles ripples through me. I'm not. She's like helping combat food shortages in another country right now, and I'm, to quote my mother, still doing that celeb gossip stuff. His forehead wrinkles.
But you don't write celebrity gossip.
Right, but what I do write is close enough that I can assure you my mother will never feel a pressing need to understand the difference. He shakes his head, evidently confused.
But she reads your work.
Inside my chest, it feels like a pinprick puncturing a balloon. No, not really. I mean, the first couple pieces when I got the job, yeah. But it's just not really her thing. And I get it. I mean, I'd actually probably prefer she not read it, rather than force herself to and then pretend badly that she liked it.
The Scratch is a prestigious outlet,
he says.
They pay well and have great subscription numbers.
I shrug. It's just not her thing. I get it. He studies me for a moment, so intensely that he, and frankly I, jump when our server returns to plop our plates in front of us. Hot, so be careful, she says, and then she's gone again. I clear my throat. So, I say, meeting Hayden's gaze once more. Are you excited for your first interview with Margaret? He shakes his head. You're not? I say.
No,
he says.
I mean, don't ask that.
Why not? I press.
Because I'm not going to talk about it with you,
he says. I roll my eyes, slide my feet back down to the floor, scooting forward again. My knees wind up caged in by his, but I don't retreat. What do you possibly think I could steal from your answer to that question? He stabs his fork into his eggs and leans in too, his thighs pressing gently against mine in the process. He drops his voice to match my tone.
Alice.
I feel a flutter of anticipation under my collarbone. Hayden, I say.
I'm not going to answer that either,
he says. Then he takes a huge bite. This round, I think, is a draw. 7. I still can't really believe we're doing this, I say on Saturday morning. Sitting in a living room, drinking mint tea, Margaret teases, eyeing me through the steam lifting off the mug in her hands. Alice, dear, I think you should aim higher. She sits in the rattan chair across from the sofa where I'm perched, all the windows flung open and the smell of sun-warmed greenery drifting in toward us every time the wind blows, broken up by the occasional burst of brackishness from the marsh behind her property. Are you kidding? I say. This is my Everest. After this, I'll be ruined for celebrity profiles. I'll have to retire early, or get really into fixing up old cars or something. I honestly didn't think you'd agree to this. Then why'd you go to all the work of tracking me down? She asks. I shrug. I had to try, at least. She gently sets her mug on the glass-topped table between us, a curious gleam in her blue eyes. Do you remember what you said in that last voicemail you left me before I finally called you back? I shake my head. I'd called so many dozens of artists selling work on small islands in Georgia before a post on the not-so-dead celebrities message board pointed me to Little Crescent, and plenty more even once I'd homed in on the right island. They'd all denied being Margaret Ives, which I figured couldn't exactly rule them out, but she was the first to hang up as soon as the question was out of my mouth. I hadn't called her back for a week. I'd been too afraid she'd block me right away. When I finally did, she sent my call to voicemail, and I left a short message explaining who I was and why I wanted to talk to her. I made myself wait 3 more days, and then I took one last swing, another voicemail, this one more an impassioned pitch than a question, because at that point, I was already 60% convinced I'd found the right person. She'd called me back 9 days later, and I'd almost thrown my phone out the window of the cab I was in, trying to answer it as fast as possible. Honestly, it's a blur, I say. She says, You told me you cried when you heard that Cosmo had died. My face burns. Did I really? God, I'm so sorry. That was inappropriate. She cracks a smile. Inappropriate? I didn't think so. Curious? Exceptionally, seeing as how my husband had to have passed away at least 30 years before you were even born. I set my mug aside. Yeah, but I only found out right around my 7th birthday. My dad was a big music guy. He always used to listen to Cosmo Sinclair when we were making dinner. Hearts on Fire was my favorite. A great album, Margaret says proudly. When I turned 7, my parents let me have a birthday party, but my sister and I were homeschooled back then and didn't have many friends. So when my mom asked me who I wanted to invite, I said, Cosmo Sinclair. And my parents, they just gave each other this look like, oh no. They never lied to me. That was their policy. So when they made that face, it usually meant they were about to tell me bad news. So that's how I found out. And I was so sad about it. Sad that you'd never met him? Margaret says. Sad for Peggy, I say. That was my favorite song on the album, Peggy All the Time. And I don't know, I just knew it had to be true. That you couldn't write a love song like that if you hadn't found a once-in-a-lifetime love. And I didn't want her to have lost the person who gave her that. Her gaze falls to her lap. I wonder if I should stop, if I'm pushing too early on something too sore. But she's the one who brought it up, and if I'm going to be a witness to her story, I want her to know that I understand. I clear my throat. My parents were both journalists, and all they really read was nonfiction, serious stuff about politics and climate change and sociology, stuff I had no interest in. But there was this one book my dad bought at a garage sale, an unauthorized biography. Her eyes slice up to mine, and I swear I see something behind them close up, shutting me out. I understand why, but I keep going anyway. The Fall of the House of Ives. She stares at me, shoulders square, a pleasant and unconvincing smile hanging around her mouth. You were my dad's dream interview subject, I explain. He mostly did political stuff, and you'd already stopped doing interviews way before he started reporting, but he loved your story, yours and Cosmo's, from his songs, and he always felt like there was so much more to it than what the press wrote about it. Anyway, even before I could read, I loved looking at the pictures in that biography he bought. I loved all your clothes and your shoes and your hats. You were so glamorous, and my life had no glamour whatsoever. But it wasn't just that. You always looked not just happy, but like you were delighted by the world. The rest of your family, they looked so serious and secretive, but you were just you, bright and bold and full of life, especially in the photos with your sister and with Cosmo. And then when I got older, when I could read it, I hated that book. A quiet laugh leaps out of her, her gaze softening, no, glistening. Her blue eyes have dampened, her lashes inky and dramatic. A small laugh escapes me, too. Turns out my dad hated it, too. He just didn't want to tell me and ruin it. But there was nothing to ruin. It was all conjecture and judgment and recycled tabloid headlines. There was this one line in the chapter about your courthouse wedding where Dove Franklin wrote that a body language expert suggested you were marching Cosmo to his death, and he knew it. She says quietly. It wasn't just that they didn't believe he wanted to marry me. They also blamed me for what happened to him. My family's cursed, if you haven't heard. A shred of a heartbreaking smile flutters over her lips again. I'd been planning to paraphrase the quote rather than lob it at her like a grenade, but hearing her say it outright leaves me feeling like my chest has been pierced. I swallow hard. I looked at that picture, and I didn't understand how I could see something so different. Her jaw muscles flex, and after a long beat, she says, "And what did you see?" I saw him trying to shield you, I say, from everyone around you, and realizing he couldn't. She blinks several times, her gaze dropping to her lap again. For a moment, we're both silent. She clears her throat. Sorry, I say softly. I didn't plan to start with anything quite that heavy. I asked, she replies with a fragment of a shrug. You answered. That's how interviews work, as far as I remember. Yes, but I'm not the one being interviewed, I remind her. A bit of wryness seeps back into her half-smile. Oh, I don't know. I think it's only fair that I get to know you and Hayden, too, if I'm going to be trotting out the family's map to all the buried bodies. And just to clarify, I say, when you say buried bodies, are we talking literal or metaphorical here? Her laugh is damp, but when she speaks, her voice is sure, clear, and bright again. Why not both? She leans forward over the table, where both my phone and my backup voice recorder are running, and enunciates clearly, "Let the record show that I winked." Which she does. I lean forward too. She did, I agree. And then she dragged a finger across her throat like she was threatening me. Margaret hoots out a laugh as she sits back into her chair. So where were you thinking we'd start? The beginning, I say. I want to know what it was like to be born an Ives. She takes another sip of tea before returning her mug to its place on the table, right between my phone and my recorder. I'll be honest. When you told me you found me online, through those conspiracy theory websites, I figured you'd walk in here and kick off this interview with, Margaret, did you have Cosmo cryogenically frozen to be revived at a later date? That is a popular one, I agree. So Jody tells me, she replies. You never go looking, I say, to see what people are saying? She snorts. You obviously didn't grow up in a family like mine. The trick is to try not to see what they're saying. I think it's safe to say no one grew up in a family like yours, I point out. No, I suppose not. Her eyes drift to where my bag sits at my ankles, and her head cocks, recognition writing itself across her face as she spots the book jutting out of it. Can I see that? I half expect her to start tearing pages out of it and ripping them to shreds, but if that will help her feel comfortable opening up, so be it. I pass The Fall of the House of Ives to her, and for several seconds she flips through it in silence, her expression stern, until finally a chortle leaps out of her, surprising me so badly that I jump in my chair. She shakes her head to herself. It's funny. My family was one of the first to figure out that it isn't news that sells, it's headlines. Half the time, people don't read a word past those big splashy letters, and even if they do, the nuance isn't what they'll remember. It's the simple version that sticks. Simple and salacious, that's the winning combination. Clickbait, I say, before the advent of clicking. More or less, she agrees. That's what my family used to make themselves very rich, and like Dove Franklin says, powerful, too. But in the end, it doesn't matter. Even if you're the one to build the monster, you're never going to be able to control it. It'll gladly eat you alive and floss with your bones once it's finished with everyone else. My chest squeezes as some of the crueler headlines I've read about Margaret and her family cycle through my mind. Her younger sister, Laura, had especially suffered at the hands of the press during her preteen years when she'd put on some weight and gotten an unfortunate haircut. Normal kid stuff that seemed so much worse when you juxtaposed her with her glamorous and austere family on red carpets and at ribbon cuttings and attending every other manner of highly publicized event. Margaret, on the other hand, had been the media's darling, until she wasn't. It must have been strange, I say, growing up with all that attention on you. She almost smiles. It just barely reaches the corners of her lips, but goes not a millimeter further. No one knows how normal or strange their own life is until they see the alternative. Life in the House of Ives was all I knew. I must be making some kind of face, because one of her brows hooks sharply upward. Whatever you're thinking, she says. You don't have to worry about breaking me, Alice. I'm hard to shake. My chest pinches. Of course she is. No one person survives everything she did, plus years' worth of public rehashing of those sad and bizarre events without getting some grit, I'm sure. Noted, I say. But I don't push her to begin even so. These interviews need to be a safe place for her. The only way to get a person's full, unfiltered story is to let them tell it to you when and how they want. The best stories are born when the words slip effortlessly from a subject's lips, rather than being painfully cranked out of them bit by bit. She sets the book on the table, her shoulders squaring as she meets my eyes. Okay, Alice, let's start at the beginning. And then she does. The story. Their version. Lawrence Richard Ives made the family filthy rich. He was also a cold-blooded sociopath who may have murdered his business partner. Her version. It's not that they were wrong exactly. It's just that they're answering the wrong question. Lawrence Richard Ives made the family rich. Who cares? That's not a story. It's an event. Even the how isn't all that interesting. And yet countless writers over the last century have cataloged that information again and again, like somehow it could add up to a full picture. The what? The eighth-born son of two destitute farmers in Dillon Springs, Pennsylvania, makes a fortune prospecting out west. The how? He spends every penny he makes on more land, more equipment, more smelting, more miners, more hotels in every soon-to-be booming town along the trail of the so-called gold rush. The interesting question, the interesting answer, is almost always the why. That's why we read these celebrity tell-alls, isn't it? That's why we pore over cold cases. We want to understand why things happen. We want it all to make sense. The reason Lawrence Richard Ives got rich wasn't because of a knack for business. It was because he was hungry. Because he was born in the harsh winter of 1830 on a failing farm, the eighth of 10 children. By adulthood, there would be only 6. The world is cruel and dangerous, and Lawrence learned this death by death. The worst was his younger brother, Dickie, lost in the woods one winter, taken by frostbite. Lawrence was only 9 when it happened, but he felt responsible. That was how it worked in large families like his. Each sibling looked after the one who came along next. He expected his mother and father to blame him the way he blamed himself. They didn't. This was when Lawrence realized the awful truth. His parents hardly felt Dickie's loss because they hardly knew him, just as they hardly knew Lawrence. They were spread too thin, worked too hard. They were too tired to love. The only people on this earth to whom Lawrence truly mattered, the only people who loved him as he loved them, were his younger brother and sister. And now one of them was gone, the other growing hungrier and gaunter by the day, the light seeping out of her large brown eyes bit by precious bit. He worried endlessly. If he let her down, if he lost her too, then what was the point of it all? All the hurt and pain that came with surviving would be for nothing if he couldn't keep her safe. Lawrence was 19 the first time he heard about the gold from a young local miner named Thomas Dougherty, about places out west where you couldn't dig 3 feet without striking metal, about cities that were always warm and men who'd never be hungry or cold again. He tried to brush the stories off. Fantasy, he told himself, a word that had no purpose in his world. During the day, he was a pragmatist. At night, though, he dreamed. Of gold, of finding it in the fallow fields and the collapsing barn, and then, finally, in the sunlit creek he and Dickie used to wade through in the summers when they were small. Dickie was there too sometimes, still and forever the little boy Lawrence had failed to protect, and when he plucked a stone that glistened like honey from beneath the water, he held it out to Lawrence with an awed expression. "Look, Laurie," he said, "a magic rock." In the dreams, Lawrence wept from relief. He knew it meant that they were saved. He awoke, crushed by reality. His brother was still gone. His sister was still starving. After a week of dreaming, he left with Thomas for California. For the next 8 years, they worked on a 14-person crew, digging up the occasional bits of quartz. They'd make some money, then use it to move on and reinvest in a new mine. The more money they made, the less work Thomas and Lawrence had to do. Their job primarily became choosing new investments, buying up land or mines, then taking the largest cut of whatever was found there. Or, better yet, proving it had metal and then selling it at a vast profit. It was a gamble, but Lawrence was good at it. Every dollar he made went right back home or else into the mines to be multiplied. And no matter how much they made, Lawrence's hunger never abated. Instead, it grew and grew. The more he had, the more he craved. The more he accumulated, the more there was to lose, and the terror of that never let up. Then, one day, He and Thomas visited a slice of land in Nevada, and Lawrence just could feel the metal calling out to him through the rock. Magic stone, exactly like he'd been dreaming of. And rather than tell Thomas, he kept it to himself. He told Thomas he was thinking of retiring, that plot of land they'd gone to see was worthless, and he was tired of the work, of moving around, finding the crews, chasing the next load. And he was convincing enough that Thomas left, headed back toward California to assemble a new crew on more promising terrain. Then Lawrence bought the mine, all by himself. Weeks later, his crew struck 42 tons of silver ore. The first thing Lawrence bought was the local inn, because he knew that when the news about the silver hit, there'd be dozens more men, desperate men, coming to try their luck, and they'd need someplace to eat, sleep, and spend. He was right. Of course he was. He himself was a desperate man. He knew how they operated. Several weeks later, Thomas heard what happened, and Margaret Ives made another decision that would change the course of the family's history forever. 8. Well, that's definitely the beginning, I blurt into the silence. I figured she'd start with the year her grandfather imported snow to their Southern California home for Christmas, or talk about the caviar-eating Shetland pony she got for her 3rd birthday. Or maybe skip all that and get right to the first time she heard Cosmo Sinclair's sexy, drawling voice and whether little cartoon hearts bloomed from her eyes in that moment. Basically, I thought Margaret's beginning would have been about 150 years later and, involved her on some level. But that's fine. This was interesting too, and she's leading the conversation, which was the goal. I clear my throat while I try to figure out where to go from here. So, did your family talk about Lawrence a lot? How'd you learn all of this? That makes her laugh.
Never. From what I hear, my great-grandfather was a miserable man, who no one mourned. But he journaled obsessively, and when he died, his son, my grandfather Gerald, found his diaries in the family safe. Gerald never shared them with anyone else while he was alive, but he willed them to my sister Laura. They were very close, she says. He wanted her to burn them after she read them, but she couldn't bring herself to, for whatever reason. She was always more sentimental than me.
Holy shit. Speaking of motherloads, journals from the 1800s, from the founding father of Ives Media. Does she still have them? As far as I knew, no one had seen or heard from Laura since well before Margaret disappeared, but because she'd never been a mainstay of the tabloids, no one was really looking for her either. No, Margaret answers.
I'm afraid she doesn't.
Her expression goes distant, almost watery, as if she's lost in a memory. It's the same way she looked while telling Lawrence's story, as if she were actually there, as if she herself had lived it, and it still made her ache. I glance at my notes, looking for a segue, ideally toward something that doesn't make her freeze up. That first hotel Lawrence bought, do you happen to know what it was called? She blinks at me for several seconds, like she's lost her place in space and time. Margaret? I prompt.
The Ebner.
The word seems to stick in her throat. Curiosity prickles at the nape of my neck. Have you ever been? Back to visit where the family fortune began?
Only once, she says. On a family trip. Just before my parents divorced, they took my sister and me to the mountains for a long weekend.
Her faint smile quickly strains and she looks away.
Family finally sold it off in the 70s.
The message is clear. She doesn't want to talk more about it. Not yet. I scribble the Ebner into my notebook along with last family trip with M's parents, so I won't forget to revisit it once she's ready. Can I ask, I began cautiously, what made you want to tell that particular story? This time, when her eyes come to mine, there's real force behind them, all that distance gone, and instead a keen sharpness, like she could see right through me if she wanted. or else like she's trying to project something directly into my mind, willing me to understand. "You wanted to know what it was like to be born into my family," she says after a beat. "Before you can understand that, you have to understand where this all began. My story, every bit of it, is tangled up with what Lawrence did." Do you mean to Thomas?" I ask. "My great-grandfather was a cold, cruel man with no qualms about taking what wasn't his," she says, that surprisingly powerful, potent gaze of hers still fixed on me, the kind of charisma that can hold a person captive. I let the silence linger like an invitation, but uncertainty flashes across her face. Any second she's going to retreat again, that maddening push-pull of any great interview. I make a snap decision and lean forward, stopping both recordings. Her silvery brows lift in surprise. "Is that allowed?" "We haven't agreed to anything yet other than a conversation," I say. "A month-long conversation, sure, but just a conversation. If you end up wanting to do the book, we can record things later, but if this is making you nervous, let's forget it for now." "You can trust me," I think at her between every line. She holds my gaze. Decades ago, when she was at the peak of her fame, she was so open with the press, always smiling and waving and blowing kisses to the paparazzi, giving glib little quotes to reporters on her way down red carpets or into clubs. She's so different than those old pictures and articles made her seem, so tightly bottled into herself, with only little glimmers of wry charm and sudden blasts of emotion slipping out. "You're safe," I think at her. Her mouth opens and closes twice before any sound comes out, and when she does speak, her voice is quieter, confessional almost. "By the end of his life," she says, "all my great-grandfather did was ramble about 3 things." Her lips knit tightly together as she carefully charts her own path forward. "He apologized to his brother Dickie, like he was right there in the room with him. Wept about losing him like it had just happened," she says. "And he argued with Thomas Dougherty, raged at him, really. Lawrence's son, my grandfather, wouldn't let anyone else into the room. He was so afraid of what Lawrence might say that it might leak to the press. My family's rivalry with the Pulitzers was well underway by then, and Ives couldn't sneeze without making it in the papers." I scribble 3 bullet points. Beside the first, I write, apologizing to Dickie, and next to the second, arguing with Thomas. When I see Margaret watching me, I double-check. "Would you rather I didn't write this down?" "That's my preference, yes," she admits. I scribble out the note and set my pen aside. She nods something like a thank you and then goes on. "After word reached Thomas about the silver ore my great-grandfather had cheated him out of, Thomas came back into town, furious. He'd thought of Lawrence like a brother, after all that time together, and he wanted to know why he'd been betrayed. But Lawrence refused to even meet with him. Day after day, night after night, Thomas stood outside that tiny hotel screaming for Lawrence to come face him. But my great-grandfather had enough money and enough men in his employ then that he could make himself inaccessible. So eventually, Thomas left. He went to the biggest newspaper he could find back in California to tell the story of my great-grandfather's treachery. Eventually, the reporter came to talk to Lawrence, and Lawrence responded by buying the paper." My jaw drops. The San Francisco Daily Dispatch? The start of everything for Ives Media? He bought it to protect his reputation? She snorts. "Oh, he didn't give a rat's ass about reputation. When he talked to the reporter, he asked how much Thomas had made off selling the story, because those were the terms Lawrence Ives thought in. When he heard the dollar amount, he knew right away that the news was one more place he could bury his money and watch it fruit. He started mining less, investing more, bought a beautiful home in San Francisco, and sent for his younger sister. It had always been his plan to bring her to live with him once he'd built a comfortable life. But in the years since he'd been gone, she'd grown up. She'd all but forgotten him. And worse, she'd married a Doherty, another poor farmer.
Because of what Lawrence had done to Thomas, she wanted nothing to do with her brother.
After a moment, she goes on.
At the end of his life, when he wasn't apologizing to the ghost of Dickie, Lawrence was arguing with a phantom Thomas, blaming him for everything that happened, telling him he deserved what he got, to die drunk and penniless for being stupid enough to believe that Lawrence was responsible for him. He thought anyone who relied on anyone else would pay for it eventually. Though I've always thought the lesson was that anyone who relies on an Ives will only be hurt for their trouble.
I sit for a moment, absorbing that. Margaret's gaze has gone slightly cloudy, as if this thought is swirling around behind her eyes. I clear my throat and gently nudge us back on track. So what was the other thing?
Excuse me,
she says. You said your great-grandfather used to rant about 3 things, I remind her. What was the last thing? A smile tugs at her lips, wispy and unconvincing.
I think we should save that for another day, she says, pushing herself up from her chair. I'm in dire need of a nap.
Of course, I say, as cheerfully as I can muster.
But Jody will see you out, she says, cutting me short with a winning smile.
I jam my mouth shut and nod acceptance. I've been excused. Margaret turns and sweeps from the room. Later, I lie on the sofa at the little overgrown bungalow I'm renting, ignoring my still unpacked bags in favor of doing research. If this was an interview for a scratch piece, I could have simply sent a list of questions to one of the fact-checkers to follow up on. In fact, if I get this job, it might be worth hiring someone freelance to do my legwork so I can focus on the writing and interviews themselves. But until I have someone, it's up to me. I look back on my list of things to check out and start with Dillon Springs, Pennsylvania. All of this was so long ago that birth and death records weren't even being filed yet. There's no way to confirm most of what Margaret told me since it's anecdotal, but as we move forward in history, I'm going to need to be able to verify everything. I text a couple of freelance fact-checkers to get their availability in the coming months, then go back to reading about Dillon Springs, a tiny town that does, in fact, consider itself the birthplace of modern American journalism. A fairly lofty claim, especially considering that Lawrence Ives never once went back to Dillon Springs, and it was his San Francisco-born son who became the true media magnate of the family. Lawrence had owned 3 newspapers by the time he died, but he had no involvement in how they were run day to day. His son, Gerald, Margaret's grandfather, was the one to push into the business of news. As far as I can tell, there are no prominent Iveses still in Dillon Springs, though I'm guessing if Margaret did a DNA test, we'd be able to find a slew of cousins, given how large a family her great-grandfather was born into. Next, I search for Thomas Dougherty, but if any more of his story is out there, the first 5 pages of search results don't yield it. I try his name along with Dillon Springs, but still have no luck. From there, I move on to reading about the first big mine lode and the 42 tons of silver, a number confirmed by multiple sources, codified into history by now because, while honestly Ives made his fortune across multiple industries, this particular mine and its treasure offered the punchiest, most impressive headline. Headline. It jumpstarts something in my brain. I open a new browser and run a search for Ives's first newspaper acquisition, rather than scouring my pre-interview notes. There it is, the San Francisco Daily Dispatch. If Lawrence bought it out, then I'm guessing the story about Thomas Dougherty's betrayal at Lawrence's hands never ran, but I send an email to their archives department to see if they have any copies of issues from that far back that haven't crumbled into dust, just in case. Then I start looking for information about the inn Lawrence bought, and something strange happens. The Ebner Hotel comes up right away, exactly where I'm expecting it, in the Nevada town where the Ives fortune began. The issue is, while the hotel is a historic landmark built during the gold rush, it wasn't called the Ebner until after the family sold it in the 1970s. When Lawrence acquired it, it had been called the Arledge, and then in 1917 it had been renamed the Nicolette for the duration of the Ives' ownership of it. So why didn't Margaret call it that? It wouldn't have been called the Ebner until 40-ish years after her one visit. Why would her first reaction be to call it by its current name? It's a small, probably meaningless discrepancy, but the way her voice stuck when she said the name keeps wriggling in the back of my mind. Maybe she has been back there since her family sold it off, but why wouldn't she want me to know that? Or am I just overthinking a meaningless mistake? I fire off a text to the group chat, and when I don't get a quick reply, I message Theo too. Can I run something by you? Luckily, he replies quickly. What kind of thing? Work thing, I say. My phone starts ringing immediately. If there's one thing Theo Boris can't resist, it's a good mystery. Probably why he's never been quite ready to make things official with me. Mystery is not my strong suit. Hi, I say brightly, answering the call. Alice, he says, drawing my name out in a teasing way that makes me shiver. Theo, I say. What have you got for me this time? He asks. Are you sure you're not too busy? Nah, he says. I've got you on speaker while I'm developing. For work, his photos are all digital, but his real passion is film, so on his off days, he's usually in his home darkroom or out shooting. I'm trying to figure out why a source might lie about something trivial, I say. And by source, do you mean Margaret Ives? He teases. I just mean generally, I say. How trivial are we talking? He asks, clearly intrigued. Like saying they've only been somewhere once, but maybe they've been there more than that, I say. Maybe more recently than they said. He hums. Like somewhere a crime has been committed, perhaps? I tuck my phone between my shoulder and ear and sit back down in front of my computer, searching for news stories about the Ebner and garnering nothing much of interest. Maybe, I say, but probably not. He thinks again. Maybe it was like a rendezvous spot. Maybe she was having an affair, cheating on the boy wonder of rock and roll before he died. I roll my eyes. I never said she. Fine, he relents. Maybe this person was cheating on their husband, Cosmo Sinclair. I take a sip of my now cold afternoon coffee and swish it around in my mouth like I might be able to taste the answer. Cosmo was already gone before the Nicolette Inn became the Ebner. If Margaret's hiding a visit or multiple visits, it's not because of an affair. Besides, an affair might be a shocking revelation, but this is a woman who also wore her wedding dress to her husband's funeral, knowing full well there'd be miles of paparazzi in every direction. I'm not sure I'd buy her cheating on him, and I'm even less convinced she'd feel the need to hide it so long after the fact. Or, I don't know, Theo says, breaking into my thoughts. Maybe she just forgot. The woman is like 80-something. Never said I'm talking about a woman, I remind him. Or about an 80-something-year-old for that matter. Why not just ask her? He says. Next time I talk to them, I reply. I will, but that's not until Tuesday. So she's giving you a couple of days off, he says. Interesting. There's a distinctly flirty edge to his voice. It makes my stomach flip-flop in a not entirely pleasant way. I know what he's getting at, that I could come home and we could hook up, and that sounds pretty nice. But a few weeks ago, when I'd sent a screenshot of one of his late-night text messages to my friends, Bianca had pointed out something that had been bothering me ever since. Have you noticed, she wrote, that this man never just asks you to hang out? He literally only ever sets you up to ask him to hang out. Killian wrote back, I've noticed. He is my enemy. Priya chimed in, as long as you're getting what you want out of this arrangement, ignore the haters, Alice. The thing is, I'm technically not. I would have gladly agreed to be Theo's girlfriend months ago if it was on the table, but it wasn't, and there wasn't anyone else I was interested in, so I didn't really see the point of giving him an ultimatum. So we'd continued on like this, and it was mostly fine. I really liked being with him, whenever we actually were together. but I'd been paying attention since Bianca's observation, and she and Killian were right. Every text was, "What are you up to tonight?" or a picture of a bottle of nice bourbon he'd gotten, or a shirtless photo he thought might be enticing but was mostly just embarrassing no matter how good he looked in it. The man would not just say, "Hey, Alice, want to come over tonight?" And because I hadn't taken any of his bait since that fateful day in the group chat, I hadn't seen him for my last 2 weeks in LA before shipping out this way.
"Alice,"
he says now in my ear.
"You still there?"
"Yeah, but I've actually got to go," I say. "Thanks for the help."
"Anytime,"
he says. He thinks he means it, but he doesn't. After perusing online for a solid hour, I find a place to pass a Saturday night. Rum Room sits tucked behind a row of scraggly trees on the opposite side of the road from Little Croissant, though a half-mile down the road. I never would have seen it from the street, and it's not close enough to the beach to be a proper tourist spot, which is better for my purposes. It's also only a 10-minute walk from my rental, so I leave my car behind and head over. It looks like a small ranch home with a wooden deck wrapped around its front half, green and white striped awnings hanging over its rectangular windows. Several massive live oaks lean over the patio, multicolored Christmas lights strung haphazardly between them to illuminate the wooden tables below, all of which are full. I walk up the ramp to the front door, past both a neon hot dog sign and a fake shark head mounted directly to the white clapboard exterior. The inside of the restaurant is an exercise in chintzy maximalism, every inch clad in either tropical wallpaper, tacky hot dog-related signs, or jewel-toned tile. A host dressed in black greets me with a smile and an efficient nod. "Do you have a reservation with us tonight?" "No, sorry," I say. "How many?" he asks. "Just one," I say, peeking over his shoulder toward the bar. One open stool, wedged between two groups. "Can I order food if I sit there?"
"Definitely," he says. "Otherwise, we're probably running at about a 30-minute wait."
"The bar works great for me," I tell him, and he gestures me past. I squeeze between the two parties and plop my bag on the counter. "Sorry," I tell the woman next to me when I accidentally elbow her while trying to get my jacket off. "No prob," she says, then turns back to keep talking to her friend. Something in my chest wilts. Maybe I should have just bitten the bullet and invited Theo to come visit me. This could be a long, lonely month, especially if, moving forward, interviews are as short as this morning's. I do a quick scan of the room. 2 more doorways jut off from this one to a larger dining room, but this one is mostly filled with two-tops, people having a drink while they wait for a proper table. My heart lifts a little when my gaze reaches the back corner, the one closest to the bathrooms. Hayden's dark head is bent over a laptop, a half-eaten salad forgotten at his left elbow, and a glass of water to the right of his computer. I leave my stuff behind and dismount my stool to go say hi. Just like at Fishbowl, he doesn't look up when I'm standing right beside him, his focus singular and intense on his screen. "Are you stalking me?" I ask. He jumps in surprise, like he had no idea I was there. Then his gaze locks on me, and a horrified expression crosses his face.
"Of course not,"
he says, and then, as if he needs proof,
"I was here first."
"Hayden," I say, "I'm kidding. It's a tiny island. We're bound to keep running into each other. Relax." He does, visibly, but only for a second. Then, seeming to remember something, he stiffens and shuts his computer. "I'm not here to spy on you, I promise. I just saw you from the bar and thought it would be weird not to say hi. So, hi." His eyes wander from me to the bar and back again.
"You make friends fast."
"I'm not with them, actually," I say. "But who knows what 2 rum cocktails might do?" He opens his mouth, closes it again, and nods. The silence starts to curdle into something awkward. "Have a good night," I say, and begin to turn.
"Alice?"
I pause, swivel back to him.
"Do you want to sit?"
he asks. I study him, trying to read his serious expression. I can't tell if you're just being polite or if that's a real invitation. The face he makes, I am nearly certain, is an actual smile, no matter how faint.
You can basically always assume that I'm not just being polite,
he says. This makes me laugh. That probably should have occurred to me sooner. It's not like he's been a paragon of manners in the last few days since we first met. I wouldn't want to interrupt, I say.
You're not,
he insists.
I need to be done working. I need a distraction.
I smile. A distraction? He winces.
I didn't mean that to sound...
A distraction sounds nice, I say. 9. When I get back to his table with my jacket and bag, Hayden's put his computer away and moved his salad and water directly in front of himself. It's not until I slide into my seat that I remember the dilemma. Our dilemma, Hayden's and mine. We can't sit in cramped spaces like this without a great deal of careful arranging of our legs. Sorry, I say, my left knee bumping his and then finding itself tucked between both of his thighs, interlaced. I think we're too tall for this booth.
It's not your fault,
he says.
I'm too tall for most booths. You should see me on an airplane.
I laugh. I'd love to. Next time you're on one, send me a picture.
I don't have your number,
he points out, which is not quite the same as asking for my number, but still sends a surprising and surprisingly pleasant zing down the front of my ribcage. I could offer it to him. Normally, I probably would. But I actually have no idea if he's trying to set me up to offer it. With Theo, I can always tell what he wants. There's a comfort in that. How'd your first day go? I ask. He shakes his head.
We're not talking about Margaret Ives.
No, you're not talking about her. I lean forward and feel his legs tense slightly around mine. I have no problem telling you that my first day was weird.
You shouldn't be telling me this,
he says. Maybe not, I allow. But since we've both signed ironclad NDAs, I'm pretty sure you're the only person I can tell about this. I think she lied to me. Hayden Anderson's face might not have the full range of emotions that I'm accustomed to, but it turns out he can definitely show surprise. And something else, like a quick flare of understanding before he schools his face into neutrality again. Hayden, I say, leaning even farther forward to peer intently into his eyes.
Alice,
he replies, a bit stiff. What was that face for? I ask. He looks away, scratching his jaw. Oh, come on, I say. What if I promise not to use anything you give me? His eyes snap back to mine. In this warm lighting, they look almost gold, like honey. He leans in closer, too, his knees sliding in almost to my crotch in the process, the heat of him palpable against my bare thighs.
I'm not giving you anything,
he says. But she lied to you, too, I say. Or you're at least wondering if she did. Again, that lift in his brow and slackening of his mouth. Quickly, his features return to a scowl.
This is why I never go out with journalists.
Another flush, this one much more intense, rockets through me. Is the implication that this counts as going out, or is he just run-of-the-mill insulting me? He's rubbing his jaw again, his eyes distant, until the second they rebound to me, hyper-focused. He slumps back against his seat on a sigh.
There have been some...
He chooses his next words carefully.
Discrepancies I can't account for yet.
I frown. Is she fucking with us? A server is walking past right then, and she slows when he lifts his chin in greeting toward her.
I think my friend wanted to order.
Friend? That's progress. After a cursory look at the menu, I order a vegan hot dog and something called a Queen's Park Swizzle. Anything else for you? The server asks Hayden, and he shakes his head. As soon as she disappears, he faces me again, hunching forward, his forearms resting on the table.
It is weird that she suddenly wants to do this. I mean, why now?
His gaze is sharp, meaningful. It takes me a second to figure out what he's hinting at. I can tell he doesn't want to say it, but he's hoping I'll guess anyway. Like this is a workaround to his no sharing our Margaret Ives stuff policy. What would make someone suddenly consider a tell-all memoir when they'd been virtually in hiding for 3 decades? I can only think of 2 obvious reasons. Maybe she's dying, or maybe memory problems, I say. Our server drops my drink off as she sweeps past us. I thank her and face Hayden again.
Maybe I'm just seeing things that aren't there.
He shrugs.
Ever since Len, I've been a little...
He shakes his head.
I don't know. Every time I visit my parents and one of them misplaces the remote, a little part of me is asking if it's normal forgetfulness or something else.
He shakes his head again, as if to ward off the thought. You were really close to him, I say. Len. It's not a question. Obviously, Hayden was close to the man. He spent years with Len Sterling, with his family and friends. Of course they'd bonded. But somehow it hadn't occurred to me how painful that must have been. To form a bond with someone on the very precipice of them slipping away. His book hadn't delved into the aftermath of Len's death. Hayden was on the page, but only in small glimpses. He was good at writing more as a porthole than a narrating character. But now I can see the Hayden who was really there, who knew the man he was writing about, loved him, probably.
I'm not sure that's what's going on here,
he says suddenly, his tone distracted.
Most likely she just doesn't trust us yet.
He runs his fingertips thoughtfully over his mouth now. The motion distracts me. It hypnotizes me, really. I hadn't noticed how attractive he was before. I'm not totally sure what it is that makes him so. He's nowhere near symmetrical. His eyes are small, and his mouth is wide, and his nose looks like it's been broken at least once and not properly set. I mean, obviously his body is incredible, so when I catch myself inadvertently checking him out, that's not at all surprising. The way that watching his large fingers skating over his mouth affects me, however, catches me off guard. I'm sure there's something biological to it. My body likes his pheromones, or my legs like the feeling of his in between them. God, maybe I really should have invited Theo down. This is the last thing I should be spending precious brain cells on right now. His hand falls back down to the table, and our eyes connect. A feeling like a live wire touched a metal point in the center of my chest.
I'm just not sure,
he says. I've totally lost track of what we're talking about.
I'm not sure why she'd invite us down here, pay us to work, and then punch holes in her own story.
He shifts in his seat, our thighs grazing again. Our server stops by to drop off my hot dog and refill Hayden's water. You sure there's nothing else I can get you? She asks him.
No thanks,
he says. She leaves us to attend to one of her other tables, and Hayden catches me staring at him. Thinking at him, really.
What?
He asks, one eyebrow cocked. Do you only eat salad? I ask. His lips part, a divot forming between his eyebrows. Then his mouth presses shut again.
I try to stay in shape when I'm traveling for work. If I lose my rhythms, it's hard to get back on them once I'm home.
So is that a yes? I ask. A slow tug at one side of his mouth turns into a smile, an actual, recognizable smile.
No, Alice, I don't only eat salad. The other day, I actually had an amazing croissant.
Oh my God, it was so good, wasn't it? I say, right before biting into my vegan dog.
So good,
he agrees, lifting his fork to pick at his salad.
I could feel my arteries clogging and I didn't even care.
I snort. I think the green tea drinking, morning running, salad noshing wonder of the East Coast can have one croissant without having a cardiac event. Not even my sister eats like you, and she's had like 14 heart surgeries. His brow tightens, his smile vanishing.
Your Peace Corps sister?
I only have the one, I tell him. He sets his fork back down, jaw tense.
Is she okay?
Yes, I say quickly. Sorry, I buried the lead there. She's fine. Healthy as a horse. Or, a human with a healthy heart. This all happened when we were kids.
Shit.
His frown returns.
What happened?
It was an issue she had at birth, I say. So she was in and out of hospitals a lot when we were small. But she's been doing really well since, high school. That was my whole point. You eat like a bird compared to her.
Is she older or younger?
He asks. Older, I say. 3 years. What about your brother, the perfect doctor one? His mouth twists wryly, but I wouldn't quite call it a smile.
I only have the one,
he says, repeating my words back to me.
2 years older. Did I mention he was the captain of our high school football team?
You didn't have to, I tease. It was implied. He lets out a snort. It sounds like an angry bull, but I'm pretty sure it's his laugh. What position did you play? Now he outright scoffs, rolls his eyes as he sits forward again, forearms once more pressing into the table.
None.
Basketball? I say.
Despite my dad's greatest wishes,
He says.
no.
Hayden, I say. You're like 6'7" in pure muscle. You could be a millionaire right now.
I don't think that's how sports work,
He says.
I think you also have to have talent or coordination.
He puts both basketball prerequisites in half-formed finger quotes against the table.
And also, I'm 6'3".
I nod thoughtfully. That's like a basketball 5'8".
Now I'm wondering,
he drawls,
why you didn't become a mathematician.
Well, if you'd like, I can get you my mom's phone number and the two of you can compare notes about all the more impressive jobs I could have had, and then I can reach out to your dad and let him know I agree you should have played basketball in high school.
No, don't give him the satisfaction,
he says.
I already know you're both right. If I could do it again, maybe I would have tried it, just to see. But at that point, there was basically nothing I wanted to do more than the opposite of whatever he and my mom wanted me to do.
So you didn't get along? I ask. His huge shoulders lift and slump again.
No. I mean, we do now. They're actually pretty great. I just wasn't a kid who did well with the kind of expectations people had for my family. It's better now that I live somewhere else. It's not like every little thing I do reflects on them anymore.
I get that, I say.
You do?
He asks, the rest of his question hanging there, unsaid. How? I don't talk about all this a lot, but I also get the feeling this isn't Hayden's usual conversational fare either, and it feels good, almost like he trusts me. My parents were I search for a word that encompasses all of it. Of course, there isn't one. That's the deal with people. They're always more than one thing, and a lot of times they're even a collection of contradictory traits. They're eccentric, I say. Super idealistic and passionate and capable, I guess. Before my sister and I were born, they were actually part of this farming commune, so they knew how to do everything. And thanks to them, I know how to do a lot of things too.
Such as?
He asks. I shrug. Darning socks, altering clothes, cooking, canning fruit and veggies, gardening, that kind of thing.
Wow,
he says.
Pretty impressive.
Now, sure, I agree. But when I was a kid, it was mortifying. We lived in this really small, homogenous town, and my parents were hippie journalists who literally chained themselves to trees in the 70s. Growing up, my sister and I both got bullied pretty badly because everyone thought my parents were weird, and it didn't help that we were homeschooled until high school because of my sister's health problems, or that we wore homemade clothes, or that I was 7 inches taller than every other girl in my grade. Frankly, there was a lot working against us. Another sliver of smile. But the thing is, none of those kids knew what was going on at home, what Audrey was dealing with, just like I didn't know what they were dealing with. Most people aren't mean for no reason, you know? Stuff's going on with them, too.
Alice,
he says, softly chiding.
Some people are just assholes.
I know, I say. Some, not most. This time, his amusement takes the form of a quiet huff. What? I say.
I
can see the wheels turning as he considers his next words.
You might be the least cynical person I've ever met. I'm not sure I've ever known anyone like you.
I narrow my eyes. You mean I'm naive?
No, Alice,
He replies.
If that's what I meant, then that's what I would have said.
10.
I can give you a ride back to the hotel if you want.
Hayden offers as we leave the cool air and romantic lighting of Rum Room behind and trudge down the ramp into the sticky Georgia night.
And bring you here to get your car tomorrow if you want.
I peel my thin jacket off and toss it over my arm. Actually, I'm not at the hotel anymore. I found a furnished house for the month.
Oh,
He says.
well, I can drop you off at your house then.
That's okay, I say. I actually walked. It's close. See? I gesture toward the path in the back corner of the parking lot, which winds into a sparse strip of oak, pine, and palm, eventually curling behind the street on which my temporary housing sits. Hayden stops on the pine needle-dusted earth just beyond the edge of the restaurant's front patio lights and studies the dark path, a look of consternation overtaking his face. It's really not far, I promise.
I'll walk you,
He says. You don't have to do that, I say. I'm both tall and scrappy. I'll be fine.
This isn't like New York or LA.
He says. In that the rate of crime here is probably a very small fraction of those places, I say.
In that there aren't people all around,
He says.
If something happened...
I hold up my hands in supplication. I'm not trying to stop you, just as long as you know you're not obligated.
Again,
He says.
I do very little out of obligation.
It must be so nice to be you, I tease, bumping sideways into him as I pad toward the mouth of the trail through the trees.
Because I'm detached and cold-hearted?
He says, falling into step beside me. It makes me think of what Killian said about him, an unpleasant sort, and I feel a spike of protectiveness, followed by a small, tender ache of sympathy. Actually, I say, I meant because you can always reach the top shelf.
Good point.
He deadpans.
I never stop to consider how lucky I am.
Speaking of that,
How lucky I am?
your height, I clarify. Can I ask you something? He stops and gives me a puzzled frown.
About my height?
I nod.
Okay.
He allows. How many of your girlfriends have been under 5'3"? He stares at me for a second, longer than a second. I think I might have broken his brain. Finally, one low bark of laughter.
What? What kind of question is that?
I start walking again. He joins me. It's just, I say, uncommonly tall men seem to always date absolutely tiny women.
Based on what?
He asks, seemingly befuddled. Personal observation, I say. He shakes his head again.
I don't even know what to say right now.
I've just been wondering, I say. It always seemed like physically inconvenient to me before, but every time we're at a table together, we don't fit, so now I'm wondering if somehow evolution did it. He squints at me, his eyes glimmering crescents beneath his stern brow.
Did what, exactly?
Made tall men and short women pair up, I say. Like, if you're an exceptionally tall person, does biology just kind of nudge you toward being with someone who takes up less room?
For what purpose?
He wants to know. I shrug. I don't know. Maybe because you won't have to hunt as much if you're not feeding two gigantic people, or because caves are small and you've got to save room where you can. He eyes me sidelong.
Add scientist to that list of better jobs you've been keeping.
Oh, trust me, that's already on my mom's list, I say. There's a strong aura of, why are you writing about child stars when you could be solving the climate crisis, Alice, that permeates most of our phone calls. Once more, he stops walking. I'm used to walking and talking, but it seems like every time Hayden has something he really wants to say or ask, he has to go still first.
What about your dad?
He says now.
Is he any more understanding about your work?
Yeah, I say, still moving, my eyes following the path of my sandals, my pink pedicure almost glowing in the dark. He was, actually. Or, I don't know if he understood it, but he was super supportive. He was the more grounded of the two. Loved books and movies and all of that, whereas my mom was kind of all-purpose all the time. Hayden's soft steps resume beside me, muffled and hollow-sounding.
Did your dad... is he gone?
Died a few years ago, I confirm. My parents were pretty old when they had us, so it wasn't totally unexpected, but it still sucked. Sucks.
I'm sorry,
He says. I force a slight smile in his direction. Thanks.
I always feel stupid saying that.
He murmurs. I know. I agree. But there's nothing else to say. And honestly, I would say 70% of my friends have pretty horrible relationships with their dads, so even if I didn't get mine as long as I wish I could have, I still feel lucky.
You're not obligated to,
He says quietly.
You can feel cheated, Alice.
I feel a surprising prickle at the back of my nose and a tender ache in my heart, not just because I'm thinking about my dad, but because what Killian said wings through my mind again, an unpleasant sort. I could never blame Killian for having that impression, but it bothers me to think of people out there meeting Hayden Anderson and coming away with this partial view of him. He can be unpleasant. He can also be kind and even funny. He can be clueless that you are standing right next to him, but he also might notice you being harassed from the other side of the parking lot and intercede on your behalf. I know I can, I finally admit. But I'd rather think of it like this. Like it only hurts this much because he was so great. And so much reminds me of him that in a way it's like he's still here. Especially here, in the Georgian summer, interviewing a woman we'd both always been fascinated by. Hayden nods to himself, but neither of us says anything for a while. We just hike along the path in companionable silence, our arms grazing every several steps, our skin slightly sticky. As if reading my mind, he says,
I'll never get used to this humidity.
I kind of love it, I say. He looks down his shoulder at me, eyes catching the moonlight.
Of course you do.
I bet you can't wait to get back to New York, I say.
More or less.
He agrees. We've stopped again, though I have no memory of doing it. We're facing each other, standing close, the grating chirp of the cicadas filling the night around us. In my peripheral, I spot the back of my house, beyond a slight break in the trees. I meet his eyes again. That's me. My voice comes out thin and quiet. I can hear my own regret, that I wish this walk could have gone on a while longer. Hayden's chin dips in acknowledgement, but he says nothing. The humidity feels jello thick now, like it doesn't want me to move a muscle. I swallow, force another smile. Well, thank you for walking me.
Of course,
he says. I turn toward the break in the trees, but he says my name like it's a question, and when I look back, he takes another step toward me.
1,
he says. I shake my head. 1 what? The corner of his mouth tips up for just a second.
1, girlfriend under 5'3".
He says seriously. Oh. I'm not sure why my ears suddenly feel so hot, but they do.
And it was like you said.
He goes on. More room in the cave? I say quietly. Another slight twitch of his lips.
Physically inconvenient.
The heat spreads down my neck. It roots around my rib cage like it's reaching toward him, like it's knitting us together. She couldn't get anything off the top shelf, I say.
And horrible at basketball.
he says dryly. My nervous energy bubbles over into laughter. His smile widens. It feels like pop rocks are sizzling through my veins. Oh boy, I'm in trouble. Even as I'm thinking it, I'm asking, do you want to come inside? Even as he's stepping closer, he's saying,
I should get home.
Our stomachs are nearly touching. I tip my chin up to meet his eyes. Why? His pupils flare.
You know why.
I swallow, but it does nothing to diffuse the heat in my throat and chest. Because you have a girlfriend?
No,
he says. No, that's not why, I say. Or no, you don't have a girlfriend.
You talk a lot,
he murmurs. If you've got something to say, I reply, I'd love for you to interrupt me. And he does, just not with words. Instead, he sets one hand lightly, teasingly against my lips. My whole body heats from the sudden contact, from the rough feeling of his fingers and the smell of his soap and the awareness that an hour ago, this same hand was sweeping against his mouth. I'm something more than hypnotized now. I'm entranced by the featherlight sensation and by the way his gaze follows the motion when his fingers skim over my bottom lip, pulling an unsteady sigh from me. My lips almost part involuntarily, the tip of my tongue grazing one of his fingers, and his eyes flick back to mine, darker than before. For a moment, I'm suspended, floating in that zero-gravity moment, waiting to see if I'll fall or if he'll catch me. My weight shifts forward. By the time my stomach meets his hands are already on my jaw, his lips impatiently coaxing mine apart. 11. One of Hayden's hands furls around the nape of my neck, tipping my head back, and at the small sound that escapes me, his tongue sweeps over mine, a shimmer of heat going through me. My hands slide up his chest. One of his glides down to my waist, pulling me toward him, and then, when I wrap mine tight around the back of his neck, it moves to my ass, lifting me against him. I arch up, trying to get more of him, his heat, the friction of his chest against mine, the ridge of his erection pressing into me. I break the kiss just long enough to whisper, "Come inside." He pushes back from me so abruptly, I stumble before catching myself.
Fuck,
he says to himself, running his hands up his face and over his hair like he's putting himself together. What's wrong? I ask, still startled and off balance. I essentially watch the haze of lust clear from his eyes, replaced by something cold and stern. He shakes his head.
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have given you the wrong idea.
I take a half step back, a reedy laugh sneaking out of me. And what idea is that?
That I was interested in something like this,
he says evenly.
With you.
Heat rushes into my face, and I can't tell if it's embarrassment or anger. To make things just a little worse, he adds,
I'm not.
Yeah, I got that. I turn, searching for my jacket and bag, which I dropped in the fervor. I snap them up.
Alice,
he says, almost chiding, like I'm the one being ridiculous here. I try to remind myself he's got his own stuff going on, that he's probably not trying to be an asshole, but when I look up, he's staring at me with those steely eyes and perfectly flat mouth of his.
It's really not personal,
he says, adding "with you" to the end of his statement about how this wasn't something he's interested in seems to suggest otherwise, but what do I know? God, I couldn't have possibly misread the signals that badly, could I? I understand. I lie, trying my hardest to smile. I'm sorry too. He studies me for a moment, brow knit, both of us clearly unsure what to say. It's not often that I'm rendered speechless, but I can't think of a single thing that would make this less humiliating.
I'm not going to hook up with someone, he says, whose dream job I'm about to take from them.
My laugh is full-throated, loud, and even a little bit angry. The arrogance! You think you already have this, don't you? I demand. Like I'm so insignificant I don't stand a chance. His jaw sets.
I didn't say you were insignificant.
The rest of the sentiment, though, he has no issue with. Good night, Hayden. I snort and turn on my heel to march through the trees into my bungalow's backyard, praying with every step that I never see Hayden Anderson again. On Monday morning, I pretend not to see Hayden at Little Croissant picking up a green tea after, judging by the sweat dripping down him, a productive run. On Tuesday, eager to avoid another run-in, I again get coffee from another breakfast spot in tourist town on my way to meet Margaret. It's wretched, though the donuts are more than decent. When I get to Margaret's house, Jody is weeding the front garden beds.
Margaret's out back in the workshop, she tells me. Go on back.
Thanks, Jody, I chirp. Her only reply is a grunt. I wind around the house, past the small swimming pool to the white clapboard-sided clubhouse just beyond it, the glass-paned French doors thrown open and Margaret visible moving around within. The air is stiffer and hotter back here than it is out by the open ocean, and the high, unforgiving sun sends a rivulet of sweat down my neck and between my shoulder blades as I pick my way toward the small outbuilding. From a distance, it looks like the floor inside is painted blue, but as I get closer, I realize my mistake. It's not painted at all. It's a massive mosaic, pieced together in glimmering shades of blue, white, green, amber, a massive mural of sea glass arranged into a spiraling pattern of paths. It's a labyrinth. I look up toward the voice, shielding my eyes against the reflecting light to find Margaret in the back of the workshop. She's wearing a lilac boiler suit with its sleeves rolled up, and her silver hair is knotted into a pom-pom atop her head. She pulls a pair of protective goggles from her eyes up onto her forehead as I step inside. Like a maze? I ask, glancing around the room. A series of long, scarred tables have been arranged around the outside edge of the workshop, their tops covered in tools and wire, glass and shells and driftwood. Over each of the windows, an elaborate wind chime hangs, slowly twirling, waiting for a true breeze to make them dance. Not quite, she says. It's unicursal. There's only one path in and out. It's not quite the game of a maze. You can't get lost. You just walk the path, and it won't be the shortest way to get where you're going, but you'll wind up in the center eventually. As you walk, you're supposed to meditate. On? I ask. Whatever you want, she says. What do you meditate on? I ask. Usually what I want for lunch. Even the sparkle in her eye can't distract from the obvious dodge. Margaret Ives has an answer locked and loaded to that question, and I'm not getting it. Not yet. I wander around the workshop, studying the things she's made and the things she's working on at the tables. It's cooler here, thanks to the shade of the roof and the ceiling fans, but not by much. The humidity holds the summer in the workshop's walls, and the open windows bring in nothing but brackishness. I gently run my fingers through one of her wind chimes, listening to the soft clatter and tinkle. There are more mosaics on the walls, like the one on the floor, though smaller, and trapped in both resin and driftwood frames. Most are abstract or arranged in geometric patterns. Like someone took a Hilma af Klint painting, shattered it, and put the pieces back together with their rough, jagged edges. Those don't do so hot with the tourists, Margaret says, coming to stand at my shoulder. They mostly want turtles and palm trees. They're also a great tool for helping desperate journalists track you down, I remind her. She chuckles, turning back to her tool-strewn tables. You mind if I work while we talk? Sure. Are we recording today? I traipse after her, dropping my bag on the far end of the surface and sinking onto the schoolhouse-style stool there, feeling like I'm back in art class freshman year. She makes a gesture like, be my guest, then pulls her goggles back into place. I noticed then that it's not just tiny, smooth pieces of sea glass arranged in front of her, but also full bottles, aluminum cans, and down on the floor, buckets of sand and grime-coated trash, things she must have found on the beach or maybe floating in the marsh. There's a sink in the rear corner of the space, and on the countertop next to it, more bottles and cans are arranged on a drying rack as though freshly rinsed. Here. Margaret holds a pair of goggles out to me, and I put them on, then set up my phone and recorder between us. She pulls on some purple work gloves, drapes a towel over a green beer bottle, and cracks a hammer down against it. I try not to jump at the sound, but even muffled by the terry cloth, it's harsh. So, where did we leave off? Margaret asks. Well, I flip through my notes. Another harsh crash as the hammer comes down again. I've conducted full interviews while an interviewee was pounding away at a Peloton stationary bike class. I should be able to drown out the sounds of Margaret's work and focus. She opens the towel to rearrange the pieces, then flops it back into place and keeps breaking them down. I debate bringing up the Ebner Hotel of it all right then. But if there is something worth poking around there, I don't want her to close off before we can get to it. This month is about building trust. Lawrence had just bought his first newspaper. He'd gotten settled in San Francisco and sent for his sister, but she wouldn't come. Right, she says. But we don't have to pick up there, I say. I'm excited to hear more about you whenever you're ready. This is about me, Alice, she says pointedly. I told you that. All right, then. I gesture for her to go on. 3 more taps of the hammer first. Clink, clink, clink. Lawrence's sister begged him to come home and make amends, to stop his quest for more. Instead, he decided it was time to start a new family, one of his own. He was around 40 when he met Amelia Lowe, of the San Francisco Lowes. As she says this, she does a little eye roll like she knows it's pretentious to describe someone this way, but it simply can't be helped. I suppress a laugh. A railroad family, she explains, a.k.a. rich. Anyway, Amelia's father hated Lawrence. Hated. She notices my expression. You're surprised. A bit, I admit. Everything I read suggested it was a kind of, not an arranged marriage, but, a business decision, like things used to be back then. She lifts her eyes to mine, a smirk lurking on her lips. That's by design. See, Lawrence wanted to marry Amelia, and Amelia wanted out from under her domineering father. She saw an opportunity with Lawrence, but her father forbade them from seeing each other. So they eloped. Margaret punctuates the word with a hearty whack of her hammer. Mr. Lowe was furious, of course, but by then Lawrence had acquired 4 more papers, and wouldn't you know it, in the days following their elopement, each of his 5 papers ran its own story about the union of these 2 powerful families. It was sheer flattery, praising the Lowes, spreading gossip about business that hadn't happened yet. It forced Lowe's hand. She opens the towel, arranges the glass, replaces the towel, swings the hammer. Amelia was welcomed right back into the fold, and what's more, Mr. Lowe and Lawrence went into business together. Everyone got what they wanted out of it. And then your grandfather Gerald was born, right? I say. A few years after Amelia and Lawrence got married? That's right. She covers the glass with the towel again, hits it with the hammer. In 1875, Gerald Rupert Ives came screaming into the world. She flicks a glance my way. He was the one who built the House of Ives as the world knows it. But I've always thought of him as the beginning of the end, the stepping stone that decided the entire path, the first domino that tipped, the one who, for better or worse, set every moment of my life into motion. The story. Their version. Gerald Ives created modern journalism. He was also a failed politician, a lavish partier, and a womanizer who abandoned his family without batting an eye. Her version. Gerald Ives never spoke an ill word of his father, but he never once heard his father say a kind word about him. Gerald was raised to be a businessman and was hardly 8 years old when he first realized he'd been born in the red, in debt, at a loss. He came out with his father's face and an expectation he could never live up to, no matter how many tutors his parents locked him in a room with. He was supposed to do great things. That was the contract Lawrence thought he'd entered into with the universe, and thus every second Gerald didn't, he was failing. He was disappointing. He was falling short. Things were different for his younger sister. 8 years after Gerald was born, Georgiana Gigi Ives arrived, firmly in the black. Beautiful like her mother, quiet like her father, quick-witted like both of them. And she was naturally content, which only earned her more adoration. Gigi went where she pleased, she did as she wished. She studied painting and dance and piano and played out in the grass with the nanny on sunny days. And Gerald watched through the window, his tutor barking at him again, until every math problem was solved, every Italian verb correctly conjugated, every important mining-related fact memorized and recited back. Their house in San Francisco was large and opulent, but to him it felt like a cage he paced, searching for weak points. He tried, at so many points in his life, he tried to codify what it was that made his father detest him, or what exactly about Gigi and his mother drew out that small, soft smile on his father's lips. Why they could drift light as sunbeams across the house and he would watch them go, more than approvingly, when only Gerald's rage could ever turn his father's eye. Once, after they'd fought, Gerald had gone into an outbuilding on their property and punched a hole clean through the wall. His mother had found him there, still shaking with unspent energy, even as blood dripped down the back of his hand to the cold dirt floor. Gently, she'd touched his shoulders. "He's afraid, you know," she told him. "That's why he's so hard on you." Gerald had nodded, and later wished he hadn't. He didn't know. He'd never seen any evidence at all that Lawrence Ives was afraid of anything, and even on his deathbed, Gerald would wonder what his mother had meant that day. But instead of asking, he'd tucked away his anger, tamped it down, it did no good anyway, and did only and exactly what his father asked. Until he was 25, and finally, Lawrence deemed him responsible enough to join the family business. Sort of. He gave him a newspaper. One. A trial, Lawrence had said, without even meeting his son's eyes, simply scribbling his signature to make the change official. Look at me, Gerald remembered thinking. Just look at me, for once. He didn't. 1 week after Gerald took charge of the San Francisco Daily Dispatch, he changed the motto to "Where Truth is King." 1 week after that, he cleaned house. He and his father didn't fight about it, they didn't talk about it, but for the first time, Gerald knew Lawrence was watching him. Gerald didn't understand mining. He had no natural talent for prospecting. He'd never feel the silver calling out to him from deep within the earth. But he had something his father didn't, a fearlessness. If everything fell apart, Gerald thought, who cared? This was his chance, and he'd never get another one. He had to keep his father's eye on him, and that meant taking big swings. He bet everything he had on talent. He poached the best writers, the best cartoonists, the best editors from the Pulitzer family's papers, and the Hearst's presses too. He nearly doubled his new staff's pay, and with the money he had left, he bought the newest and best equipment. Gerald Ives never spoke ill of his father, but he ran his newspaper with a vengeance. Lawrence had raised him to be a businessman, but his mother had raised him to be a populist, and he took all of her ideals and fed them back to the people for a price. He attacked corruption. He pointed out hypocrisy. The truth is king, he told his staff again and again, and his readers, too, who began to have the sense that maybe all the other newspapers of record weren't quite telling the truth. Some of his competitors folded. Others he acquired. He ran 2 of his father's papers into the ground, then bought them out from under him, and still the 2 men sat across the dinner table from each other in silence, Lawrence's eyes discreetly lifting off his soup to take inventory of his only son. For the first time in Gerald's life, he was in control. He decided when and how and by whom he would be seen. What was more, he shaped the world around his readers, told them whom to rage against, what to fear. His writers could come in late, come in drunk, not come in at all, so long as they performed their duties to his liking. Which meant even those he hadn't poached in his first wave of domination came running soon enough. Talent was his silver. It called out to him, and he needed to possess it. One of his writers, in particular, had a knack for penning headlines. His articles were shit, but it didn't matter, and Gerald saw that. The headline was enough. The headline told the story, and then a person's eyes simply glazed over as they wandered down the ink-ridden page. Who are you angry with? What do you fear? What do you love most in the world, and how could it be taken from you? These were the things he drilled into his staff. The truth was king, but emotion was the truth's most valuable advisor. Soon, San Francisco wasn't enough. Then, not even California. The true seat of power, he understood, was in New York. Only once he had both states, both cities, unified in the press, could he rest. At the turn of the 20th century, he crossed the country and began his second wave of domination. The first paper he bought in New York City was a bust. The second one folded too. People on the East Coast regarded him with distrust. But once again, his nose for talent did him right when he met Rosalind Goodlet. She was plain-faced and petite, almost childlike in appearance, and mostly concerned herself with charity for the poor and sick. She was also the daughter of a senator. Yes, Gerald had fashioned himself as the purveyor of truth, but somehow that hadn't added up to personal trust in him. After all, his own newspapers spent the bulk of their time and space calling to the public's attention the many moral failings of the wealthiest and most powerful, and at a certain point there was no avoiding the fact that Gerald himself had entered this stratum. People trusted Rosalind. Perhaps because she wasn't beautiful, or because of the innocence in her eyes, or maybe it was a game whose rules she'd figured out, but in any case, Gerald watched her and he knew she had a rare talent. The way Gerald saw it, though, her father was a man who'd merely gotten lucky and tripped into a position of authority, which made him corruptible. Gerald didn't ask Rosalind to marry him. He showered Senator Goodlet with gifts, then suggested an alliance. When the senator arranged Gerald's marriage to Rosalind, he more or less passed Gerald Ives the key to New York. Within 3 months of their wedding, he'd purchased 2 powerful papers in the city, filled them with his people, covered them with his fingerprints. Then he took his young wife and went back to California. He wasn't a cruel man. He didn't take her money as his own. She gave him what he most dearly wanted. Why shouldn't he let her have her own wish? All she really wanted, like him, was to do her work. And yes, her work consisted primarily of spending money, but every penny she spent on her philanthropy came back to him in the form of goodwill, another kind of investment, though not one his father understood or approved of. Not yet, anyway. Rosalind did not love Gerald, he knew that, but she respected him, and he respected her too, more than he could have guessed at the beginning. They became something more than husband and wife. They were partners. He did not bed his wife for the first 3 years of their marriage. He waited for her to come to him. Afterward, they lay in bed and talked for hours, dreamed of everything they might someday have. He ran one hand over her mousy blonde hair, and he looked at her closely for the first time and saw that she could be beautiful, that all it took was looking long enough, close enough, and he was ashamed that he hadn't. In 1904, they produced a son, Frederick Ives, followed by a daughter, Francine, and he was determined to be good to them, both of them. It was, like his marriage, like poaching Pulitzer's people, like buying the newest printing press, like Rosalind's philanthropy, an investment. Twice a week, Gerald took his wife and children to dine with his parents in their tasteful Victorian manse. Gigi had married an Englishman and moved to Europe, but even in his sister's absence, Gerald received no more of their father's attention. That all went to Freddie. Little Freddie, whom Gerald had let run wild, who flailed in his studies, who had plenty of his warm, good-hearted mother in him, and very little Ives, except his looks. Gerald didn't understand it, how both of his parents were all too happy to dote on his own silly, playful, unambitious son, while Gerald himself still hadn't managed to glean an ounce of his father's approval. Maybe that was why he pursued the California State Senate. If the money and business acumen weren't enough to put him in the black, then perhaps political power might. Back then, senators were elected by state legislatures rather than popular votes, and with all the connections he'd accumulated, Gerald more or less walked into the position. In 1909, he was sworn in, and he and Rosalind began planning for an eventual ascent to the White House. Even with the full force of the press behind them, though, when the presidential election came around, the caucus chose someone else. 4 years later, he tried again. Again, they chose someone else. And while Gerald was still smarting from the failure, Lawrence abruptly fell ill. Gerald rushed to be at his father's side, but even on his deathbed, Lawrence had nothing to say to his son. Instead, for several days, he raged and wept and apologized to people who weren't there. He begged a faceless specter to come home, and then finally seemed to get the answer he wanted. In 1919, at 89 years old, Lawrence found his first shred of peace. Then he closed his eyes, smiled softly, and took his last breath. It was as if all the hunger that had lived trapped inside his body slipped out on that last exhale, then snaked its way into Gerald's lungs, where it writhed and snapped like a viper. To Gerald, that bottomless pit of a nameless want felt less like hunger and more like rage, an anger so violent he thought it would destroy anything it touched. For the first time since his teenage years, he stormed into his childhood bedroom and punched the wall. Then he punched it again and again until the blood from his knuckles was smeared across the wallpaper. When Rosalind came to him, he shoved his wife from the room and locked the door, letting the rage consume him. He destroyed his cherrywood dresser, he ripped the drapes from the window, he battered the bedpost until he was too tired to fight anymore, to think anymore, and that was a relief. He left San Francisco a week after that. He couldn't stand to be there any longer, couldn't stand to be seen by his wife or his children, or to watch his mother mourn the father who'd never loved him. He left them, all of them, and went somewhere new, unfamiliar and without ghosts. He was convinced that in Hollywood he could sweat his fury out like a fever. But that wasn't what happened. His first night in town, at 44 years old, Gerald Ives fell in love. He sat in a lounge sipping a martini and he looked up at the stage and saw her, lit up like an angel. Untamable red gold hair, strange green eyes, a voice like a flame singeing paper. She was no more beautiful than Rosalind, but she was striking. Her presence not only invited but demanded attention, and it was such a relief to give it, to feel that instead of a bottomless pit of rage. His want was an ocean he could drown in, not a lack of something but an excess of it. When she finished her performance, she walked straight off the stage to his table and introduced herself. Nina Gill had been trying to break into film with about as much luck as Gerald with national politics. Films were still silent then, and half of Nina's power was in the sound of her voice. Unlike Gerald, or even Gerald's wife, Nina didn't hunger for wealth, power, or change. It wasn't stardom she was after. She wanted only beauty and pleasure. And lucky for Gerald, he was an undeniably beautiful man, more so in middle age than he had been in his youth. As for the pleasure piece of things, he lost himself in his pursuit of it with her. Drinking, dancing, music, sex. All day long, every minute that she wasn't with him, he missed her. But when she fell asleep at night, before him always, his thoughts wandered to Rosalind, which made him think about San Francisco and his old life, and the anger would rise through him again, shapeless and aimless, but white-hot. This went on for months. It might have gone on much longer if Rosalind hadn't sent him word that his mother had died. He knew as soon as he read the telegram that that was the end of it. He'd never go back to San Francisco. Again, his anger rose, but this time there was nowhere to run. So he threw himself back into work. The First World War was 2 years over by then, and there was talent to be found, money to be made. He needed more than to be drunk and in love. He needed to be busy, worn out. He bought a burgeoning film studio, Royal Pictures, and put Nina under contract. When her first film came out, a comedy, he filled his newspapers with rapturous reviews of her performance. But it took 2 more for her star to truly rise. As the money came back to him, it always did, he began to do something new and novel for Gerald, for any Ives. He spent it. Not invested, not gambled, spent. Vengefully. He couldn't have the White House? Fine. He built himself a fortress on the California coast and filled it with beautiful, pleasurable things. He covered the grounds with gardens and citrus trees, threw lavish parties most Saturday nights. On Nina's birthday, he brought in elephants and tigers. He invited her Hollywood friends to stay for weeks on end, and they swam drunk and naked in the indoor pool together beneath a ceiling draped in gauzy fabric. And they fought. Oh, God, did they fight. Rosalind had never so much as raised her voice to him. Nina did. Every time she learned of one of his infidelities, of which there were many, she screamed at him, and whenever he suspected one of hers, likely there were none, he screamed back. They'd fight in front of their friends, throw things at walls, storm onto the grounds, and spit at each other. But it never made it to the gossip rags because by then he owned them all. So long as his family didn't have to read about him, about his boundless rage, then it would be as if he no longer existed. All his fury would burn itself out without ever touching them. But of course, that wasn't what happened, because Nina fell sick. 12. The mystery illness, I say. I remember reading about that. 2 years where Nina Gill couldn't work, right as talkies started coming out. And she was in the news more than ever, Margaret agrees. I can guess what your Dove Franklin had to say about all of that in his so-called book. Since when am I responsible for him? I tease. I'm not even the one who bought that book. Blame my parents. But yes, he had his theories about her time away. She flashes me a smile over the ceaseless movement of her hands among the glass shards. Let me guess. She couldn't hack it in the changing landscape of Hollywood. No one wanted her in the talkies, and her star began to fall even faster than it had risen, leading to a 2-year mental breakdown, the likes of which she never fully recovered from. I nod. An actress at the height of her fame taking a 2-year hiatus and then spending the majority of that in and out of hospitals around the world. A mental breakdown seemed less far-fetched to me than some of his other theories. Her hand still on her tools, and something passes across her face. There are all kinds of reasons for a woman to want to disappear. Always have been. Such as? I say gently. Margaret peels her gloves off her small but calloused hands. Let's walk back to the house. Jody will certainly bring lunch here, but she won't be happy about it. She doesn't like waiting on me. Is she paid to? I ask, since still no information about their relationship has been provided to me. Margaret's head cocks prettily to one side. "No, I wouldn't say that," she settles on, as enigmatic of an answer as I would have expected from her. I pack up my things, and we leave the workshop, the doors still ajar and unlocked, the ceiling fan still twirling. We start down the path in the opposite direction from which Jody and I arrived, curving around the other side of the garden beds back toward the house. When I point this out, Margaret nods. "It's all the same path. You just stay on it, and you'll get where you're going eventually." "Like the labyrinth," I say, clutching my recorder, still running, in one hand and my phone in the other. "More or less," she says. "I've thought about turning the whole thing into a mosaic, connecting it to the labyrinth. Probably don't have that many years left of my life, though. That's a lot of work." "So it was on purpose," I say. "The unicursal path?" "I like taking away that element of decision, whenever I can." "Why's that?" I ask. "Because it gives me peace," she says. "Remembering my decisions don't make much of a difference in the end." I balk, even miss a step. "You really think that?" Another sly, nearly coquettish smile, and at 87 years old, she's still pulling it off. Think. Hope. Somewhere in between the two. The path curls down to walk along the marsh, and I see a fan boat docked among the reeds. "You use that much?" I ask. "Not much," she says. "But more often than I use the car." "That hardly tells me anything," I point out. "Now you're catching on," she teases. But honestly, I'm not. When I let her talk, she'll talk, but when I want a straight answer, she's more evasive. Which once again begs the question, what am I doing here? "I'm curious about something," I say. "I'd describe you as curious about everything," Margaret parries. "Hazard of the trade," I say, then admit, or more realistically, I was just born this way. "Sounds like you're on a unicursal path of your own," she reasons. She doesn't invite me to ask my question, but I do anyway. "Why now?" "What do you mean?" she says innocently. I give her a look, and she laughs. "Every once in a while, you've got some bite, Alice Scott. I like that." "Thank you. And I like when you answer the questions I ask." Another laugh. "I know I look great, but I'm old. If not now, when?" "Right," I agree. "But never was an option. Something had to have convinced you to talk to me, and as great as I am, I don't buy that it was my rambling voicemail." We pause at the back doors to Margaret's house. "I made a promise to someone," she says. "And then they died before I could tell them I took it back." "You're not going to tell me who, are you?" I ask. She smiles and opens the door. "Not today." As we step inside, from somewhere deeper in the house, Jody grunts, "You're back. Nothing gets past you, does it?" Margaret leads me through a door into a bright, powder blue kitchen where Jody's slicing sandwiches into tiny triangles. "Tuna salad?" Margaret asks, leaning over Jody's shoulder to look at the cutting board. "Cucumber," Jody says. "And now that you're back, you can take over." Margaret gives a belabored sigh, but still steps up to the task when Jody retreats to wash her hands over the deep double sink, its overhead window looking out on the backyard. "How long does it usually take a person to get used to this house?" I ask. "I don't understand how anything is connected. I would have thought we were at the front of the house here." "There's no usually," Margaret says. I frown, which makes her laugh. "Not a facial expression I've seen you do much of," she says. On her way out of the room, Jody says, "No one has to get used to the house, because no one except us is ever in it." "Ever?" I ask. Margaret gives an unbothered shrug. "More or less." "How do you sell your work? To the shops and galleries?" I ask. She waves a hand. "Oh, Jody handles all that. Not that there's much to handle. Like I said, most tourists are looking for a different sort of thing than what I do." That certainly explains the reaction from the shopkeeper who'd finally passed along Margaret's contact information. He'd said something along the lines of, "You're welcome to it, but if Irene Mayberry is actually Margaret Ives, then I'm Elvis." "What about groceries?" I ask. "Jody," she says. "Jody handles it all." "And what, you just stay in this house all day?" "I stay in the yard, mostly," Margaret says. "Or out on the boat, or in my home." "That's gotta be lonely," I say. "Less so than you'd think," she retorts. "You get used to it, isolation. Funny thing is, I was already used to it by the time I disappeared." "Meaning?" I ask. "No more chit-chat right now," she says. "It's nearly dinner time, and no one needs to see the inside of my mouth while I'm eating." On Friday, the morning after my best session with Margaret yet, I'm picking through my notes and typing up an extremely uninspiring, though blessedly short article on new skincare trends for the Scratch when Theo texts me. "I'm shooting in Atlanta right now," he says. "Oh, nice," I write back. "Who/what?" "That new fashion designer, Mogi," he replies. "Should be a good time." He's not giving me a ton of conversational ammo here, but I'd rather be doing anything than working right now, while sitting out on Little Croissant's patio, sweating through my sundress, so I write back anyway. "Yeah, Atlanta's super cool. Let me know if you want any recs." "How far is it from where you are?" he says. I do a quick search to double check. "Not that close, like 3.5 hours by car." "Shit," he says. A second later, a new message buzzes in. "What are you up to this weekend?" "Oh, nothing. Just more meandering interviews that manage to avoid almost anything juicy from a story I'm sure is 90% juice." "Nothing today. Working tomorrow during the day, then nothing Sunday and Monday." "Nice," he says, adding, "I prob will be done by Saturday night too." The text just hangs there, and understanding clicks into place. He's doing what he always does. Not quite asking me to ask him to hang out. It's annoying how indirect he always is, but at least there's some comfort in knowing him well enough to read between the lines. Unlike the horror that unfolded between me and Hayden the other night. I take a screenshot of the exchange and text it to my friends. Priya is the first to reply. "A girl's gotta eat, Alice." Bianca is right behind her. "Turn in your skincare piece. Also, barf." Killian slides in next. "My enemy." I thumb up Bianca's text first, then write out my reply. "I'm going to invite him to come down, but that's where I draw the line. I will not be asking him whether I can fly to him." "Tell him he can meet you there, then send him this address," Killian says. I follow the link he's sent. It takes me to a map of Antarctica, a little pin over something called the Pole of Inaccessibility Research Station. "Will do," I say. Then text Theo. "You're welcome to come down if you want. There's not a ton to do, but there's at least one cute bar, restaurant, and a good coffee shop, and it's beautiful." "Really?" Theo says. "Yes." "Sure, why not? I could drive down when I finish up tomorrow afternoon. Meet around 7? "Sounds good," I tell him, then turn my phone over and click back to yesterday's notes. We covered a decent amount of ground. Nina Gill's mystery illness, the fluctuating weight, the hair loss, the months she'd spent in the Swiss Alps while she recovered. During their time apart, Nina had fallen in love with her doctor, and in the aftermath of her and Gerald's breakup, he finally reconnected with his sister, Gigi, whose English husband had died not long after she discovered she was pregnant. Gerald insisted on moving Gigi and her new baby, Ruth, onto his estate, now that Nina had moved out and on with the doctor. Out of the blue, I'd asked Margaret, and she'd given one of those dry, secretive smiles. "Nothing is out of the blue when it comes to my family," she said. "Not ever." I could feel the hidden meaning beneath the words, but when I pressed her on it, she evaded me, just kept going with her story. For a time, Gerald had continued his management of Nina's career, even after her marriage. But the truth was, even with his media pull, the time away had changed the landscape too much for her. The reviews of her newer films were mostly concerned with the physical toll her illness had taken on her. She'd visibly aged and gained a fair bit of weight, and an outlet beyond Gerald's control had nicknamed her the not-so-ingenue, with the emphasis on new. The audiences had tired of her too. As far as they were concerned, she belonged to the silent film era, and every time she spoke, her surprising voice convinced them she'd overstayed her welcome. She left the business entirely in 1931, and that same year, Gerald moved his wife, Rosalind, and his now grown children down to the House of Ives, as if the last 12 years apart had never happened. Freddie and Francine were 27 and 26 respectively by then, both unmarried and neither excited about relocating their entire lives. But Gerald controlled all the money, and so when he said jump, they jumped. Thus, he, his wife, his grown children, his sister Gigi, and her daughter Ruth all wound up living in the same house. If you could call the Ives estate a house, and honestly, I don't think you can, but still. Gerald and Rosalind never shared a room again, of course, Margaret told me. They were cold, but cordial, and it was much too late for him to fix his relationship with his own children, but his niece was just a baby, so essentially all that opulence Gerald had lavished on his mistress was turned toward baby Ruth at that point. She was the light of his life. The world had probably never seen such a spoiled child, until Laura and I came along anyway, but she was good-natured to her core. When she was small, her nickname was Little Princess, and even when Laura and I were little girls and Ruth was a young woman, we all mostly called her LP. It wasn't a bad interview. It was arguably good, but I could feel that there was more lurking just underneath what she was saying, and she still didn't trust me enough to share it. I'd offered multiple times to stop recording, but she'd waved off the offer. "You can trust me," I promised her. She parried with, "You can trust me, too." It effectively ended the discussion. If I wanted her to open up to me, I had to respect that she had her own reasons for what she chose to share and when. Margaret refused to be rushed, and I knew that pushing would only slow us down in the long run. If I got the job, there'd be plenty of time to dig into these stories. My only real goal these next 3.5 weeks was to earn her trust. I just had to hope Hayden wasn't having better luck than I was. On Saturday morning, I'm driving through the fog to Margaret's house when she calls to cancel on me. "Something came up," she says through my rental car's speakers when I take her call. I put on my blinker and pull off into the little croissant gift shop enclave parking lot. "No problem at all," I assure her. "If you just need a few hours, we could meet later." "Not today," she says stiffly. "Then tomorrow?" I suggest. "Not tomorrow either," she says. And Monday she'll be meeting with Hayden. I ignore the sinking sensation in my chest, grapple for a grip on the hope that this doesn't mean she's close to firing me before I've even been hired. I clear my throat. "Should we just pick things back up during our Tuesday session?" I ask, crossing all of my fingers against the steering wheel as I pull into a shady parking spot. "If I can, yes," she says, but offers nothing else. "Okay, well, if things change on your end, or even if you just need something, don't be afraid to reach out." "You're a sweet girl," she says, and I swear there's a hint of regret in her voice. She's about to fire me, isn't she? I swallow a lump of emotion and let my hand hover over the button to end the call. "Okay, well, take care, Margaret." "You too, Alice," she says, and we hang up. I sit, staring at the wheel, trying all my best pep talks on myself and, for once, getting nowhere. With a groan, I slump forward. Something thunks next to my left ear, and I sit up with a yelp, spinning toward the window. A gap-toothed man in a bucket hat grins at me from the other side of the glass. Captain Cecil gives a hearty wave, then steps back to make room for the door as I swing it open and step out into the heat. "There she is," he says, like I'm just the person he wanted to see. Me, a perfect stranger he's bumped into twice. Instantly, my mood lifts. My heart very nearly soars. I've found a kindred spirit in Cecil, and it makes me realize how lonely I've been since the awkwardness with Hayden last week. I should be used to the isolation of this job, but I'm not sure I ever will be. "I was wondering when I'd run into you again," I tell him.
"And I you," he says. "I have an invitation for you."
"Oh?" I say, intrigued.
"Fishbowl's having a little soiree tonight," he says.
"I do love a soiree," I say. "Celebrating anything in particular?"
"As a matter of fact, yes," he says. "It's an annual fete in honor of my birthday."
"Oh, wow! Happy birthday!" I say. He chortles.
"Thank you, dear, but my birthday isn't until December. This is just in honor of my birthday, which happens to be Christmas. I always thought that was a raw deal, so I started throwing myself a summer bash about 10 years ago and never looked back."
"Genius," I say, and his grin widens again.
"I think so," he agrees. "Anyway, small bites provided, no gifts required, and drinks at happy hour prices. Stop by if you feel so inclined."
"I will," I promise him. "Would it be all right if I brought a friend?"
"Already made a friend," he cries. "Other than me, of course."
I laugh. "Well, no, someone from back home. He's driving up from Atlanta later today."
"Sure, bring him along," he says. "It's a more the merrier situation."
"My favorite kind," I say.
"Then I'll see you sometime between 7 and midnight, Miss Scott."
He tips his bucket hat at me and saunters off. The smell of ground coffee beans beckons me, a siren call coming from Little Croissant. I grab my laptop from my back seat and head toward the Robin's Egg Blue Coffee Shop's elevated platform. I'm out, so I might as well enjoy it, but if I can't interview Margaret, I'm at least going to do some independent research. I order an iced brown sugar latte at the window, then take it down to the flagstone patio. Some deep part of my subconscious feels his presence and sends an uncanny prickle to the back of my neck in the second before my gaze sweeps over the hunched, hulking shape of Hayden Anderson. His computer sits on the little mosaic table in front of him, but his eyes are right on me. There's no pretending we didn't see each other. For once, I wish I was a little less chronically polite, that I was as comfortable with a good scowl or blank stare as the man 4 feet in front of me. "Hello," I say coolly.
"Hi."
His reply is terse, uncomfortable. Everything about him is terse and uncomfortable, which makes me feel a little better about our last humiliating encounter. Another beat. "Anyway," I turn toward the table farthest from him. It's probably only 15 feet away, but I think I can manage to pass 5 minutes there before finding an excuse to leave.
"Shouldn't you be with Margaret today?"
he asks. My shoulders rise protectively. I should brush him off, make an excuse, or flat out not answer. That's what he would do. Unfortunately, I'm still, at my core, me. I'm already marching back to his table, the truth pouring out of me. "She canceled." His face betrays nothing. It so fully betrays nothing that I'm positive he knows something, which I say as I plop down in the iron chair opposite him.
"I don't,"
he says. Somehow, I can hear the technicality in his voice. He's telling the truth, but only just. "So you don't know why she canceled," I say, "but you have a guess." He lets out a sigh.
"I'm not going to speculate, Alice."
"No, I know," I say. "You wouldn't possibly share any helpful information with me, even though I am the smallest and least significant threat to this job that you can possibly imagine." His jaw clenches.
"You're putting words in my mouth."
I'm reading between the lines. I counter. He leans forward over the table, our knees clashing under it.
"Just because you've made a decision about how I feel," he growls, "doesn't make it true."
"So what, you're not positive Margaret's going to hire you over me?" I ask.
"I'm reasonably certain," he replies cautiously. Would you rather I kept that from you?
You're pretty keen to keep everything else from me, I say. His frown deepens. His lips part as if he's debating saying something. A sigh escapes him right before he caves.
I can't give this up.
I shift in my seat, my anger abating and leaving me unpleasantly vulnerable. That much I understand. That much I don't blame him for. I expected him to fight for this opportunity, just like I am. I know, I admit. Neither can I. He holds my gaze for one long moment.
I would like to be friends.
At my surprised laugh, his inky brows draw together.
What's funny about that?
He wants to know. Don't take this the wrong way, I warn, but you sound like a robot learning to love. His face screws up in bafflement.
I don't know any way to take that.
I just mean you've pushed me away, kissed me, and insulted me, I say. And now you're formally proposing friendship.
I wouldn't describe our relationship until now like that, exactly,
he says, visibly and audibly dismayed. My head cocks to one side. How would you describe it? His eyes train on his green tea. He pushes it farther from the ledge.
So you don't want to be friends?
You're putting words in my mouth, I retort. He barely smiles.
What are you doing tonight?
Tonight? I ask. Hot date. At Fishbowl.
Too bad,
he says. Were you going to ask me to hang out? I ask.
If you thought you could go one night without talking about Margaret Ives,
he says,
then yes.
I say. Too bad.
Maybe next month,
he says. Maybe, I agree, standing. If you can forgive me for taking your job. 13. My last text from Theo came in at 3 p.m. Finishing up here soon. One good thing about Theo Boris is that he is, like me, a social creature by nature. Not only was he delighted at the thought of going to Cecil's not birthday party, but he'd offered to meet me there, so I didn't have to wait on him. I work until 6, then take a quick shower, swipe on some mascara, and head out for the night. Downtown is packed, and I have to park 4 blocks away. As I'm doing so, my phone buzzes with a message from my mom. I say message, but really it's just a link to an article about how California is going to eventually go up in flames, then break off from the rest of the country and sink to the floor of the ocean. Ever since I first moved to LA, I've gotten a text like this a few times a year, with such regularity that at times I've wondered whether she has a calendar alert set to nudge me about my new home's impending doom. I tried to accept it as a form of love, even if the greater implication was also that all my decisions were wrong. Wow, that's terrible, I write back, and before I hit send, I stop short just outside a fishbowl, guilt creeping in. I should be checking in with her more often, making sure she's okay. Dad would be so disappointed if he knew how little we've seen each other since he died. I'm in Georgia for a story, I add, and I was wondering if I could drive down to see you next weekend? Sure, she says. Not the most emphatic of responses, but still, a weight eases off my chest. I tuck my phone into my bag and step inside. If Fishbowl verged on overstimulating during my last visit, this time it can only be described as visually cacophonous. From the fishnet-covered ceiling, dozens, if not hundreds, of colored paper lanterns hang. Massive bouquets of tropical flowers sit atop every table, and most of the guests are dressed in bold florals to match. The theme, if there is one, appears to be bright. The place is packed, but hardly any tables are taken, everyone standing and milling instead. I pick my way over to the bartender and ask for something tropical and non-alcoholic. He comes back with a tangerine-colored concoction in a goblet, and orchids spilling out over the top of it. Open or closed? He asks about my tab when I hand over my credit card. Open's fine. He cups a hand around his ear and leans in to hear me over the roar of both the crowd and the music. Opens? Fine! He goes to run the card, then slides it back over the counter as I scan for anyone I might recognize. Cecil's nowhere in sight, and the only other person I've met before, in any capacity, is Sherry, the waitress carrying a tray of some kind of cheese puff treat around. I retreat to the booth in the corner to wait for Theo. When I sent the address to him, he'd sent a thumbs up back, but no other acknowledgement. I do the math in my head, trying to guess how much longer it might take him to get here. I send him one more text. ETA? Rather than pretending to be engrossed by my phone, I opt to set it aside and try to look approachable. This mainly consists of gazing hopefully around the room for anyone not already engaged in conversation whom I could make small talk with. I would have been more careful what I wished for if I'd thought for even 1 second that there was a chance Hayden might be here. Again. He's the stillest thing in the room, which makes him stand out. His height, even sitting, and his stark black and white wardrobe don't help either. He's at a table on the far side of the restaurant, and I become acutely aware that I've taken his go-to spot in the corner near the bathrooms. He lifts his water glass in greeting. I lift my ridiculous mocktail back. Then he unfurls from his seat and stalks toward me. "Twice in one day," I say.
"It's a small island,"
he says. "Still," I say, "an incredible coincidence."
"Can I sit?"
he asks. I glance toward the door.
"Your hot date,"
he says.
"Right."
"He's running late," I say, just a hair defensive.
"I can keep you company,"
he offers.
"If you'd like."
His voice is low, even, warm, a surprisingly inviting combination. I glance at the time on my phone again, finishing off the calculation that spotting Hayden had interrupted. "For a minute," I say. "He won't be much longer." His chin dips once, and he slides into the booth across from me.
"So, are you here tonight by coincidence, or have you also met Cecil?"
I crack a smile. Cecil invited me, and I was feeling pretty special for that until 10 seconds ago.
"Oh, you should still feel special,"
Hayden assures me.
"He only invited me because he decided, based on nothing, I should add, that I'm doing a write-up on this place."
I laugh. "No, that's pretty much why I'm here too."
"Maybe,"
he allows.
"But was he smiling when he invited you?"
"I have yet to see that man not smiling," I say.
"And that, Scott, is where our experiences with Cecil diverge."
I shift in my seat, suppressing a laugh. Even when I want to be cold with him, I can't. Maybe I should just give it up. Except that, as is typical for me, I like and even respect someone regardless of whether they like or respect me. "Then why'd you come?" I ask him. He stares at me for a beat.
"I felt bad."
"Honestly, I doubt Cecil would have noticed if either of us didn't show up," I say, especially since he doesn't even seem to be here. He gives one firm shake of his head.
"Not about that. About the other night."
Oh God. A burn begins at the tips of my ears, spreading toward my face. At the top of the list of things I want in this moment, to pretend the kiss never happened. My phone starts ringing on the table between us, Theo's name flashing on screen. Once again, the universe is coming through for me. I flash Hayden my sunniest smile. "My date." I tip my head toward my phone and answer the call, turning sideways on the bench. "Theo?"
"Alice, hi."
Whatever he says next gets lost in the noise. "Oh, hold on a second," I tell him. "I have to go outside. I can't hear you." I excuse myself from Hayden with a 1-minute gesture and head out to the street. "You still there?"
"I'm sorry, Alice,"
he says. "Sorry?" As I say it, something sinks in my chest.
"The photo shoot ran long,"
he says. "That's fine," I promise him. "How far away are you?" He sighs.
"I haven't left yet."
"Oh." I turn back to the window, inadvertently meeting Hayden's eyes. The embarrassment and disappointment bubble over then in the form of stinging tears. I face the street again, urging my voice into steadiness. So what are you thinking?
I just bit off more than I can chew, he says. It would have been fun to meet up, but my flight's tomorrow night, so at this point, I feel like I should probably just chill here. The drive wouldn't be worth it, I don't think.
I stop myself, right in the nick of time from suggesting he change his flight to leave from here. Surely this has already occurred to him. He travels as much as I do. He knows how all of this works. It's not worth it to him. That's the end of the conversation. And it's not a surprise, but after the last few days of emotional highs and lows, it hits me harder than it should. I understand, I tell him. We'll just catch up later.
I knew you'd get it, he says. You're the best, Alice.
I smile, but can't quite will myself to thank him for the compliment. I clear my throat. Get home safe.
Enjoy the rest of your stay, he tells me. See you back in LA.
Yep, I cheep. He says bye and clicks off. For a second, I just stand there, phone still pressed to my ear, debating what to do. I can't face Hayden right now. It was bad enough being rejected by him mid-makeout. Now I've bragged about a date that isn't happening. But my purse is still inside, sitting at the table with him. Get your bag, go home, and get back to work, I tell myself. It will be fine. A nice night in might be exactly what I need. I can text my friends and do some more research, or else settle in with some key lime pie and reality TV. All that stands in my way is walking through that door and snatching my purse. I can do it. I steel myself, drop my phone to my side, and march back in. Hayden's brow shoots upward at something in my expression as I approach.
Everything okay?
He asks. Fine, I say, grabbing the strap of my bag. Something just came up, so I've got to head out.
Like an emergency?
Sort of. I avoid eye contact while I stuff my phone into my bag. Enjoy your night. I hear him call my name at my back, but with the party in full swing, I figure I have plausible deniability there. I don't turn around. I just flee down the dark street. I've made it 2 blocks toward my car when I hear him shout my name again. Shit. I have to go, I call back, not slowing my pace. It doesn't matter. He's too tall. He's got the advantage. He catches up to me right as I'm turning down the narrow, empty side street where I left my car parked between 2 palm trees.
What happened?
He asks.
Are you okay?
Something in me snaps. I whirl back around on him. Are you trying to embarrass me, Hayden? Shock splashes across his face.
What?
I stalk toward him. It wasn't enough for you to kiss me, and let's be clear here, you kissed me, shut me down, and insult my ability? You had to show up here tonight to, what, ruin my date? Or did you not even believe I had a date? Well, guess what? You win, I don't. He's not coming after all. He, like you, changed his mind at the last second. I guess I have that effect on a certain kind of man, so if you're done chasing me down the street to get a good look at my humiliation, I'd love to go home right now and pretend this night, this whole last week, never happened. I spin toward my car. He grabs my arm. My gaze snaps from his loose grip up to his face, hovering over me and torqued in frustration. I wait for him to say something, or to let go. 1 second. 2, 3. It's like we're both frozen there.
I thought you invited me,
he blurts. What? He huffs, eyes dropping to our feet before rebounding to my face.
I thought you were kidding about the date.
I stare at him, utterly shocked.
Not because I don't believe you could get a date,
he goes on gruffly.
Just because we've only been here a week and a half and almost everyone who lives on this island is a retiree.
I'm still staring, blinking at him, mouth open like a goldfish who accidentally plopped out of her fish tank.
So I thought when you said...
He grimaces.
You don't have anything to be embarrassed about here, Alice. I know I'm the one who kissed you. I know I'm the one who shut it down.
I still haven't regained control of my voice, or my limbs. His hand softens on my elbow, and I do everything I can not to lean into the touch, to find comfort there.
There's something I have to tell you,
he says, shaking his head. I finally manage a small, okay. Once more, his dark gaze sweeps toward the gap between our feet.
She asked for me.
Our eyes connect. What do you mean?
I didn't track Margaret Ives down, he says. You're the only one who found her.
I sway slightly on the spot.
She found me, he says. She reached out to my agent. I guess she read our friend Len and she asked if I'd be open to doing some meetings to see whether I'd be a good fit to write her biography.
My legs wobble. Hayden's grip on me tightens slightly as I lean back, slowing my fall as I slump against the side of my car. He steps in close, balancing me for a second, before his hands uncertainly release me. So she's already chosen, I half whisper. No, he says quietly, but when I meet his eyes, he looks down.
I don't know. Maybe.
Now I'm the one to study our feet, both of mine in between both of his. You could have told me sooner. He sighs.
I felt bad. You did all the work of finding her and then I just showed up.
Why did she even have me come down here? I ask, shaking my head, tears well in my eyes. A snort of laughter escapes me when I realize. Long day, I say, wiping at the damp spots in my tear trough. With a frown, Hayden touches the side of my face, a gentle slide of his palm and then a sweep of his thumb over the top of my cheek, collecting the moisture.
You wouldn't be here if she wasn't still open to working with you.
Yeah, I say half-heartedly. He's right, though. He has to be. There has to be a reason I'm here. Or maybe it's all some kind of game to her. Maybe she's just using me to try and get your best work or something.
I don't know, he admits. But I started with an advantage. It didn't feel right, kissing you, when you didn't know the full story.
I look up into his eyes. That's why? His hand curves softly around my ear.
That's why.
Delicate warmth unfurls through my belly. No girlfriend?
No girlfriend,
He says.
And your date?
Real, I say, but not a boyfriend. I straighten away from the car, the movement pressing me against him.
This still wouldn't work, Alice.
His voice rumbles through my stomach and my hip, where his free hand has settled. What wouldn't? I ask. His eyes track the rise and fall of my breath.
We're still competing for the same job.
So I'm competition again? I tease. His hand flexes at my waist, and I'm pulled snug against him, where I can feel every hard line of him.
You were always competition.
I'm going to kiss you, Hayden, I say, almost a warning. But I don't get the chance. His mouth is already on mine, one of his hands snaking into my hair, his other sliding down my backside as I arch hungrily into him. I'm pinned against the car, gasping into his mouth, my thigh lifted up along his hip on this abandoned street. His long fingers curl into my skin. His hand slides higher, pushing my skirt up along my thigh, moving closer and closer to where I want him. He brushes along the damp lace of my underwear and swears against the side of my throat.
You never wear pants,
he murmurs, his thumb tracing down me.
It makes it hard to think.
You always wear pants. I manage to breathe out. I'm worried you'll have heat stroke. His laugh is gravelly at my ear, the sound sending as much of a thrill through me as his careful touch. I move against him, and he slides his hand down me more fully. A jumble of voices and footsteps approach us from around the corner, and he steps back abruptly, smoothing my skirt down my thighs again. You can come over if you want, I say thickly.
Stop inviting me,
he says. Why? I ask.
Because eventually I'm going to say yes,
he replies. That's the general idea, I say.
I'm obviously attracted to you,
he says. Obviously, I agree.
This can't go well, Alice,
he says. Which part? I ask, doubtful. There's at least one thing I'm very nearly certain could go well.
We both want this job too much,
he says.
Even more than we might want.
You're worried I'll get too attached, I guess.
I'm worried about the work,
he says.
Neither of us can afford to be pulling punches here. If either of us doesn't give this our all, we'll regret it, and then we'll resent each other for it, and I don't know if I can handle being the one person on the planet Alice Scott doesn't like.
Oh, I'm sure you could, I tell him. His smile, wide enough to reveal teeth, dazzles me for a moment. I want to climb inside of it. The group that came from around the corner staggers tipsily past. When they've moved off, he steps in close again, our waists connecting, the infinitesimal amount of pressure flooding me with want.
Maybe some other time,
he says, the rest of the sentence hanging in the air, unspoken.
After all of this.
Maybe, I agree.
Would you be able to forgive me?
He asks, looking up at me through his lashes. Of course I wouldn't hold it against him if he got the job, but would I be able to handle the way his presence would remind me of my failure? Would you? I ask him rather than answering. He frowns, and I can see it in his face. For all of our differences, we're both proud. This spark between us is fun and surprising right now. In 3 more weeks, it could settle into something bitter. Okay. My nod feels strangely final, like a handshake agreement. May the best writer win, and may it be enough to make up for the orgasms we forsake. He steps back from the curb, and I straighten, pulling my keys free from the outside pocket of my bag. He gives me the same kind of nod.
Get home safe.
The formality of it makes my heart twinge. You too. I turn and round my car, unlocking it.
Alice?
He calls over the top of it.
She lies to me too,
he says.
For whatever it's worth, Margaret Ives isn't telling me the truth.
14. On Monday, I'm working over dinner at Rum Room when I find something strange. I'm prepping for tomorrow's interview with Margaret to continue her grandfather's story after his affair with the actress Nina Gill ended, and I come across a news item in Vanity Fair covering the opulent 1949 wedding of Gerald's niece, Ruth Allen, the little princess he'd raised more devotedly than his own children. Ruth was 21 years old when she married the actor-turned-decorated World War II pilot-turned-talent manager, James Aller, and their wedding was the event of the summer. Starlets, politicians, famous artists of all stripes descended on the grounds of the House of Ives to celebrate the union. Margaret and her sister Laura, 11 and 8 years old at the time, acted as flower girls for their first cousin once removed, wearing crowns of vibrant yellow sunflowers to match Ruth's bouquet. Even Nina Gill, accompanied by her husband, had attended, sitting on the same expansive lawn as Gerald for the first time since their affair ended 22 years earlier. The wedding festivities lasted 3 days and were completely devoid of photography, which made every society journalist covering the affair that much more committed to making the reader feel as though she were there. It's effective. I've read 4 articles about the wedding back to back, my food going cold on the table at Rum Room, when I hit on the thing that jolts me back to the present, to my reality. It's a line that contains Ruth's middle name. Not legal middle name. A quick search tells me she doesn't have one officially. But apparently, among close family, her full name was Ruth Nicolette Ives Allen. A sizzle of recognition goes down my spine. Where do I know that name from? It only takes a second to hit me. I scroll back through my notes, double-checking. The very first inn that Lawrence Richard Ives purchased to capitalize on other prospectors once he'd struck silver ore. Margaret had called it the Ebner, When Lawrence had first bought it, it was called the Arledge, and then, for a chunk of time in between that, just like I thought, the Nicolette. Same spelling and everything. Coincidence? Or is Nicolette a family name? But if it is, it makes even less sense that Margaret referred to the hotel by its current name. Nicolette should have been burned into her brain. I do a quick search of Nicolette paired with Lawrence Ives, and the results are scant. The only thing of note is the website for the current-day Ebner, whose history page proudly declares its former ownership by the famed family, where it also lists its previous monikers. I shake my head. Most likely, Margaret read something years ago about the Nicolette's new name and simply called it by its latest name because that was what came to mind. And maybe Nicolette is a family name, but not one she's familiar with. It's a far more likely explanation than the one my brain keeps circling, that Margaret Ives doesn't want me looking closely at that hotel, even as she pretends to bear the Ives family's history and soul. What Hayden said keeps replaying in my mind. Margaret Ives isn't telling me the truth. I shovel some now cold lobster mac into my mouth and pull up the email address for the Ebner Hotel. On Tuesday, we're sitting out back in Adirondack chairs, sipping more of Jody's incredible mint lemonade, and I decide to take a big swing. What's significant about the name Nicolette? I ask. Margaret's glass clinks against her teeth. Rather than follow through with her sip, she returns the glass to the arm of her chair. "What do you mean?" she says. Her tone is so innocent that if not for that flicker of surprise and her reaction, I'd be sure I'd read too much into nothing. "The Ebner Hotel," I say. "It was called the Nicolette for a long stretch of time when your family owned it, and Ruth Ives Allen's unofficial middle name was Nicolette." Her head cocks like she's trying to anticipate where this is going. "I'm curious why you'd call the inn by its new name," I explain. "Have you been there recently?" I disregard the fact that she's already told me she hasn't. If she wants to give me new information now, I don't want to call her a liar for withholding it earlier. She considers for a beat, her eye contact unyielding. Then she sighs. "I suppose you'll find out now, one way or another." "Probably," I agree. "But remember, I've signed a non-disclosure. I'm not going to force you to publicly share anything you don't want to. Whatever you tell me, it doesn't have to go beyond this room." Her eyes narrow. Then, slowly, she leans forward and stops both of my recorders. "This includes the boy." "What boy?" I ask. "I have 2 NDAs, she says. "So whatever I tell you, you can't take it to him. You understand that, don't you?" The word boy is so wrong that it takes me 30 seconds to track her train of thought. "Are we talking about Hayden here?" She nods. "You've known I was here for months and no one else has tracked me down, which makes me think I can trust you. But him, I'm not so sure of. I'm still figuring him out." I'm surprised by the swell of protectiveness in my gut. "You can trust him too. He won't break your confidence." One of her silvery brows curves. It tugs on her lips, pulling her mouth into a sly smile. "Oh? So you're campaigning for him to get the job now?" "Oh, definitely not," I say quickly. "I want this, and I'll do a great job. I know that. You can trust him. That's all." "I'll take that under advisement," she says. "But still, my point remains. You're about to be the first person outside of my immediate family to hear something, and I don't want it going any further just yet." I set my pen down. I swear. She gathers herself for a second. "My grandfather, Gerald, was the one to rename the inn, in 1919. "The year your great-grandfather Lawrence died," I point out. I noticed the correlation while I was on the Arledge Nicolette Ebner's history webpage. Margaret nods.
I told you that in those final days of Lawrence's life, he was raving to his former business partner and apologizing to his little brother, but there was one more thing he kept saying.
A look of resolve steals over her, her shoulders relaxing as if whatever she's just decided to share has given her some measure of relief.
Nicolette.
I've read it dozens of times in the last couple of days, but still the way she says it, almost reverentially, sends goosebumps prickling down my arms. Who was that?
The one it was all for.
The corner of her mouth twitches into a smile, small and fleeting.
That's what Lawrence told her. Nicolette, this was all for you. Tell me to come home, and I'll leave all of this behind. Gerald had never even heard his father say the name before, and he only found out who Nicolette was after Lawrence died, when Gerald read his father's journals.
A lover, I think, at first, but then it dawns on me. His sister. She nods confirmation.
In my family, that's what the name came to represent. The person you'd do anything for. The only one who could make you give it all up. That's why they gave Ruth that middle name.
My chest pinches. That's beautiful. I mean it, but it doesn't answer the question. Why didn't you just tell me about that? She studies me, another small smile unfurling over her lips.
And here I thought you'd already figured it out.
I hadn't, evidently, but there's nothing like a challenge to get your brain turning, and as soon as she says it, my mind turns into a prime-time police procedural serial killer board, pinning details and suspects together with little bits of red string. Ruth's mother, Gigi Ives Allen, wasn't in the room with her father when he died. She wasn't even in the country until well after her father died. Only Gerald was there, at their father Lawrence's bedside, to hear his ranting about Dickie and Thomas and Nicolette. Only Gerald had read their father's diaries. Then he'd fled the rest of his family shortly after Lawrence's death. He'd met Nina in Los Angeles, and they'd passed nearly a decade together before her mystery illness took her overseas and she married someone else. Right around the time Ruth Ives Allen was born. She wasn't Gigi's daughter, I blurt before I'm even sure of it. Margaret doesn't look scandalized or even surprised by the theory. If anything, she looks a little satisfied, slightly smirky.
I knew you'd get there, she says approvingly.
Nina's mystery illness, I say. The time spent in the Alps, it was a pregnancy?
9 months would have been too suspicious, Margaret explains. They had to drag it out and publicize it when they were able. Staged hospital visits, complete with photographs, in those first few months of the pregnancy, and then again right after the birth, which happened overseas. When Gigi's husband died, Gerald and Nina saw an opportunity to bring their daughter home without a scandal.
But their affair was an open secret, I point out. I mean, even Dove Franklin knew about it.
Yes, but back then, having an affair was one thing. Maybe everyone wasn't doing it, but loads of people in Gerald and Nina's circles were. Not to mention all the showmances of the era. But Gerald was raised Catholic and was never going to subject Rosalind to a divorce. And even if he had been willing, the timeline wouldn't have borne out, and Ruth would have been the one to suffer. Nina didn't want that for her daughter, and neither did Gerald. So they split up. She married someone else, he raised their daughter as his niece, and they were only ever in the same room again the week Ruth got married. He gave up the woman he loved to be the father he should have been the first time around. And Nina...
Margaret's voice settles into a flat, matter-of-fact tone.
Well, she gave up everything.
The words seem to echo around us. It takes me close to a minute to muster a reply. Did Ruth know? Margaret's gaze falls.
No. You remember what happened in the end to Ruth Allen and her husband.
My heart clenches. I can picture the headlines and the black and white photographs so clearly, their small plane mangled on a jetty south of San Francisco. It was a tragedy. Margaret's throat bobs. I always thought the worst part was she was so much more than that. She was smart and wickedly funny, and so kind she'd stop to help a caterpillar onto a branch before the gardener cut our lawns. More than anyone I know, she lived her short life in raging color, and all she's remembered for is what she didn't get to do. Maybe by strangers, I say, but not by the people who knew her. And someday, everyone who reads your story will have the chance to know the real Ruth, the truth. A sad smile passes over Margaret's lips. Maybe. She takes a long sip of lemonade, then sets it back in its ring of condensation and looks at me, shielding her face against the sun. A few years after Ruth's wedding, Nina Gill came to Gerald and begged him to finally tell their daughter the truth. Nina was sick, actually sick, lung cancer. In the 50s, the prognosis for that wasn't so hot. Somehow, she managed to get Gerald to agree. But they never got the chance. The weekend of my 16th birthday, Ruth, she corrects herself, and James were flying down to the House of Ives, and their plane malfunctioned on takeoff. Margaret clears her throat. Hard not to feel like it was the truth that killed her. Like even the universe had bought Gerald's lie, but once it figured out that Ruth Allen was well and truly Ruth Ives, her happiness couldn't be allowed to continue. I swallow, emotion tightening my windpipe. Do you believe that? That your family is cursed? No, honey. The flash of a smile doesn't reach her once sparkling blue eyes. My family is the curse. An alarm goes off on her phone then, cracking the moment in half. Ah, she says, eyeing the screen. Time for my massage. I clear my throat, emerging from the dark cloud of her story and reacclimating to this reality. A day full of sunshine, the smell of salt water and grass and pine, a world in which massages and mint lemonade are at your fingertips instead of loss and sorrow. I thought you didn't leave the property, I say. I don't, usually, she says. So Jody knows shiatsu? I guess. She cackles at this. Good Lord, that wouldn't surprise me, but no. We have a routine. A gal comes to the house. I'm already lying on my stomach by the time she gets here. And that works? She's never seen your face? I say, my skepticism only mounting. Her narrow shoulders lift. Maybe a glimpse or two across the years, but she's young. I doubt she'd have any idea who I was. Doubt anyone would. The world's moved on. That's not true, I say. For all Margaret knows, this massage therapist is Linda, who emailed me the tip about Margaret's life down here. A tip whose origins Margaret insisted she had no guess at when I first tracked her down. I'm about to suggest as much when Margaret pushes herself up onto her feet. It is true, she says, adamant. The world moved on, just like I hoped it would. On Wednesday morning, I step out into the thick mist and immediately kick something sitting on the walkway. A cup of iced coffee, now toppled onto its side and leaking onto the stone, beside a paper bag. I crouch to pick them up, heart floating upward at the chocolate croissant inside the bag and the word scribbled on the outside of the coffee cup. Friends? I carry my bounty with me to the driveway and head toward downtown. The gallery that carries Margaret's wind chimes and mosaics sits between a seafood shack and an ice cream shop, 1 block from the water. And because this is a world of retirees and vacationers, it hardly matters that it's late morning on a weekday. The shop is crowded with women in sun hats, men in sandals, and teenagers either glued to their phones or surreptitiously checking each other out. I fight a smile as I pass a couple of sunburnt ladies excitedly cooing over a darling little turtle mosaic. Not one of Margaret's, of course. But there is a large rectangular one framed in the dead center of the back wall, a spiral of pale blues, the shades so similar that you can't quite see the pattern until you squint. And when I do, it's like one of those old magic eyes, a clear path coming into focus. Unicursal, with one way in and out. I find it strange that someone like Margaret, who comes from a family so thoroughly ensconced in history and culture, would be drawn to this idea that no matter what you do, you'll end up in the same place. It would be much easier for me to imagine her strangely specific upbringing shaping her into the kind of person who fancies herself the master of her own fate. Then again, maybe suffering the kind of loss she has makes a person need to yield some control, to stop asking what could I have done differently, and just accept that this is the path she's on. One that started with a man who tried to control the world with money, and then one who tried to control it with the written word, and eventually led to her and Cosmo Sinclair in a doomed car chase. Maybe it's a kind of comfort to her to believe she was never the one in the driver's seat. Even that day, even when she lost the love of her life in a stupid, preventable accident. This one's underappreciated. I jump at the voice just over my shoulder and turn to find the shopkeeper smiling up at me, her curly hair held back from her freckled face with a neon green headband to reveal large wooden hoop earrings. Is it for sale? I ask her. Technically, she says. But I can't bring myself to drop the price any lower. I love it too much, so it will probably live here for the rest of its days. How much? I ask. $2,300, she says. I try not to flinch, which makes her crack a smile. Yep, that's the usual reaction I get, she says. It's not exactly the kind of thing you buy as a vacation memento, but I thought someone would at least want it for their vacation home down here. She leans toward me conspiratorially. You interested? Currently, I don't even have a wall big enough for this, I say, let alone the money to buy it. Who's the artist? Her name's Irene Mayberry, she says. A local. A gruff sort, not very chatty, but she's a true artist. Not to be a plebeian, I say, but how exactly can you tell? She screws up her mouth as she thinks. I think what it is that just from looking at it, you can tell she had a reason for making it. I mean, aside from making it to sell, you know. A lot of the people I work with, I'd consider artisans. They're great at their craft, and they make things they love, and that they know my customers will love, and that's extremely valuable. But there's another way of making things, too. Irene's stuff, every time I look at it, I can't help but feel like she was trying to find something, or maybe get somewhere. Like she was just bushwhacking through a very dense forest because something she just had to know lay on the other side. She flashes a knowing smile. Or who knows? Maybe she's a total charlatan and I'm an easy mark. Either way, I like it. Me too, I say honestly. Do you have any smaller ones? Or, more specifically, cheaper ones? She chuckles and jerks her head toward the opposite wall. I might have just the thing. I follow her to a much smaller mosaic, no larger than 5 inches by 5 inches, the slivers of glass so small they must have been pieced together with tweezers and a magnifying glass, and, unlike every other piece I've seen of Margaret's, composed of amber, red, translucent gold, a tiny, tight spiral that almost looks like a galaxy. $250, the shopkeeper says. Then I see the tiny penciled title at the bottom right corner, just inside the frame. Beside Margaret's assumed initials, her own in reverse, in her own handwriting, Nicolette. I'll take it, I say. 15. Normally, I don't have trouble sleeping, but Thursday arrives, for me, well before the sun rises. And no matter how many times I turn over beneath the top sheet, the bed feels too warm and I can't drift back off. Around 4:30, I finally flick on the bedside lamp, the buttery glow hitting the tiny framed mosaic sitting just beneath it. Nicolette, the one you'd give it all up for. But what does that mean for Margaret? 20 years ago, she walked out of her life and became a different person. Why? What the shopkeeper cum gallerist said comes back to me. She was trying to find something, or maybe get somewhere. Voice croaky with sleep, I whisper, "What are you trying to find?" I slide out of bed and get dressed. The hotel is back in the other direction from Little Croissant, but I've got plenty of time to kill before I'm set to meet with Margaret, so I drive through the wee hours of the gray morning with my windows down, the sea air cycloning through the car. It's a good day, I think. I'd wondered if Hayden had also relocated from the hotel, but when I pull into the quiet parking lot, I spot his car right away. After parking, I lean into the back seat and dig through my backpack until I find a Sharpie, then pluck the green tea from the cup holder, poised to write on its damp side. I debate for a second which missive to leave for him and settle on jotting down my phone number. That seems like a decisive reply to the question he left on mine. Friends? I run it up to his door and make it back to the car before 6 a.m., a full 2 hours before I need to be at Margaret's. Now what? I say aloud. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore behind the hotel answers me. I've been so absorbed in the Margaret of it all that I actually haven't been down to the beach since my first couple of days here, and that was at the peak of the afternoon when the tourists nearly outweighed the sand. Now I leave my stuff in the car, roll the windows up, and take the wooden walkway between the Grand Lucia and the next resort over, through the dunes and down toward the water. A sign warns of venomous snakes in the dune grass, and I find myself treating the walkway like a tightrope, sticking to the very center, just in case. The tall pockets of wispy grass dwindle as I get closer to the water, and then drop away entirely, the platform ramping downward toward open beach. At the end of the walkway, I slip my sandals off and step into the sand. It's surprisingly cool between my toes, though the air is already dense with humidity. The first glow of the rising sun is peeking over the gray-green waves, seagulls cutting stark silhouettes overhead as they squawk across the sky. A silver-haired woman in a windsuit is my only company, trawling along the lip of the tide with a metal detector. I perch atop a long, thick piece of bone-white driftwood, enjoying the stillness and the quiet, trying and failing to take a few phone pictures that might come close to capturing the feeling of energy and possibility that emanates from all around, the beach, the water, the sky. On my phone, it's a blur of blue-black pixels. The most beautiful things never hold up on a screen. That, I think, is why I became a writer instead of a photographer. I'd had a phase back when we were kids and Audrey was still sick. For the first couple of years that I was aware, really aware of what she was dealing with, and of the very real possibility that we could lose her, I remember spending all my time worrying. And then one year, for Christmas, my parents gave me a camera. And instead of useless worrying, I began instead to catalog her, to stockpile every happy memory for later. Like if I had enough pictures of her, of our whole family, then I'd be able to reconstruct her if I had to. Or maybe I'd capture enough of her soul to keep her here. Except I was bad at it. Terrible. So to supplement my visual log, I began to journal too. I stopped worrying so much, channeled all my frustration and helplessness into documenting, and whenever I was scared, I'd go back to my favorite entries and reread what I'd written, and I'd feel like I really was there. All the emotions and sensations of the moment would rise, an echo, or a kind of time travel. With writing, you could always add more, until you got to the heart of a thing, and after that, you could chip away the excess. With photography, you had to get it right the first time. I didn't have the patience for that, or the faith in myself, if I'm being honest. I liked the security of revision. She was trying to find something, or maybe get somewhere, I think again. It's not dissimilar to why I started writing, or why I still do it. Not just the pursuit of some clinical truth, but the need to understand a person, to make sense of what's at their very core, closest to their heart, to present that clearly, truthfully, and to preserve it. Across the water, the sun inches higher, brilliant gold ripples toward me, bouncing across the choppy surface of the waves. Then red, orange, white, pink. If the cool, moody tones of morning represent promise and potential, then these are that of hope, of a dream being realized. The colors, it occurs to me, of the tiny mosaic on the side table in my rented bedroom.
"I suppose we should back up,"
Margaret shouts over her shoulder at me. She has to shout to be heard over the roar of the airboat as she guides it through the murky reeds behind her property. She's letting me record today, but transcribing the recording later is going to be a nightmare with all this ambient sound, and I suspect that dousing ourselves in bug repellent before we boarded was also a fool's errand, because the mosquitoes seem to be taking our precautions as a challenge rather than a deterrent. I've slapped 4 off me within the first 10 minutes. "It might be easier if we stopped for a while," I shout.
"What?"
Margaret shouts, proving my point.
"It might be easier if—"
She cuts the propeller, and the sounds of the marsh swell to replace it. Dropping my voice to a more reasonable volume, I say, "Could we just drift for a little bit while we talk?"
"We'll get eaten alive,"
she says. "Just for a little bit," I say. She adjusts her sun hat and sprays some more repellent on her arms. "Do you take the boat out often?" I ask.
"Fairly often," she says. "I find some of the best trash here."
She hefts a net up from the base of the boat.
Bottles, plates, mugs, you name it. It's my favorite spot to scavenge.
"What about the beach?" I say. "Do you go there often?"
"We don't have much of an off-season," she says. "So occasionally, sure, but mostly I just let Jody bring me back whatever she finds there."
"Does she go often?" I ask, more out of personal curiosity than anything.
"Loads," she says.
I think about my new mosaic, Nicolette, and how much the sunrise over the water reminded me of it. I guess sunrise over a beach is just one more thing Margaret gave up. The question is why. So now that we've talked about your great-grandfather and your grandfather, I was thinking we could talk about your dad, I say. Frederick Ives was born in... I glance through my notes.
"In 1904,
she supplies, a second before I find the same number in my barely legible handwriting.
"And his sister Francine was born the next year. And like I told you earlier, my grandfather was initially determined to give his children the freedom and ease that his own strict childhood had lacked. They more or less ran wild as kids, and then Gerald abandoned them for Hollywood when they were teenagers."
Right. It's going to be tricky to keep all of this straight. The book will need a family tree up front with dates for easy reference. So Frederick is 1904, Francine is 1905, and then Ruth Allen is born in secret in, I check my notes, 1928 or 29?
"I'm not sure which,"
Margaret confirms.
"They flubbed her birthday by a few months, I'm sure, just to make the lies more convincing."
And then they all end up living together. Gerald, his wife Rosalind, and his sister Gigi, Gigi's adopted daughter Ruth, who's actually Gerald and Nina's biological daughter, plus Gerald's older children Francine and Frederick, your father, who are 26 and 27 at that point?
"Sounds about right," she agrees.
So before the whole family reunited, what were Francine and Frederick up to in San Francisco? I ask.
"Still running wild. Their mother spent most of her time invested in various philanthropic efforts. This was during the Great Depression, after all. But neither her son nor daughter had much interest in work of any kind, so they'd become known eccentrics, spending their estranged father's money like it was a contest. Francine was obsessed with showing dogs and horses. At one point, she owned over 20 dogs and 50 horses.
Dear Lord, I say. If I could whistle, I would. Margaret chuckles at this.
She had a dozen trainers on retainer, but was also constantly firing and replacing them. She also, if my father is to be believed, which is a rather large if, treated them like a stable of lovers. She was constantly falling in love, hiring the objects of her eye, then falling out of love and eventually firing them or driving them to quit.
Yikes, I say. That sounds like
a lawsuit waiting to happen.
She snorts a laugh, then unscrews the cap on the bottle of water at her feet, taking a long glug. The sun is high, and I've become drenched through in sweat without noticing it happening. I open my bottle, too, and chug, then swipe the sweat from my eyes. And your father, he was
gambling, mostly, she says. His idiosyncrasies were more about what he'd bet with.
This I've read about. Physical labor instead of money, right? Her chin dips, her mouth tight with distaste.
Money was of so little consequence to him that I guess losing or winning it didn't provide much of a thrill. He preferred to play with humiliation on the line. He once had the third wealthiest man in San Francisco mucking out his sister Francine's overly bloated stables for a week, and he found himself on the other end of those situations plenty too.
How did your father get people to agree to these kinds of terms? I ask.
Honey, you haven't been around many exorbitantly wealthy people, have you? She says.
I've interviewed lots of actors and singers. I disagree.
Oh, that's different, she says. That's fast money. Money a person finds. The people who are born with it, they're different.
You were born with it, I point out.
That's how I know, she says. Remember, I was married to Cosmo Sinclair. I knew someone like your usual interview subject. Cosmo's family had nothing. He never got used to the money or the attention. He was afraid that either he'd burn through the former or the latter would burn through him. More like Lawrence.
Another one of her sad smiles, the kind that still makes her eyes seem flinty.
Cosmo missed it, the life he couldn't go back to, all the time. But I couldn't miss it because I could barely imagine it.
Hearing her talk about him makes me feel like there's a hook in my heart, and I'm eager to be reeled in to hear more about their love and their life together.
I was a news story from the moment I was born, she goes on. From before my first breath, there were two distinct Margaret Iveses. There was me, and then there was the other one, the one who belonged to the public, who got written about, who people loved at times and hated at others, and no matter where I stood with the public, I understood that it wasn't really me. I was just a character the press made up. For Cosmo, he was splintered. His fame came on hard and fast, and once he got tangled up with me, it only got worse. Every bad thing that every perfect stranger said about him mattered, because he wasn't used to discounting it. He was used to people's opinions of him having been formed by, well, him, his actions and intentions, their personal experience with him. It was killing him long before the accident.
She peers across the marsh, losing herself in the haze of memory. I want to reach out and touch her hand, comfort her, be a friend to her. But I'm not yet. And I can't be one more person projecting my knowledge of the iconic tabloid princess into belief that I actually truly know her. So instead, I let her sit, take her time, hoping she knows it belongs to her, that I don't consider it mine just because of who she is. She blinks, facing me again.
Anyway, it wasn't hard for my father to talk men of absurd wealth into absurd bets. He enjoyed his ridiculous life in San Francisco, and his sister, Francine, did too, right up until the moment Gerald sent for them. Neither had any interest in joining their father in Los Angeles, but not a single penny they'd been spending was truly theirs. So, in the end, they had no choice. At first, my father and my Aunt Francine tried to resume their previous lifestyles, but Gerald was down to business then. He decided it was time for his kids to get serious too, or risk being cut off. He wanted Francine to get married and my father to learn the family business. The irony was, Aunt Francine had decided she didn't ever want to get married. She felt so strongly about it that she decided her best bet was to try to earn a place in the family business instead, whereas the only thing my father felt strongly about was doing as little work as humanly possible. Dad thought he could skate by if he started working at the film studio, so Gerald set him up there, and Francine took over a failing ladies' magazine. There had been women journalists there for years, but she was the first female co-editor-in-chief, then editor-in-chief when the co-editor quit. Years later, she told me she knew in her heart that when her father gave her that journal, the point was to scare her into marriage. Instead, she worked hard to learn the business, and she turned it around. She had something my father lacked. I ask, and what was that? Desperation, she says. My father didn't find his until later.
The story. Their version. Frederick Ives was a jealous man. Her version. Frederick Ives was a jealous man. As a boy, he was jealous of his schoolmates, of their grades, of their success in sports, of their teachers' affection for them, and sometimes even of the ire they could inspire. At home, he was jealous every time his sister Francine took the seat at the head of the dinner table, and when he started arriving early so he could have it, he was jealous of how casually late she'd stroll in, still covered in mud from the stables, how unbothered she seemed by their mother's disapproval. When he was 20, a girl who'd spent weeks batting her eyelashes at him got engaged to another man, and though he had no intention of marrying her, he was jealous then, too. At 27, when his long-absent father forced him to relocate to the castle he'd built on the coast, Freddie was jealous of his half-orphaned cousin Ruth, of the delight she seemed to cause her Uncle Gerald and the careful structure to her life, which neither of Freddie's parents had ever bothered to give Freddie as a boy. He was born with enough money to buy himself almost anything, and so all he ever wanted was the things he couldn't. He was jealous, too, when Francine found something new to want in the form of success at Hearth and Home Journal, and when she strong-armed the business back into the black, proving herself as their father's true heir. He tried to want royal pictures, to want the sleek wood-paneled corner office he'd been given for no good reason, and frankly spent many afternoons napping in. He tried to want the secretary, Shelley, he'd been assigned, and then promptly began sleeping with. About twice a week, she informed him of a new meeting set by his father, and he quickly learned that these were the negotiations for contracts Gerald didn't actually care about securing. He brushed off actors, writers, and directors onto his son with regularity, and just as Gerald hoped, Freddie bungled those talks time and again with his total lack of knowledge about the business. Even though he knew this was the role he was set to fulfill, it made Freddie feel incompetent, and he didn't like feeling incompetent. Lazy? Sure. Incompetent? No. It was a matter of control. He was asleep at his desk, face plastered to a stack of unread scripts, on which he'd been supposed to write notes last week, when Doris Bernhardt stormed into his office one day in 1935. "So this is what I'm worth?" she demanded, marching right up to him. "I make him a pretty penny and he shunts me off to the deadbeat son?" Freddie's secretary came rushing in next, slowed down by her kitten heels, and never had he seen such a stark contrast between two women. Shelley was dainty, bird-boned, with auburn hair and lush lips that matched her lush hips. She wore a long skirt that swished with every step she took and had a habit of toying with the necklace she wore around her delicate throat. Doris Bernhardt was tall, angular, with thin lips and narrow hips. She wore flat shoes and wide-legged trousers and not a lick of makeup that he could see. She had to be nearly 30 years old, but he doubted she would have had leading lady potential even if she were younger. "Mr. Ives," Shelley said, oozing apology, "I tried to tell Ms. Bernhardt." Ms. Bernhardt rolled her eyes. Oh, yes, she told me about how busy you are this morning. She insisted I come back next week for my scheduled meeting, but I had a feeling you'd be able to squeeze me in between some of your other important appointments. Shelley gaped at him, helpless. He became aware, abruptly, that if he didn't take control, he was automatically ceding it to Bernhardt.
Thank you, Shelley, he said. I'm happy to speak with Ms. Bernhardt. Hold my calls.
He never really got calls, but it felt like the right thing to say, like it might give him back a fraction of his power, which suddenly seemed absolutely essential. Shelley wavered.
Goodbye, Shelley,
he said coolly, and she finally retreated. He waited a second, just stared Bernhardt down. She stared right back, jaw set.
Would you care to sit?
He asked. She snorted, then slowly walked behind his desk and took his chair. He fought a smile. Rather than sitting across from her in one of the slightly lower chairs positioned there, he rounded the desk too and leaned against it, arms crossed.
So what would you care to speak to the deadbeat son about?
Nothing, she said. I wish to speak to Gerald Ives about a new contract.
What about it exactly?
He asked, because he, of course, had not yet read the new contract being proposed to her and did not, in fact, even know who she was. Well, for one thing, she said, I'd like to know why I'm being offered less money for a longer term when I've already been benched for the last 6 months. Is he trying to send me running to Universal? Of course he was, but for some reason, Freddie wasn't supposed to admit this.
You know, he said instead, it's not uncommon for actresses around your age to see fewer opportunities in this business.
Actresses my age? She spat at him, lunging to her feet.
I don't mean any offense, he said, but you've got to be realistic here.
She tipped her head back on a throaty laugh before leveling her fiery gaze on him. I've got to be realistic, she repeated. I've got to be realistic. Yes, of course, I've got to be realistic. I'm one of 2 female directors this studio has ever worked with. I'm acutely aware of my reliance upon realism at all times, whereas someone like you, someone raised in a castle and handed a job he doesn't do in an industry he knows nothing about, need never trouble himself with anything so mundane as realism.
You're a director?
He said. The question triggered her derisive snorting instinct.
You're a woman, he reminded her.
Yes, I believe my speech touched on that, she said.
Have you directed anything I've seen? He asked.
Her face went red with anger. I should hope so, given your position at Royal Pictures. She named 3 of her films. 1 he'd never heard of, 2 he'd seen, and of those 2, 1 was a smash hit.
Why would he be trying to get rid of you? He asked.
Most of the time he understood his father's decisions. Miss Bernhardt snorted again and waved down her length with a flourish.
Because of your dreadful wardrobe?
Freddie said, flummoxed, and he saw the first flash of what Doris Bernhardt looked like when she was smiling. Like a cat with 3 canaries lined up in its jaw, little yellow feathers sticking out in a row. He couldn't look away. Could barely stand to blink and miss a second of that expression.
I don't have much sway here, Miss Bernhardt, he said.
Bernie, she interjected.
Bernie, he said. As you pointed out, I do very little and know even less about this industry, and as for my father, well, he may have built a castle, but I assure you I wasn't raised anywhere near either it or him. But you're right that offering you less money is insulting after what you've brought in. I'd be insulted too, which might be the point. But if I had to guess, and of course I do, it has less to do with willfully insulting you and more to do with taking a gamble that you won't walk, because you can't. Because Universal and MGM won't want you. He found you. He gave you your chance and cultivated your talent, and now he thinks he can get you for cheaper than you're worth because, very likely, he can.
With another angry huff, she threw out her arms. So it doesn't matter that I've proven myself again and again in this business? He arched an eyebrow at her.
Judging from what I've heard from the many women I've come to know in the business, This is the industry standard. It's realistic.
She collapsed back into the chair, a look of exhaustion sweeping over her, and though she was tall and angular, she looked delicate then. He both wanted to comfort her and suspected she would sock him in the jaw for his trouble. He cleared his throat.
I will ask him, though. I'll plead your case.
Her gaze narrowed warily. Why? With total honesty, he answered,
Because I want your next movie. I want it here, at Royal Pictures.
She surveyed him for a long moment, then rose from the chair. Thank you for your time, she said, not with deference, but not with sarcasm either. But I won't be renewing my contract with Royal. She turned and walked from the room, and Freddie felt that loss, that emptiness, that moroseness he sometimes awoke to in the morning, multiplied tenfold. He wanted something. He wanted something he couldn't name, and so couldn't reach out and take. After that, he was a goner. 16. My mother, Margaret says, was a magnificent woman. Everything I've ever read about her agrees, I say quietly, matching Margaret's volume, trying not to jerk her from the memory fogging over her eyes. I want her to linger. We finally reached the people who shaped her most, and I want to stay here. My father loved her, she says, dearly. It's important that you know that. I nod, my pen going motionless in my hand. Because so much of the news was about their divorce, she says, and what they wrote about him was true. He loved her, but he didn't treat her like he loved her. At the time, I couldn't make sense of this, but now I understand it perfectly. Could you explain it to me, then? I press. He didn't love himself, she says simply. I know how trite that sounds. Even hearing it come out of my mouth, a part of me is thinking, Margaret, get a grip. He was a weak, jealous man. But then I remember the early days, and it breaks apart that easy, clean-cut story. He adored her. He adored all of us. You know they spoke on the phone every single day until she died. I'd heard that, yes, I say, but I didn't know if it was true. They were best friends, she says. That's how it started, and that's what they got back to, eventually. Well, not how it started, I point out. You did just tell me she tore him a new one the first time they met. Her lips part on a grin. That was his favorite story to tell. She'd chime in with, I thought he was a real prick. So what changed then? I ask. Well, she got her MGM contract for one thing. And when word got out, he sent her a huge bouquet, which she didn't care for. She hated seeing cut flowers, made her sad. I never see them without thinking of her, which makes the way I feel about them more complicated, I suppose. Sad, then a little happy, then sad again. I get that, I say. She gives me an odd look. Do you? I think so. She waits for me to go on, so I do. My sister and I had this cartoon we always watched when we were kids, The Busy World of Richard Scarry. We basically only ever watched it while she was too sick to do anything else, so every time I see anything to do with it, that's what I think of. And maybe it's different because she's okay now, but the memories attached to it, I don't know. They're complicated. Everything's complicated. Everything. Once you start paying attention. My father loved my mother, and he was a shitty husband. He was a horrible father for a couple of years there, right before they split up, but he was a wonderful one for the rest of his life after that. And honestly, even saying those words, shitty, horrible, wonderful, how can that come anywhere close to conveying everything I mean? You don't have to whittle it down like that, I say. You can take as long as you want, Margaret. But people stop listening, she says. They want the soundbite. They want the headline. That's what my family built, and now we don't get to stop it from coming for us. You're a human, I say. The machine can try to compress you into something two-dimensional, digestible, but that's not you. And we're not here to service the machine.
Don't you get it? She says. It won't matter. If we do this book, I go back to being their paper doll. They'll splash the most salacious tidbits across the top of a listicle. And the audience will pass their judgments on all these people who are just characters to them but are real to me, on Cosmo, on my mother and father, on...
She trails off, choked up. My chest cramps. I can't help it. I'm already crossing the boat, taking her hand as I sit. I'm so sorry, I say. And I won't pretend you're not right. The listicles will exist. The headlines will be salacious. But your story will be out there too, the whole thing. You just have to figure out if one is worth the other. She raises her eyes to me.
See, she says, nothing's ever simple.
I squeeze her hands. We can be done for today if you need.
No.
She pulls her fingers out from between mine.
Not yet. I want to tell you about them, my parents.
I feel myself smiling, feeling both proud of her for opening up and proud of myself for slowly starting to earn her trust. I'd love to hear all of it. But maybe we should go somewhere less buggy? She chortles.
Now that's good thinking.
She starts the boat's fan back up and steers us back the way we came. Something about her posture seems lighter, her shoulders relaxed so that her neck looks long and stately. It makes me happy to think that even if this is hard for her and she's uncertain about what we're doing here, it's unburdening her in some way, to be seen, to be known again after years of hiding. I'm sitting cross-legged on the living room rug, a hot mug of decaf at my knee, when the first text from an unknown number with a New York area code buzzes in. Hello. Nothing else, just hello. I smile to myself. If I'd been offered $1 million to guess what Hayden Anderson's first text to me would be, I'm reasonably sure I'd be a millionaire now. Hello, I write back.
Who is this?
He says. I snort. Wow, okay. 6 weeks of fiery passion and you've already forgotten me? Sorry, I have the wrong number, he says. I take a sip of coffee, then swipe a throw pillow off the couch and flop back onto it. Isn't this Hayden? He starts typing right away, but it takes forever for his reply to come through.
I'm really sorry, but I have no idea who this is.
You texted me, I remind him. Another long pause for typing. I'm just kidding, it's me. I send a follow-up. Alice. And then another. Scott. He writes back, from the scratch? From the tiny island you're currently on, I say.
Oh, that Alice,
he replies, playing along. Then adds, you really had me scared for a minute. I was looking back through my calendar for a 6-week stretch of fiery passion. I laugh aloud, flip onto my stomach, and push my laptop out of sight. I was typing my notes out from the rest of today's session, and riveting as it was, I'll have all day tomorrow to finish that up. How far back did you go? 6 months, but I only stopped because that's when I got this phone. What are you up to? Not working, I say. What about you? Also not working, he says. A good night for it, I write back. Would you want to do something? He says. He sends me a pinned location for another 24-hour diner in Savannah.
Only if you think you can stand not talking about Margaret for a few hours.
A few hours? How many courses are we having? I ask.
Didn't mean to be presumptuous, he says.
I'm kidding, Hayden, I say. I'll be there in half an hour. Great, he says. He is, of course, at the back corner booth of the Atomic Cafe, looking too sharp and clean for his colorfully shabby surroundings. He rises to greet me as I approach, which feels like an exceptionally old-fashioned way of doing things, so I go in for a hug. Immediately, I regret this because he palpably startles at the gesture, but just as quickly, he relaxes, looping his arms around my back.
Good to see you,
he says, his voice a rumble through my bones. He smells like almond, like amaretto drizzled over sponge cake, sweet without being cloying. You smell like dessert, I tell him as we pull apart. He visibly balks, frowning to himself as he slides back onto his bench.
It's Dr. Bronner's.
Wow, I say. Utilitarian yet delicious. His facial expression softens on a laugh. It occurs to me that somehow he thought you smell like dessert was a complaint and not, as I personally suspect, a subconscious and involuntary come on.
Got you coffee,
he says, pushing one of the mugs on the table toward me. Our knees bump. We rearrange so that we're sitting diagonally across from each other rather than straight on. We're not touching, but somehow I can still feel him. He has a presence like that, a magnetic field he carries with him always, but mostly tries to play off as a force field, a barrier to entry rather than an invitation. Thanks. I take the coffee mug between my hands, the heat pleasantly juxtaposing the overzealous roar of the air conditioning. I gesture toward his glass. I'm concerned that your green tea is brown.
My green tea, he says, is sweet tea, because the Atomic Cafe doesn't have it in that color. At least that's what the server said.
Did she say it as a full sentence at least? I ask, or did she jump right into the middle?
Full sentence, he says. That's 1 point for them, but Ray's Diner is still winning.
I take a sip of coffee, and I must make a face because he says,
Okay, that's 1 more point deducted right there, clearly.
I look around at the neon turquoise and pink light that lines the windows on the outside of the building and the matching booths inside, the little jukeboxes at every table and the atomic age wallpaper slightly curling away from the interior walls. It's got good ambiance, though, I say. Why aren't we at Ray's?
I like to try as many diners as I can when I'm in a new place, he says. Compare them and find the best.
Ah, of course.
Of course,
he says. I shrug. The journalist in you.
The Midwesterner in me, he counters. Always looking for the best deal.
I hold up the wide rectangular menu. $6.99 for a steak, eggs, and toast? You can't beat that.
I mean, you could, but you'd probably end up hospitalized,
he says. The server comes by and takes our order. I go with the 2-egg breakfast, and Hayden does the egg white omelet. I'm actually surprised you eat at places like this, I say. His brows pinch together.
Why?
Because even the doorknobs here are buttered, I reply, and you seem to be an exceptionally healthy eater.
Bad habit,
he says. Good habit, if my doctor is to be believed, I argue.
I just mean, I was raised that way,
he says.
Obsessively so. My mom used to be really health anxious, and she was that way with my brother and me when we were little. Just really cautious.
Oh, now it's my chance to frown. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be critical. I just noticed.
No, I know,
he says.
It's fine. Promise.
After a beat, I say, so I should probably stop leaving you big-ass croissants. He smiles at me. It's kind of a rusty expression, but it still makes my heart flutter victoriously.
No,
he assures me.
Just so long as you're not offended if I give some of them to Margaret.
I faux gasp. Uh-oh, Hayden. Looks like someone has to put a quarter in the M-word jar. He rolls his eyes.
I'm not talking about work, he says. I just acknowledged her existence. That's not breaking any rules.
Maybe none of yours, I say. A smirk pulls at his wide mouth.
Okay, fine.
He digs around in his jeans pocket and puts a handful of coins on the table. Not going to ask why you actually have quarters on hand, I say, sliding 2 toward me. Just going to assume you and whoever you currently work for are spending a lot of time at arcades.
That's your prerogative,
he says. I slip the quarters into the tabletop jukebox and flip until I find a winner. No one else in the place seems to be queuing up songs because as soon as the 50s rockabilly number playing over the speakers ends, Say You Will Be Mine by Cosmos and Claire starts playing.
Oh, come on,
he says on a huff of laughter.
How is this not breaking a rule?
What are you talking about? I say. This song is a classic.
And you know who he wrote this for?
He asks. I grin and slide my forearms across the table until they meet his. No. Who? He studies me as he works out his next play. I don't back down either, holding his gaze fast. The challenge building between us is starting to tip over into something else, a heat in his eyes, a pull in the center of my chest.
Here you folks go.
The server plops our plates down beside us, really plops them, like probably gets them no closer than 3 inches from the tabletop before letting go. We jolt apart and take a beat to study our respective plates before tucking in. What do you think? I ask him after a couple of bites.
Should have gone with the $6 steak,
he says. I choke on a laugh, lean forward, and drop my voice. Yeah, I'd say this round goes to Ray's. He picks up his cup of sweet tea.
To Ray.
I straighten up and tap my mug against it. To Ray, I say. And to whoever inspired this song, because it's absolutely undeniable.
To her too,
he says with a nod. 17. We wander the quaint streets of Savannah, past old stone buildings and Greek Revival homes with porches stacked up 3 levels, live oaks sweeping low and draped in Spanish moss. It's late, but we're not alone. Pockets of revelers spill out of a red brick bar on the corner, and a woman on the steps of a brownstone across the street smokes a cigarette while talking on the phone, the humidity muffling their voices, nature's soundproofing.
It's almost like New York,
Hayden says.
Parts of it, anyway.
Rich parts, I say.
True.
He muses. Do you think you'll stay there forever? I ask. He blows out a breath.
I don't know. I like it, a lot. But I grew up with a yard, with woods behind my house. If I had kids, I'd want that for them, I think.
Do you want to have kids? I ask.
Sometimes,
he says.
When I'm feeling optimistic.
I bump sideways into him, the skin of our arms sticking slightly from the heat. Does that happen often? He looks down his shoulder at me with a slight smirk.
Not often, no.
So the rest of the time, I say, when you're not feeling optimistic, what do you think?
The rest of the time...
Another long exhale, his eyes straight ahead as we go back to ambling down the block.
The rest of the time, I think, what if the polar ice caps keep melting? What if medical care keeps getting more expensive and Social Security runs out and housing prices keep rising while minimum wage doesn't? And what if they resent me for bringing them into all of this? What if they just hate me? Not because of the state of the world, but just because they hate me. Or what if they're sick? What if they join a cult and I can't convince them to come home? What if they start a cult? What if they get into some heinous shit and I can't love them anymore? Or worse, I keep loving them even though I can't change anything. What if there's another world war? Or what if everything else goes right, but at the end of my life, they're sitting in hospice with me?
His voice thickens uncharacteristically, wavering just the slightest bit.
And there are things they wish they could say to me, or hear from me, but I don't remember who I am, let alone who they are. What if they have to care for me for years after I've stopped calling them by their nicknames or telling them I love them?
I stop walking, a cold weight pressing against my chest, and he does too, but he doesn't face me.
I wasn't sure. I wanted to do another book,
he says finally, his voice a rattle.
It's hard, spending years with a person. Especially someone at the tail end of life. The same thing I love about this job is what I hate about it.
What's that?
It feels like you've lived their whole life with them,
he says.
and I just can't help but think we're not supposed to know how it all ends this early. It's too much of a burden.
I slide my hand into his fingers rigid at first, then relaxing into my grip. Is that all? I say softly. His eyes drop on a smile, then climb back to mine.
Yep, that's it.
I squeeze his hand, tight enough that I can feel his pulse, or maybe it's just mine, amplified by the contact, the pressure, the heat. Maybe, I say slowly, it's a burden, but it's also a gift. Life is so complicated, and I think it's human nature to try to untangle those complications. We want everything to make sense, and that's okay. It's a worthy pursuit. But back when my sister wasn't well, when every day felt uncertain, I search for the words. His forehead creases, his tone so hopeful it nearly breaks my heart.
You understood how much each one was worth?
I understood what really mattered, I offer. I understood my priorities. I understood what, in this life, was non-negotiable for me. A lot of people don't find that out until it's too late. They wait to say things and they don't get the chance. So collecting other people's stories, learning from their mistakes, it is a gift too. You are who you are right now in part because of what you did for Len and his family. You can't control any of that other stuff you worry about, but you can control what you do. He gazes down at me, his expression vulnerable, his usually severe features somehow diffused in the streetlight.
I don't know anyone like you,
he says. I don't know anyone like you, I tell him.
I'm serious,
he says, voice hushed. So am I reply. He lifts our interlaced fingers between us, studying them with a divot between his brows. After a long pause, he lifts my hand higher, pressing his lips against the back of it. It's such a tender gesture, so careful and light, but it makes my heart speed and my throat tighten. When his eyes rise to mine, it feels like the world has tilted just slightly on its axis. Like this is the first time I've ever felt the full weight of his gaze, and I can hardly breathe, and I want to say something or do something, but I'm not sure what I can say, can do, where the delicate, invisible boundary between us lies. So I do what he did. I bring his hand up to my lips, my eyes falling closed as I press a kiss to his skin, smell his almond soap, and taste the salt of his sweat on the tip of my tongue. I feel his forehead bow to press against my shoulder, his free hand coming up to gently cradle the back of my neck as we stand there together on the walk in a puddle of light. When I open my eyes and let go of his hand, he snakes it around my waist too, crushing me to his chest, my cheek to his collarbone, my arms winding tight around his hips. A hug that's more than a hug, that stretches out indefinitely, our breathing heavy and our bodies hot everywhere they're touching. I think we must have both decided the same thing, that nothing else can happen between us, and I think that just makes both of us all the less willing to stop. I feel him growing hard, and an ache begins in my thighs, my nipples peeking against his chest. He lets out a soft hum against my ear, one of his hands running a trail up and down my spine as he buries his mouth softly in my neck. Not a kiss, just an incidental touch of his parted lips to my skin. Just his breath there on that sensitive place between my throat and my shoulder is enough to unspool something deep in me. I arch a little, and he squeezes me tighter, molds me to him. I let my hands climb into his hair, twist my face into his neck the way he did to mine, taking every bit of him he'll allow. He touched my hair, so I touch his. He dragged his mouth along my throat, so I let mine trail over his. He tries to pull me closer again, as if there's any room at all left between us. There's not, other than the one unbreachable divide: the job. And I can't help myself any longer. I take just a little more, the smallest bit, a flick of my tongue against his skin, and he groans into me, my body shivering with the sound. The ache in me deepens. I tell myself not to roll my hips against his, but it happens anyway, and his breath hisses at my neck, his hands clenching.
I have to stop,
He murmurs roughly. We're not doing anything, I whimper back. He grinds against me. Just for a second, but it's enough to send sparks all through my body, flickers of color across my vision, a harsh gasp between my lips. He grips my hips, pushing me slowly away from him, almost like we're peeling apart, like there's resistance there trying to keep us close, the memory of that friction still hanging around me like an afterglow. Stone cold sober, and he looks almost as drunk as I feel, his eyes abyss dark and face fraught with unspent tension.
Can I walk you back to your car?
He says softly. I nod, still too unsteady to speak. Nothing happened, I'll remind myself later while I'm lying awake, eyes turned up to the stucco ceiling. It was just a hug. My body will tell a very different story. Yours, mine, and the truth. I spend Friday morning back down on the beach, watching the sunrise and then wading into the water and floating on my back. Afterward, I send pictures to the group text between Mom, Audrey, and Dad's old number. Someday, I know it will be reassigned to someone new and we'll have to take him off the chat, but so far none of us has. Audrey, probably because she's too busy to care about that kind of thing, but Mom's a little more of a mystery. As much as she and Dad loved each other, I still would have assumed her no-nonsense attitude would preclude anything so sentimental as keeping her late husband on a text thread. Then again, it's just as likely that she doesn't know how to remove it and can't be bothered to start a new chain. She and Audrey are similar that way. Not Luddites exactly, but far from tech-savvy. I send them some shots of the sunrise earlier and the water now, the tourists teeming across the sand with babies in floppy sun hats and raucous preteens carting foam boogie boards behind them. Not a bad office for the day, I say. Mom chimes in quickly. LOL. She's at least savvy enough to use abbreviations that have been around for multiple decades, I'll give her that. She follows it up with another message. Must be nice. I don't think she means it as a dig. It feels like one. Audrey replies with a selfie of her and a local farmer planting fruit trees in a community garden. Please take a nice long dip in my honor, Audrey writes. We should come here on your next trip home, I say, and she writes that she'd love that. Then Mom asks how the garden is going, and the conversation moves on. And in a way, it's a relief to not have to worry that Mom's disappointment in me might bubble up any further, spill over from unsaid to said. Audrey talks about work. Mom talks about her chickens. They both look forward to Christmas, the next time Audrey will be in Georgia for a few weeks, and I sit on my towel, the sand warming beneath it, and miss my father and the world when he was still in it. When this conversation would have at least one other person who was, as Mom used to lovingly call him, fanciful. The beach pictures would have almost certainly elicited a reference to a song about nature's beauty, maybe even a Cosmo Sinclair original, or else a shot of our composting outhouse with a caption about it being his office most days. Potty humor, dad jokes, old music, and deep laughter. Those are the holes he left behind in our family unit. The texts peter off, and I fish my notebook out of my bag, popping in my earbuds and queuing up the rest of yesterday's recording. I want to transcribe everything later, but for now, I just want to let Margaret's story wash over me again, see what jumps out, and jot down timestamps. This interview felt so different. Before, she'd been recounting her family's oral history. Now we've reached the part where, as she put it, all of the characters were real to her. People she loved, people she'd fought with, people she'd lost. She started with her father and mother's friendship. Freddie Ives had sent Doris Bernie Bernhardt a bouquet to celebrate her new contract with MGM, and they hadn't spoken again until her first MGM film released. He'd gone to see it opening night, sat by himself in the fourth row, dead center at Grauman's Chinese Theater. The following Monday, she'd walked into her office to find another bouquet and a card. Realism be damned, you're going places. X. F. Ives. She called Freddie to thank him, though she pretended to think his name was Fives, and he went along with it. They wound up on the phone for an hour and a half, mostly talking about the film, but a little about other things too. He updated her on Royal Pictures' inter-office drama, who was sleeping with whom, who had found out about it, which A-list actor had most recently shown up to set, still wasted from the night before, and thrown up on a camera while it was filming. She was surprised by his sense of humor, and when she told him as much, he became uncommonly serious. You shouldn't be, he told her. I was born into a life where I needn't take anything seriously if I don't want to. But don't you want to? She asked. And then he had a turn at being surprised, because he found he did. He took her seriously. He took her work seriously. By then, he'd seen all of her pictures a number of times, mostly from a position of curiosity. Now that he knew they'd been directed by a woman, would he be able to tell? Was it different? He hadn't come to a concrete conclusion other than this. Every time he watched one of her films, he noticed something new. And this made him better at his job, if only marginally. The next week, he called her again. The same A-list star had knocked over a full wall in the studio while filming. Most of his pay is going to his insurance by now, he said. They laughed about it together, but it wasn't entirely funny. Bernie had been let go after overperforming. This man was knocking down walls and still under contract. He was the face, the reason people went to the movies. In Royal Pictures' estimation, they needed him, whereas Bernie needed them. Realism. Freddie knew this, felt it in the long pause after their laughter died down, and wanted to say something about it, but couldn't seem to find the right words. So instead, he asked her if she'd like to go for a walk sometime, and she said yes, and it became a tradition. A weekly walk. He dated other women. She dated not at all. They had hardly even touched when finally, after 11 months of weekly walks and tri-weekly phone calls, he had stopped abruptly with an idea, a bolt of lightning, looked her in the eye and said, "Bernie, I think we should get married." And she'd laughed because it was ridiculous, but eventually she realized he was serious. "Why?" she said. "Because you're my favorite person in the world," he said. "And talking to you 3 times a week isn't enough, at least for me. So would you consider it?" And she said, "Don't you want to kiss me first?" He said, "Of course I do, but I thought I'd better see whether you were amenable to the idea first, or you might slap me." She told him she would have. And then she stepped forward, set her hands on his face, and kissed him. It wasn't fireworks, according to either of them. It was more like slipping into a warm bath. They were engaged for a few months with no real rush to the altar, until Bernie missed a period and it became obvious it was time to scramble. The ceremony was small, just a few friends and family, all of them shocked the union had made it to the finish line. The derelict playboy and the shrewd lady director. They made no sense to anyone except themselves, and later, once Bernie had gotten to know her a bit better, to Freddie's sister Francine. But it worked. Bernie moved into Freddie's wing of the House of Ives. She attended his mother's charity auctions, and she joined their awkward thrice-weekly family dinners. She played in the family's expansive orange groves with her husband's 7-year-old cousin Ruth, and even came around to calling her LP, the little princess, like only family members did. In 1938, their daughter came, screaming like a banshee into the world, as was the Ives tradition, at a hospital whose entire upper floor had been cleared for the family. They named her Margaret Grace Ives, after Bernie's late mother, and by the time they left the hospital, Photoplay had already published her name. Normally, the fan magazine only concerned itself with actors, but Freddie was handsome and charismatic, and Bernie was something of a novelty, so they'd reached a certain level of celebrity, which their daughter inherited, along with everything else that came with being an Ives. For the first 2 months of Margaret's life, her father rarely left her or her mother's side, but eventually he had to get back to work. Bernie missed directing, missed being at the studio every single day, but she also missed her daughter every time she fell asleep. She wondered how she would survive having her soul split like that. She knew for certain she could never be fully contented again as long as she lived. Half of her would always be elsewhere. 3 years later, Laura Rose Ives was born, and she was Margaret's polar opposite. As a newborn, Margaret would wail and cry every time she wanted anything, and so she and Bernie quickly developed an unspoken language. At 4 months old, before Margaret could crawl, she was already trying to figure out how to stand up. Laura was a quiet little blob, watchful, curious, but not demanding. Margaret had her mother's sandy hair and her father's tan skin, whereas Laura had her father's thick black waves and her mother's creamy complexion. As the girls grew, Laura was cautious, careful, a little shadow trailing down the long marble hallways after her reckless older sister. Bernie worried about her. She worried about both of them, for different reasons. She waited until Margaret turned 5 and Laura was 2 before broaching the subject of going back to work, late one night as she and Freddie lay curled together beneath the deep blue and gold canopy of their bed, their reading lamps still on. He asked if she was sure. "Won't you miss them?" "Of course I will," she said. "Don't you?" And that settled it. He knew he couldn't keep her cooped up there, half of her nurtured while the other went bone dry. It took several months for her to get a new contract. Freddie, of course, wanted her to come back to Royal, but she'd wound up at Universal instead. At first, they met for walks twice a week, but she was making up for lost time, which meant working more, working harder. That was when the fighting between Margaret's parents had begun. It was also where we left off for the day. The recording ends and I pull my earbuds out, set my phone and notebook aside, watching a young family building a sandcastle just out of reach of the tide, digging a moat all around it so that when the water finally does rise, it won't knock the whole thing over. I mean, probably it will, but at least they'll know they tried. Once, years ago when I was in college and taking an entry-level writing class, I interviewed my dad as part of an assignment. He told me about growing up in Oklahoma and about seeing the ocean for the first time when he moved out to California, where he and my mother had met when they were just out of college. I wish I'd recorded that whole conversation. I didn't. But I took notes, and I wrote the paper, and a couple of things stuck in my memory clear and sharp. When he saw the ocean for the first time, he said it terrified him, made him dizzy and almost nauseated, and just truly, deeply afraid that anything could be that big, that powerful, that natural and uncontrollable, something society couldn't take credit for and could never fully tame either. He told me he'd only ever felt that way 2 other times in his life. When your sister was born, he said, and then you. "Gee, thanks, Dad, that's great to hear," I replied, and he grinned. He was a grinner, like me. "You're supposed to be learning to write nonfiction, right? I've got to tell you the truth. Those were the 3 times in my life I felt true wonder, and it was so much to take in, it felt like my body might spiderweb with cracks, honestly. And then I was happy, too, if I didn't mention that." "You sure didn't," I said. "I was getting to it," he joked. But it wasn't the first feeling. The first feeling was, holy shit, this is a whole person. How is that even possible? He didn't swear a lot because Mom didn't like swearing, but sometimes when it was the 2 of us, he'd throw in a good shit or hell for emphasis. Why didn't I record him? I think again, with a deep pulse of pain. And just as fast, I feel a breeze ripple over my back, and it's hard not to believe, or maybe just hope, that maybe I didn't need to record it. That maybe he's here, his atoms redistributed, the ashes we sprinkled in the river near our house now mixed with the sand all around me, his love permanent and intractable as ever. Love isn't something you can cup in your hands, and I have to believe that means it's something that can't ever be lost. I grab my phone again and open a text thread I've let sit empty for 2 years now, the one with just Dad's number. I want to say the perfect thing in this missive to no one, but even with all the time in the world, I can't find the words. The closest I get is a 2-word message. Thank you. Right after I send it, my phone vibrates and I almost choke on my tongue. But, perhaps obviously, it's not my dad texting me back. It's a 1-word message, and for some reason it really does feel like the perfect message. Hello, Hayden writes. Hello, I write back. What are you doing tonight? 18. Old Moe's Sugar House is a hit from the beginning. For one thing, the entire exterior is painted in 3 separate shades of frosting pink. It's a little grungy from the passing of time, but still looks like the setting of my childhood dreams. It's the same kind of fare as Ray's or the Atomic Cafe, and the same kind of no-nonsense service. If you were out of touch enough to ask for a latte here, I'm sure you'd be the proud recipient of a nice bless your heart from the staff. When our server drops off our dangerously hot plates, I catch Hayden's gaze traveling straight past his steel-cut oatmeal to my gravy-doused biscuits and short stack of pancakes. You look like a wistful war bride right now, I tease him, watching at the window for your baby to come home.
What?
He looks up abruptly, blinking clear of his biscuit haze. Would you like a bite? I offer.
No,
he says.
That's okay.
Are you sure? I ask. I really don't mind. I push the bowl of biscuits toward him.
Maybe just a bite,
he says, and retrieves his silverware, neatly cutting a small hunk from one of the biscuits, swooping it over his plate, and popping it between his lips. His eyes go glassy. He makes a little hum in his throat. I lean forward and scoop the rest of the biscuit he cut into onto his plate.
Wow,
he says finally. Good? I ask.
Very,
he says. You know what I bet would make it better? I ask.
What?
Pink food coloring, I say, sawing into my pancakes. He snorts.
I don't think that has a taste.
Maybe not, but it would have an impact. I'd feel the pink. He grins crookedly, and my heart leaps.
You'd feel it? What does pink feel like?
I think for a moment. I think it's like the giddy part of a sunrise.
The giddy part of a sunrise,
he repeats. Yeah, you know how sunrise mostly just makes you feel like awed or moved, like it feels profound?
No,
he says. Well, for me it does, I say. But there's a moment when everything's just all pink, pink lemonade pink, and it feels almost silly, like the sky is playing. It's a color that I'm shocked can be in nature, but since it can be, I really see no reason why it couldn't also be in biscuits. He laughs, shakes his head to himself as he stuffs another bite of biscuit into his mouth. What? I say.
I've never once thought the sky seemed like it was playing.
I shrug and sip on my coffee. You think I'm being ridiculous? I say, half statement, half question.
I think you live in a world that's more interesting than the one most people live in,
he says. And just as my heart starts to sink with disappointment, with a kind of loneliness, he adds,
and I wish I could live in it too.
I feel myself beaming. I'll take you sometime.
I'd like that,
he says. After breakfast for dinner, it's clear neither of us wants to go home yet, but it's just as clear that neither of us is going to suggest going back to my house. We can be friendly, if not merely professional, as long as we're somewhere public. We walk for a while around Old Moe's, but there's nothing cute or quaint here. We're trapped back in an industrial complex much newer than the diner. When we get to our cars, I say, I know what we should do now. And his expression is so dubious, I can only assume he's bracing himself for a pitch that we chug a vat of pink food dye and have sex in his car. I step away from him toward my own rental parked 2 spots over. Follow me, I call, unlocking the car. He doesn't ask any questions, just nods. I remember the day he hesitated to shake my hand at Margaret's house, and the change from then to now makes me go so warm I have to blast the air conditioning on the ride over. Hayden follows me through the dark, up the wooden platform, through the grassy dunes, to the beach proper. Are you sick of the beach by now? I ask, given that we're only a half block from the Grand Lucia here.
I haven't really been, he says. I'm not a huge beach person.
I slant to look at him. It's hard to be a beach person when you're not a shorts person.
Good point. Fuck! Shit!
He lurches sideways on the platform, grabbing me bodily and hauling me against the railing. What? What? I yelp, eyes skittering around the path ahead of us. A tail slithers over the side of the walkway, disappearing into the dunes. It's just a little snake, I say, trying to be soothing.
I hate snakes,
he says. I thought you grew up playing in the woods, I say.
I did, he says. And every time we came across a snake, I had to completely disassociate and pretend it wasn't happening so the kids I was hanging out with wouldn't find out.
I start forward again, and his arms come around my waist, pulling me back toward him. It's fine, I say, wiggling out of his grip. It's gone.
It might just be waiting to strike right over the edge,
he says. It's not, I tell him.
How could you possibly know that?
He says. I know, I insist. Can't you disassociate and pretend that didn't just happen? He shakes his head.
It won't work. I'm not afraid of humiliating myself in front of you.
I feign offense.
I just mean, I can't imagine you making fun of me for it.
A smile uncurls over my lips. Well, I'm willing to try if that helps.
Your heart won't be in it, he says. It won't work.
Well, we're almost to the water, I point out. Let's just run.
You're wearing a skirt,
he says. I'm sure I have a full-blown Cheshire Cat grin now. Are you worried for my virtue here?
I'm worried for your ankles, he clarifies. I don't want you getting bitten.
I won't get bitten, I promise, and start forward again.
No.
He hurries after me, bending and sweeping me off my feet and into his arms. My yelp of surprise becomes a breathless laugh as he essentially runs past where the snake disappeared, as close to the opposite railing as possible, then moves back to the dead center of the walkway. I try to tell him he can put me down, that he doesn't have to do this, but I'm laughing too hard. As we reach the beach, he slows, the grass and any hidden reptiles now in the rear view. I can't believe you risked your ankles for me, I tease, the moon glowing behind Hayden's head.
I'm wearing pants,
he reminds me. I wouldn't have blamed you if I'd gotten bitten, I say.
I would have blamed me.
He comes to a stop and bends a little to pour me back onto my feet. His forearm brushes up my thighs in an electrically charged way, slipping under my skirt in the process and leaving me shivering and weak-kneed by the time my feet meet sand.
Sorry,
he says thickly, reaching out to pull my skirt back into place, and the light tug of his hands on the fabric doesn't have the cooling effect I'd guess he's hoping for. Instead, we wind up standing chest to chest, the dark humming around us, like we're two tuning forks vibrating in resonance. I start to panic, because the more this happens, the more we find ourselves acting like something other than friends, the less likely that I think it is he'll keep being my friend. And even though it's only been a couple of weeks, I would miss him. Should we go down to the water? I ask, a little too loudly, and turn on my heel to start trekking that way without even checking that he's following. He is, of course, and with his long strides, he comes even with me almost instantly. We stop just before we reach the edge of the ocean and sit, our legs stretched out across the sand, eyes on the dark horizon. What's your life like? I say. Back in New York. He looks over at me.
What do you mean?
I just only know you in this bubble, I say. It's kind of strange. He thinks for a minute.
Well, I work a lot.
His eyes flick back to mine.
As I'm sure you do.
I nod.
I'm busy all the time,
he says. Do you like it? I ask. His head cocks to one side, his lips parting.
I like being busy with work,
he says.
But sometimes the pace gets to me. Or maybe it doesn't, but then I come someplace like this and...
He holds an arm out toward the ocean. It's nice, right? I say.
I used to think I'd get so bored if I lived anywhere else, he says, which is weird because I actually loved growing up in the middle of nowhere, other than the whole mayor's family under the microscope thing.
Me too, I say. I mean, small towns definitely have their drawbacks, especially when it comes to gossip. But I love the pace here.
And LA?
He says. I love it there too, I say. I mean, the food's great, and it's sunny every single day, and I've got a good group of friends there.
Did you always want to end up there?
He asks. I did, I admit. I started writing to deal with the stuff going on with Audrey, and then, unrelated, I was always obsessed with Hollywood. I loved magazines, but my parents would never spend money on them, so I'd literally just sit in the aisle of the grocery store and read about clothes and beauty trends and celebrities. My mom was always so annoyed when she found me. She'd have been waiting for me at the checkout for a while, and I'd still have to go put the magazines back.
Well, at least you were polite enough to reshelve,
he says diplomatically. Oh, you've got to reshelve, I agree. What about you? Was New York your dream?
I didn't really have a dream,
he says.
If anything, I think I assumed I'd be a mechanic, because my best friend's dad was one, so we were constantly working on his shitty VW van. But my parents really, really pushed college, and then I got into Purdue, which was a shock, because I only really did well in school the last 2 years. And then I got into writing my freshman year and stuck with it. Got an internship in Chicago after graduation, and that turned into a staff writer job. I didn't really plan on ever leaving, but a better job came up in New York, and I'd just gone through a breakup, so I figured it might be good to get away for a while. My best friend from college lives there too, so that's been nice. Watching him get married and have a kid.
I beam at him. Are you Uncle Hayden?
Of course not,
he says sternly.
I'm Uncle Nada.
I let my head settle against his shoulder as the laugh ripples through me. Oh, excuse me, I say. I should have guessed. His chin tips down and he smiles, his mouth so close to mine, his eyes soft. After just a second too long, he says,
Do you ever come to New York?
A few times a year, I say. What about you? Are you ever in LA?
Not often,
he says. I nod. We go on staring into each other's eyes until it feels like I can't any longer, not without brushing my mouth up over his full bottom lip, tasting him, feeling the heat of his tongue. I pull away and lie back, staring at the sky and waiting to catch my breath. What happened with your ex? I ask, and this is a far more successful dousing of the mounting ember between us. His brow rumples as he gazes over his shoulder toward me. The one in Chicago, I say, before you went to New York. He turns back toward the water.
Piper.
Piper, I accidentally repeat aloud and hope he can't hear the mix of desperate curiosity and, hopefully subtle, jealousy in my voice. What happened with her? He clears his throat and takes a beat before answering.
We worked together. I mean, we were already dating before she started working there, since college. But we'd been working together for 2 years when we applied for the same promotion.
Oh shit, I say. Did you know? He looks back, a completely unconvincing smile on his lips. The expression, though small, makes him look a little feral.
It was my idea. I was applying, but I thought she might as well too. And then I got it, and things fell apart between us really fast. So I found a different job, quit that one, thinking they'd promote her instead, and we could, I don't know, go back to how things were. But instead they promoted someone else, who had started there 4 months before her, and everything got worse.
I'm so sorry, I say. That sounds horrible.
It was years ago now, he says. But honestly, it was the last serious relationship I was in.
Really? I say. His head cocks to the left.
I find it hard to believe that's surprising.
Well, it's even harder picturing you casually dating, I say.
I don't, much,
He says.
just feels like work.
Do you get lonely? I meant it in the most innocent way possible, but as soon as it sneaks out, I tingle with embarrassment. But he just studies me seriously, like it's a perfectly normal thing to ask someone you very clearly want to sleep with.
Sometimes
He hesitates. You can tell me, I say, almost a whisper. His jaw muscles leap.
Sometimes I just miss this. Being close to someone. Being touched. Not just sex, I mean.
The tingle on my skin turns inward, my veins whirring eagerly now. I pat the sand beside me meaningfully. He doesn't move for so long that I've already accepted he's not going to join me by the time he finally does lie back, his long body rigid and hyper-aware. Slowly, watching his face for a reaction, for any sign that it's too much, I shift closer to him, rest my head in the divot just inside his shoulder. I set one hand on his chest, and it expands with a deep breath, the muscles down his flank seeming to relax between us. He sets one hand over mine, dwarfing it, and even though we'd already been touching so many places, incidentally, this purposeful contact makes me pleasantly shiver. His eyes flutter closed, his dark lashes kissing the tops of his cheeks.
I love this.
He rasps after a second in a rush, like the thought went straight from his brain to his lips, and judging from the way he tenses as soon as he said it, I think that might be exactly what happened. I do too, I whisper back, and this soothes him. I let myself wiggle closer, his other arm snaking under my back to curl around me. I move a little, restless, and he squeezes my hand under his as he shifts too, turning onto his side, our arms and limbs rearranging until I'm on mine too, the medium spoon to his big one. I can feel his heartbeat against my shoulder blade, and now his hand is draped over my stomach, lightly atop one of my own. I take a deep breath just for the excuse to feel more of the wall of him behind me. I love this, I admit, nestling back into him.
Me too,
He whispers right beneath my ear. He's hard against my back, and I will myself not to move around too much, but it's an effort. I feel antsy, exhilarated. His next warm breath makes me bow, and his hand folds over the top of mine, not touching me himself, but touching me all the same. He moves my hand up higher, brings it fully over my chest with a groan into my ear. I push myself back against him, and he skims higher, reaching the neckline of my shirt, letting me pull it down myself, his warm breath feathering down to dance along my bare skin. His hand tightens around mine, gripping me without gripping me. I press back, trying to find the friction between us, and he takes the opportunity to guide my hand lower, pulling the neckline down until my left breast is exposed to the moonlight.
God, Alice,
He hisses.
we'd be so good together.
I whimper as he sets my hand where he wants it, catches my nipples between my own fingers. I want to, I whisper.
Not now,
He says.
if you still want to after all of this.
He trails off as his lips brush the side of my throat, not quite kissing, just teasing. He drags my hand down my center all the way to my skirt. I squirm at the pressure between my thighs, but he keeps moving until he reaches the hem and then guides my hand beneath the fabric, settling my palm against myself. I grind myself back against him, and he gently cups me over my hand. He swears, thrusts behind me, and the sensation shoots through my bloodstream like firecrackers.
We were just supposed to touch.
He murmurs. Then touch me, Hayden, I say. His hand releases from mine and slides up over my chest, tight, kneading. I bite down on a cry as he pushes the fabric down again, and I arch back, desperate for his mouth to touch my bare skin. Instead, he buries it safely in my hair and does what I asked. touches me, drags a thumb roughly over my nipple, then catches it between his pointer and middle fingers on a groan. I turn hungrily toward him, reach for his belt. He catches my wrist, stilling me.
I'm touching you, remember?
He says, gently removing my hand from the buckle. He sets it on the side of his neck, then slips his hand between my thighs. I gasp at the smooth glide of his fingers over me, my legs parting. His eyes watch me drunkenly, and as I move myself against him, he swallows hard, gravels.
You're so wet.
I know, I whisper. He buries his face in my neck again, a frustrated groan vibrating through him as he slides his hand down the inside of my thigh, as if with great effort.
What are you doing tomorrow night?
He says finally. Surprise pulls a shallow, breathy laugh out of me. Why?
Because I think we should go out,
he says.
Somewhere with a lot of people and very bright lights.
I'd personally rather be somewhere warm, dark, cozy, and private. I can't. He stills for a second, then nods, his expression seeming to zip up, going from raw and intimate to cool and almost businesslike, despite the very unbusinesslike position we're lying in.
Of course,
he says, as if he expected this, as if he is the one who crossed the line when it was, as always, me. No, Hayden. I grab his hand and pull it in between us. I mean, I can't. I'm going down to see my mom tomorrow.
Oh.
His brows flinch upward in surprise, then slowly settle into a furrow.
Is that stressful for you?
No, not really, I say. It's only partly a lie. Partly in that it is definitely stressful, but it's also nice and fun and everything else at intervals.
It'll be lonely here without you,
he says matter-of-factly, and I try not to melt into the sand, where the goop of my former body would never be entirely recovered. You could come with me, I say. At the way he startles, I hurry to add, not like, come meet my mom, just like she's always happy to have guests, and her house isn't exceptionally bright, but it's not private because she's there, plus a bunch of chickens and... Never mind, just an idea.
Wouldn't that be weird?
He asks, gaze narrowing.
I mean, how would we explain what...
He trails off, apparently unwilling to say the mortifying phrase, what we are, or the equally damning, what's going on between us. But I meant what I said. My mom's an amazing host, actually. It's one of her passions. I've brought home a lot of friends over the years. She'd love to have you. He thinks it over. No pressure. I sit up, a more respectable distance between us. Just if you wanted to get out of town. He does the same, still silent, face serious and eyes watchful on the waves. My cheeks start burning.
I don't want you to invite me to be polite,
he says suddenly. My gaze snaps toward him. I'm not, I promise. And I really don't want you to say yes to be polite.
You forget,
he says.
I never do anything to be polite.
At my laugh, he reaches out and gently touches my lips, light and fleeting.
I'd love to go.
I beam back at him. Good. And then, quickly, almost like he didn't mean to at all, Hayden leans forward and kisses my cheek.
I'll walk you back to your car,
he says, starting to stand. You mean you'll carry me? I tease. I hear there are snakes around here. 19. Margaret answers her own door on Saturday morning, and I'm so caught off guard that for 3 seconds after she greets me, I just stare. Where's Jody? I finally ask when I step inside and slip my shoes off. Day off, Margaret says shortly, and leads me down the hallway.
Too hot to be outside today. Mind if we sit in the living room?
Works for me, I tell her. We stop by the kitchen first, and she shakes a box of colorful frozen macarons onto a plate.
Coffee? Tea?
Coffee, I say, but I can get it myself. She waves me toward the pot, and I pour myself a mug and find the sugar in a jar beneath the cupboard. You want one? I ask.
Already got mine waiting in there, she tells me,
and I follow her back to the room where we first met. It's so hot out today that the air conditioning can't keep up. The air feels stiff and damp. Even for me, it's a bit much. Just not enough to keep me from drinking hot coffee. I must wince when I taste it because Margaret laughs.
All right, I don't usually make the coffee.
It's not that bad, I say. I try another gulp. My reaction makes her start laughing again, and it's contagious. As I rein my giggles in, I set my mug aside and take out my recorder. So today's the day.
What day is that?
Her silver brows leap upward, but there's something in her expression that tells me it's an act, that she's actually just as excited for today's interview as I am. The day it becomes your story, I say, hitting the button to start recording and setting the device on the table between us. She flicks a hand over her shoulder, an unconvincing pish-posh.
I told you, it's all my story. When you come from a family like mine, you're a part of a whole, like one square in a quilt. Anytime you try to pull in a particular direction, there are hundreds of other squares to resist, to pull you back.
I get that, I say. But today, try to ignore those squares. I want to know what it was like to be you. She smiles wide.
For a time, she says, it was pure magic.
The story. Their version. What it must be like to be raised in a castle. Her version. What's it like to be raised in a castle? What's it like to have everything you want before you've asked for it? What's it like to have your food plated by a chef when you're still a toddler? What's it like to have the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus perform at your 5th birthday? To have snow blown in on the hill behind your house in time for Christmas and to spend all summer wandering through your private orange groves and playing hide-and-seek in the hedge maze or the chapel or the slough of Greek follies. To grow up with horses and dogs, swans and zebras and peacocks all wandering past your window, bonded enough to you to eat straight from your hand. What's it like to break your arm sliding down a grand staircase's banister and take your family's helicopter to the hospital? To live inside a 10-foot stone wall so far from your front door that anything beyond it might as well be a different world? What's it like when your father loves your mother madly? When he fills the breakfast room, because there is a room just for breakfast, with daisies, potted, not cut, on her birthday, and she rolls her eyes but laughs too, because she doesn't have an ounce of his whimsy, but she understands the hundreds of ways her husband tries, again and again, to say something along the lines of I love you. When they were younger, Margaret and her sister Laura, life came in flickers of yellow gold. Warmth, that's what she remembers. Laughter. Her mother blowing raspberries on her stomach, her father trying, and failing, to make daisy chains for his girls to wear. Her cousin Ruth braiding her hair, her Aunt Francine taking her horseback riding, strolling with Great Aunt Gigi down the perfume aisles in the glossy department stores along 7th Street, Grandmother Rosalind reading to her in the library, Margaret sitting in her lap and toying with the string of pearls that lay against Rosalind's cashmere sweater while her grandfather Gerald smoked an overpriced cigar over by the window. She remembers kissing her parents goodnight before they left for premieres, balls, galas, and loving the smell of her mother's soap, the oh-so-rare appearance of a muted mauve paint on her lips. She remembers sneaking out of bed to meet Laura in the tent strung up in their playroom, because there was a room just for playing, and staying up all night, giggling and whispering and shining flashlights on their picture books. There's one day in particular she remembers best, a Sunday in late summer before the heat had broken, when she spent the whole day with her parents and her sister in the ornately tiled outdoor pool, not to be confused with the indoor pool. She remembers practicing diving with her mother. She remembers her father tossing her up, up, then catching her right before she crashed against the surface. And holding her little sister's hand, running as fast as they could from the edge of the pool, convinced that if only they were fast enough, worked hard enough, they could sail right across the surface of the water without sinking. She still thinks about this day a lot, as a kind of before picture, the last golden day. After that, the world turned blue, as if when she dove under the surface of the water, the cool tones had washed across her eyes and never left. After that, Margaret's memories are different. Fights, sometimes screamed and other times whispered. Slammed doors, bits of jagged blue sentences sneaking through doors and walls. Do you even care that you're a mother? Do you even love them? Out again until all hours so you can do whatever you want, but I should be here. Not the person I married, not even close. If you hate your life so much, why are you even still... She remembers her grandmother Rosalind introducing her and Laura to their new nanny and feeling so sure it was all a punishment if she could only figure out for what she had done wrong. She was always getting herself into trouble in the form of scraped knees, muddy tracks across rugs, and broken vases. It could have been anything. She remembers quiet meals at the dinner table. One of the tables was exclusively for dinner, with the whole family, and then one day the small table moved into the playroom, and all her and her sister's meals taken there, apart from the others. She'd go days sometimes without seeing her parents, and worse still, somehow, were the nights they came in one at a time to say their goodnights, looking tired or angry or pained. What is it like when all of your clothes were made to fit your body, your shoes resoled without your asking, your hairdresser waiting for you on the veranda once a month? What is it like to cry when your favorite swan dies and to have your grandfather look you in the eye and say, "Your father was supposed to have a son. Who's going to look after all of this when I'm gone?" What's it like to roller skate in the ballroom with your sister, or to read a book about a pony and wake up the next morning to find one wearing a big velvet bow in the marble foyer, and to love it so much you name it after the swan you lost and tell yourself that maybe, somehow, it is the swan, come back from beyond the grave to care for you, because while everyone around you takes care of you, you aren't really sure that any of them care about you. When you fall and scrape your knee, there's a mad rush for gauze and rubbing alcohol, but when you weep over the delicate broken neck of a bird, you're given a lollipop. When you want something you have no idea how to ask for, and no clue whether it even exists. What do you do when you live in a world that was built around you, and so you find yourself trapped, like one sentence in a myth, one brick in a wall? When you're built into the fabric of a place, and that place was built to keep everyone out. What's it like to feel yourself alone in the world? 20. They did their best, Margaret says. The truth is, I think all my